My wife and friends betrayed me, so I exposed them all. The hum of the ceiling fan barely cut through the oppressive silence in the room as David zipped the last compartment on his duffel bag. He stood back, hands on his hips, staring at the packed gear as if it might speak to him, offer some reassurance, maybe a sense of purpose. But it didn't. It sat there, still and silent, like everything else in his life lately. The fishing trip had always been something he looked forward to. Every spring for the past 15 years, David and his three childhood friends, Kenny, Don, and Roger, would take a week-long trip to a secluded cabin in the woods of Oregon. No cell signal, no office calls, no obligations. Just whiskey, stories, and the quiet rhythm of casting lines into the still, glassy lake. This year, however, something felt wrong. It had started with small things. Kenny bailed first, claiming a critical meeting on Monday he couldn't reschedule. Then his wife, Pam, said she wouldn't come either. No sense in going up without him. Don followed soon after, announcing he had a last-minute board meeting on Friday and needed to cut the trip short. His wife bowed out as well. Roger and his wife, Melissa, were silent about their plans until Becky, David's wife, mentioned casually that all the wives had decided to skip the trip altogether. "Just the boys this time," she had said, placing a plate of scrambled eggs in front of him. "You could use the break." He should have noticed the odd tone in her voice then, but he was too distracted by work emails and the weight of everyday routine. Now, as he stood in the garage beside his truck, he stared down at the gear he had meticulously organized: rods, reels, a battered old tackle box that still smelled faintly of the lake, and a cooler half-stocked with beer. The familiarity of it should have comforted him. Instead, it unsettled him. David remembered how the trips used to go. They'd laugh until their stomachs hurt, reminisce about high school parties and near arrests, and spend long nights watching the stars shimmer over the water. The wives had always come too, making it a full gathering. Meals shared by firelight, poker games until dawn, and if he was honest, some of the best sex he'd ever had with Becky came during or just after those trips. It was like the forest air woke something primal in her. But this year, that spark felt forced. In the past week, Becky had been uncharacteristically affectionate. She initiated sex more times than David could count. It was almost as if she was trying to make up for something, or worse, distract him. He thought back to Thursday night. They had just finished packing the last few items when Becky poured herself a glass of wine and sat across from him in the living room. Her fingers toyed nervously with the stem of the glass. Her eyes were hesitant, glistening, not with tears but something else. Guilt? Fear? "Darling," she had said softly, "I need to talk to you about something serious." David could still hear the tremor in her voice. He hadn't said much then, just nodded, swallowed hard, and let her speak. That conversation had shattered him. Now he was expected to go on this trip like nothing happened. Like his wife hadn't just told him she was sleeping with someone else and expected him to be okay with it. He closed his eyes and ran a hand down his face. The fishing rods rattled as he shoved the bag into the truck bed a little too hard. From the kitchen window, Becky watched him. Her eyes followed his every movement, though her expression was unreadable. She didn't come out to say goodbye. She didn't hug him like she used to. She just watched, like someone who'd already made peace with what she'd done. At 5:37 p.m., David pulled into the parking lot of their traditional meetup spot, Denny's off Route 17. Roger and Don were already there, laughing as they loaded their gear into the back of Don's SUV. From a distance, it looked like any other year. But as David walked toward them, he could feel the tension under the surface, like a wire pulled too tight. "Dave," Roger greeted, slapping him on the back with the kind of cheer that sounded a little too rehearsed. "Man, you're looking tired. Becky keeping you busy, huh?" Don laughed, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes. Something David hadn't seen before. "I'm fine," David said flatly, loading the last of his stuff. He felt it in his bones. Something had changed. This wasn't going to be like the other trips. But he said nothing. Not yet. He climbed into the truck, buckled in, and told himself to act normal. At least until he figured out what the hell was going on. For now, he would play along. Let them think he was clueless. Let them believe he'd swallowed Becky's lies. But inside, something had started to shift in David. Something slow and dangerous. Not quite rage. Not yet. It was the cold, calculated quiet of a man who decided he wasn't going to be anyone's fool. Not anymore. The house was quiet, eerily quiet. David sat in his office, the amber glow of his desk lamp casting long shadows across the cluttered desk. A cold beer rested in his hand, the condensation forming a ring on a stack of fishing magazines. He had just finished organizing his tackle box, half distracted, his mind already floating upriver to the cabin, the lake, and the rhythm of casting lines and shooting the breeze with his friends. But something wasn't right. For the past week, Becky had been unusually, intensely affectionate. She initiated sex almost every night, sometimes twice, her body hungry in a way it hadn't been in years. At first, David had welcomed it. Who wouldn't? But somewhere in the back of his mind, a quiet voice whispered that it was all too sudden, too desperate, like she was trying to smother guilt with passion. Now she entered the room quietly, barefoot, holding a large glass of red wine in one hand. Her blonde hair was tied back, and she wore his favorite soft, gray sweater, the one she only wore on quiet nights when they used to curl up and watch movies. She looked beautiful, but also haunted. David, she said softly, almost like a sigh. He looked up from his beer. Yeah. Can we talk? I need to tell you something. It's serious. Her voice was trembling. David sat up straight, a knot forming in his stomach. Okay, what's going on? She sat across from him and took a sip of wine. Her eyes were glassy. Then, after a long silence, she said, You promise you'll let me finish before you say anything? Please. The words hit like a loaded gun being cocked. David nodded slowly, unsure of what storm was about to hit him. Becky exhaled, gripping her glass tightly. You know, things haven't been right between us for a while, she began. I know you felt it too. The distance, the sex, everything. It's like we've been living beside each other, not with each other. He clenched his jaw, nodding but remaining silent. I love you, David. I do. You're a wonderful father, a good man. But I'm not fulfilled anymore. Not the way I used to be. You don't touch me the way you used to. And I don't feel alive with you anymore. David blinked slowly. 1,000 thoughts rushed through his brain, but he kept his mouth shut. I met someone, she said. It's not just some fling. It's more than that. I feel like the woman I used to be when I'm with him. Like I'm finally breathing again. I didn't plan for it to happen. It just did. There it was. The confession cracked through the room like lightning. David stared at her, stunned. His mouth opened, but Becky raised her hand quickly. You promised to let me finish, she said sharply, her voice no longer trembling. He leaned back in his chair, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to escape his chest. I've already spoken with Dawn about the legal stuff, she said casually, as if discussing grocery shopping. If we divorced, I'd get the house, the kids, half your retirement, 2/3 of your income in alimony and child support. You know how the state works. You'd be left with nothing. David flinched as if she'd physically struck him. But I don't want a divorce, she continued, her tone smooth, rehearsed. I want us to keep this life, this family. For the kids. For appearances. You'll still be their father. You'll still get to see them every day. I'll still be with you when you need. Within reason. But I need more. And I'm going to get it. You're serious, David whispered, his voice dry. She leaned forward. I'm deadly serious. He stood up suddenly, fists clenched, voice rising. You're sleeping around and telling me I just have to accept it? Who the hell do you think you are? Becky stood too, stepping into his space. Her voice was low and cutting. If you try to fight this, I will burn your world to the ground. Do you hear me? I will. You'll lose your house, your kids, your reputation. I'll make sure of it. Or you can play along, and we can all keep living comfortably. David stared at her, stunned by the cold precision in her tone. She had thought this through, every angle. I'm going to bed, she said, stepping back. If you want me tonight, I'll let you. Like always. Nothing has to change. unless you make a change. She turned and walked toward the stairs, barefoot on the hardwood, her silhouette dissolving into the darkness. David collapsed back into the chair, hands shaking. A scream rose in his chest, but never made it out. He didn't sleep that night. He read and reread the envelope Becky left for him, a detailed surveillance report about his life. Every coffee shop, every conversation, every move. She had spies. Or worse, his friends were helping her. And as he stared out the window at the dead still night, the seed of something cold and dangerous began to grow inside him. She thought she had the power. She thought he would roll over. But she didn't know who she was really dealing with. Not yet. David sat alone in his dimly lit home office, a bottle of beer sweating onto a coaster as the silence around him thickened like a fog. Becky had gone to bed. At least, she'd said she was going. He didn't follow her. He couldn't. Not after the bomb she dropped. Her words still echoed in his mind like a chant from some cruel ritual. I will still care about you, but I need more than you can give me in bed. You'll never know who he is. I'll be with him, and you'll accept it. She'd said those things with a terrifying calm, like she had rehearsed every word. And then, like a cherry on top of a poisoned sundae, she handed him the envelope. It sat now on his desk, fat and unassuming, one corner slightly bent. His name scrawled across it in Becky's handwriting, a handwriting that once doodled love notes in his lunchbox. His fingers hovered over it. He had no idea how far the rabbit hole went. With a breath that shuddered at the end, he peeled it open. Inside was a neatly bound document. The first page had a cover sheet. David, 30-day activity log, prepared by Verified Intel Solutions. Commissioned, confidential client. His name, not Mr. Henderson, not David Henderson, just David, like it was a diary someone else had written for him. He turned the page. Day 1, Monday, 8:03 a.m. Subject departs residence in gray Ford Explorer, wearing khaki slacks, blue shirt, wrinkled. Stops at local gas station, pumps $22.37 of regular. Buys coffee and 2 glazed donuts, one eaten before exit. Listens to sports radio. Arrives at work at 8:44 a.m. David blinked. The donut. He hadn't remembered the donut until now, but they had. Day 3, Wednesday, 12:15 p.m. Subject has lunch at La Grill. Seated on patio. Waitress, brunette, approximate 25 years old. Subject speaks to her briefly. She laughs. No contact beyond casual banter. Subject eats grilled chicken Caesar salad. Leaves 20% tip. A twinge of anger stirred. This was what she thought she could use against him. He couldn't even have a conversation with a waitress without it being documented. Page after page. Meticulously recorded movements. GPS logs. Timestamps. Conversations paraphrased, or sometimes transcribed word for word. And then it got darker. Day 10, Saturday, 2:36 p.m. Subject visited Best Buy. Examined several wireless routers and home security cameras. Did not purchase. Took photo of model Nestcam IQ Indoor with smartphone. Purchased AA batteries only. Total purchase, $9.83. David's heart started to pound. That was the weekend he considered installing cameras in the house. He had only looked, hadn't even bought anything. And yet here it was, as though someone had followed him through the store. He flipped the page faster now, every sentence adding bricks to a growing wall of dread. Day 14, Tuesday, 9:14 p.m. Subject is heard speaking to friend Kenny on phone. Discusses upcoming fishing trip. Expresses excitement to get away from it all. Mentions wife Becky only once. Subject appears relaxed. How could they have recorded a phone call in his car? Day 17, Friday, 11:02 a.m. Subject parks at Springdale Plaza. Approaches ATM. Withdraws $100 cash. Proceeds to bookstore. Browses but does not purchase. Sits in cafe area with coffee. Reads for approximate 40 minutes. Becky knew about the bookstore trip. She had said nothing. smiled at dinner like everything was fine. All the while, someone had been reporting his every move like he was a criminal. David turned to the final pages. The summaries. Assessment. Subject is routine, predictable. No signs of infidelity. No suspicious meetings or interactions with unknown persons. Expresses occasional frustration in personal phone conversations. Displays mild symptoms of stress and fatigue. Conclusion. Subject is not a threat. Subject has no knowledge of surveillance. Subject has shown no aggression or behavioral deviations that would warrant further monitoring, unless instructed otherwise. Unless instructed otherwise. David pushed back from the desk, the document falling to the floor like a pile of broken trust. His throat was dry, his mind a blender of confusion and outrage. He looked around the room, suddenly aware of how vulnerable he was. Was there a microphone in here? A hidden camera? Was someone listening now? He stood up, chest heaving. He checked under the desk, behind the bookshelf, inside the lamp. Paranoia cracked through his rationality like lightning through a windshield. They knew everything. No, she knew everything. And if Becky wasn't smart enough to pull this off, that meant one of the others helped her. His best friends. His brothers in every way except blood. He staggered back into his chair, head in his hands. This wasn't just cheating. This wasn't just betrayal. This was a conspiracy. And David? He was the puppet who just found the strings. But as the hours crawled by and night gave way to dawn, his anger cooled. Or replaced it was colder, sharper. Resolve. If they thought he'd sit quietly while they played games with his life, they were wrong. They had watched him, studied him, but they hadn't seen what was now in his eyes. And they'd never expect what he would do next. The engine purred beneath David's hands as he pulled into the Denny's parking lot. The golden sign flickered weakly in the gray dusk, casting long shadows on the hood of his SUV. His heart thumped against his ribs, heavy with confusion, anger, and a creeping sense of betrayal he hadn't quite found the shape of yet. He parked beside Roger's pickup and Dawn's rust-red sedan. A forced sense of nostalgia lingered in the air. Same spot, same ritual, but everything inside David felt wrong. He pushed through the glass doors into the warm, butter-colored glow of the diner. There they were, laughing over coffee and half-eaten plates of waffles like nothing had changed. Don looked up first, his grin splitting wide. "Dave," he barked, standing to slap him on the back. "About time. We thought maybe you chickened out." Roger smirked from his seat. "Yeah, Becky said you've been moody lately. Stressed. She told me to make sure you came." The comment hit David like a slap. "She called you?" he asked, trying to keep the tremble out of his voice. "Earlier today," Roger replied, casually, dunking a slice of bacon into his maple syrup like it was a holy ritual. "Said you've been spiraling. She was worried." "Right," David said, quietly, sliding into the booth beside them. He glanced from one face to the other, seeing them differently now. For the first time in decades, he wondered what kind of secrets could hide behind eyes you thought you knew. They chatted about the trip. Fishing spots, whiskey, the usual trash talk. Don told a story about nearly capsizing the canoe on their last trip, and Roger howled with laughter. David chuckled mechanically, but his mind was elsewhere, specifically on the envelope Becky had given him and the surveillance report inside. Could it really have been them? His friends, his brothers, betraying him? Or was it all in his head? "You packed the scotch, right?" Roger asked. "Becky said you'd probably forget it." "There it was again," Becky said. "I brought it," David muttered. They left the diner and loaded into David's SUV, the gear packed tight in the trunk. Don climbed into his car to follow, since he needed to leave early midweek. The 2-hour drive was spent with Roger trying to fill the silence with music and chatter. David mostly stared out the window, watching trees blur by in a green and gold rush. The weight in his gut was getting heavier. They reached the cabin just after sunset. It was a familiar A-frame lodge nestled deep in the woods, with an old chimney and creaky porch that always groaned like a welcome. But this time, it didn't feel like home. Not anymore. That night, the fire crackled, The air was thick with smoke and whiskey, and laughter echoed through the beams. David drank, because it was expected, because it dulled the throb of betrayal pulsing beneath his skin. Then Don leaned forward, eyes glassy but sharp. "You gonna tell us what's eating you, man?" David hesitated. The smart move was to stay silent, to keep everything inside until he had a plan. But the liquor was loosening his tongue, and his chest felt like it was about to burst. He needed to say it, not all of it, but just enough to hear the truth out loud. "My marriage is messed up," he said finally. The firelight danced across their faces, shadows flickering like demons over their features. Dawn and Roger grew quiet. "She told me she's seeing someone," David continued. "Wants to keep the marriage for the kids, the money, but she says she's done with me. Sexually, emotionally, and she's not hiding it anymore." Roger let out a low whistle. "Damn," he muttered. "That's cold." "Who's the guy?" Don asked too quickly. David caught it, that flicker of something behind Don's eyes. Was it fear? She wouldn't say, David replied slowly, watching their faces now. She said it wouldn't matter. Said I couldn't do anything about it, even if I knew. Roger scoffed. Typical narcissist crap. But David saw something else, a twitch in Don's jaw, a sudden interest in his glass, a tightening of shoulders that had once been relaxed. "I just needed to get away," David added. "Clean my head. Figure out what to do next." They were silent for a beat. Then Don clapped him on the back, just a little too hard. "You're here now. No wives, no drama. Just us, the woods, and the fish." Roger raised his glass. "To brotherhood." David clinked his glass against theirs, the sound hollow in his ears. Brotherhood. The word tasted like rusted metal. As they laughed again, David's mind was already shifting. He replayed every moment of their reactions, every word, every glance. Something was wrong. The way they were circling around him, not like concerned friends, but like handlers. Later that night, when the others had passed out, David crept quietly to his gear bag. He opened the small side pocket where he always kept his pocket knife, but it wasn't there. Instead, nestled in the folds of nylon, was a tiny black object, the unmistakable shape of a microphone. He stared at it for a long time, heart thudding, hands ice cold. Becky wasn't the only one betraying him. She had help. And now, David finally knew who. The cabin groaned with the weight of early spring winds as David stood in front of the stone fireplace, staring into the half-lit embers that refused to die. The fire sputtered like his sanity, like his trust. Outside, a veil of mist crept through the towering pines, wrapping the forest in a silence too thick for comfort. He should have felt calm out here. No phones ringing, no deadlines, no screaming kids. But instead, his skin prickled with something colder than the air. Paranoia. Roger and Don were in the kitchen laughing. Their voices rose and fell with exaggerated ease. Too casual, too familiar. David glanced over. Don poured whiskey into 3 glasses, grinning like they were all still in high school, sneaking liquor behind the football bleachers. Roger met David's eyes and nodded toward the table. "Come on, brother. This one's for you. Becky said you've been working like a madman. You earned this." Becky said. There was again her name, their closeness, the insinuation. David approached slowly, forcing a smile as he took the glass. The whiskey burned going down, but it wasn't the drink that left a bitter taste in his mouth. "You've been quiet, man," Don said, sitting down across from him, his chair creaking under his bulk. "Everything okay?" David hesitated. For a moment, he wanted to stay silent, to keep his cards close. But the pressure had been mounting like steam in a sealed pipe, and these were his oldest friends, right? He exhaled and set the glass down. "You ever feel like you're being played?" he asked. Roger cocked his head. "Played? Like how?" David laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Like the people closest to you are smiling to your face while screwing you behind your back." Don shifted in his seat. "Whoa, what's going on, Dave?" And just like that, it came out. Not all of it, not everything, but enough. Enough about Becky's sudden confession, her arrangement, her threats about custody and court. Enough to let them know his marriage was teetering on the edge of a razor. He didn't mention the report, the surveillance, the inch-thick dossier Becky had handed him. That was a card he was keeping for himself. Roger whistled, shaking his head. Damn, man, that's a lot. Don leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Are you saying she's got someone else? Like now? David nodded slowly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. But she won't say who. Just that she's been seeing him for a while. That I can either accept it or she'll burn me to the ground. Silence fell over the table like a heavy shroud. Don poured another round, trying to look thoughtful, but David caught the flicker of something else behind his eyes. Was it guilt or something worse? Roger was the first to break the silence. Look, I'm not saying I agree with what she's doing, but maybe she's just having a breakdown, right? Stress? Hormones? Women go through things we'll never get. David stared at him. Hormones? That's all they had to say. That was the response to his world unraveling. He didn't say anything more. Not then. Not when they changed the subject. Not when the laughter returned to the cabin like nothing had happened. But he felt it, that twinge in his gut, the way the air changed. Something was off. That night, long after the others had gone to bed, David sat on the cabin's wooden porch, phone in hand, scrolling through the photos of his children. He paused at one of Becky and the kids in the backyard, all smiles and sunlight. It felt like another lifetime. Then his phone buzzed. A voicemail. From Becky. His thumb hovered over the screen before pressing play. Well, honey, my sources tell me you got some really good advice from Don last night. I hope you're going to use it. David froze. I love you, and you're too good a provider and father to lose. But if you do something crazy, I can let you go and still take good care of the kids. Now have some fun. I'll talk to you soon. Click. His stomach twisted into a cold knot. His mouth went dry. How? There was no cell reception in the cabin. No landlines. And yet, Becky had somehow heard the conversation. Every word. He turned toward the door and stared into the dark cabin behind him. There was a bug. There had to be. And if there was a bug, who planted it? A chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, every conversation, every laugh, every offhand comment from Don and Roger felt calculated. Their smiles were too easy. Their advice too rehearsed. Were they in on it? David stood and walked inside quietly. The cabin creaked around him. He grabbed his duffel bag and dumped it out on the bed. Phone, wallet, keys, belt, watch. One by one, he opened everything. He ran his fingers along seams and inside pockets, checking his wallet lining, even the soles of his shoes. Nothing obvious. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. His eyes landed on the framed photo above the bed. Him, Roger, Don, and Kenny, all grinning in front of campfire. David walked to it, lifted the frame. It felt heavy, too heavy. He flipped it over. A small circular mic was embedded in the backing, so subtle it was almost unnoticeable. David's hands clenched. This wasn't paranoia anymore. It was war. And now, he knew he wasn't just dealing with an unfaithful wife. He was surrounded by enemies. Enemies who used to be his friends. David slowly set the frame back on the wall, his mind racing, not with rage, but with focus. His wife wanted him to believe he was powerless. His friends thought they'd broken him. But they were wrong. Very wrong. Because David was done playing the fool. And the next move was his. David had never been much of a schemer. A fixer, yes. A planner, sure. But deceit had never been his domain. That had always been someone else's game. Until now. The cabin, tucked in the pine-thick edge of the lake, felt like a pressure cooker disguised as a retreat. In the stillness of morning, the air heavy with dew and the murmur of the water just beyond the deck, David sat alone on the porch with a thermos of black coffee and a fractured sense of reality. It had been 4 days since Becky's confession, and 3 since he realized his friends weren't just complicit. They were part of it. He had to be smart, precise, invisible. It started with small traps, nothing obvious. He told Don a lie over breakfast. that he'd started seeing a therapist behind Becky's back. Later that evening, Becky texted him a cryptic message. "Glad you're getting help, honey. Don says it's really helping your mood. Keep it up." She knew, which meant Don was talking to her, feeding her everything. The next day, while Roger and Don cleaned fish, David told Roger he'd found an old journal of Becky's hidden in the attic. "Some pretty strange stuff in there," he muttered, then said nothing more. He watched Roger pale, then fumbled to change the topic. The following night, Becky called him. "Don't start digging into old crap, Dave. Let the past stay buried. It'll only hurt more." Now Roger, too. She had them all. But Becky wasn't a mastermind. Not really. She was desperate, and she tied herself to men who thought they were smarter than they were. That made them dangerous, yes, but predictable. David knew he couldn't confront them yet. They were too confident, too wrapped in their power trip. So instead, he fed them more. He started slipping false breadcrumbs into his conversations. "I think I'll look into switching lawyers," he said to Don while they sat by the fire. "My cousin knows a shark who's a pit bull in court." Don shifted uncomfortably, then leaned forward. "You don't want to escalate things, Dave. Trust me, Becky's already got things lined up. Play it safe. This'll pass." So they want me docile, David thought. Obedient. Afraid. But Becky had miscalculated something. She thought the report she gave him would paralyze him. That would instill fear and submission. Instead, it had unlocked something he didn't know he had: patience, focus, and a hunger for justice so cold it didn't burn, it froze. That night, as Don and Roger got drunk around the fire and shared fishing stories like old times, David sat quietly, mentally sketching out the blueprint of his next steps. The trap wouldn't be physical. No drama. No confrontations. It would be legal, financial, psychological. He would become a shadow in their lives, quietly slipping through the cracks, collecting everything: texts, bank statements, emails. The bug in his bag? He'd found it. He left it in and began feeding it lies, practicing monologues he wanted them to hear. Controlled disinformation. He tested them. He told Don he'd spoken to Becky's mother, who was concerned about the new man in Becky's life. The next day, Becky called in a rage. "Stay away from my family. They don't know anything. Don't drag them into your pathetic mess." And Roger? He let slip Becky would be away next weekend. David had never mentioned the mother call to him. They weren't just cheating with her. They were guarding her. And they didn't trust each other. That was his next move: divide and conquer. In the early hours before dawn, while the fire outside still crackled with embers, David sat at the cabin's kitchen table with a legal pad and a pen. It was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet before something breaks. He began writing a list. Not a to-do list. A takedown chart. Roger, check financial records for transactions linked to Becky. Search for shared hotels, trips, or accounts. Don, already knows too much. Lawyer, find out if he's committed anything unethical at work. Possible leverage. Kenny, arriving soon. Could be the final piece or the dumbest one. Observe closely. Watch Becky's interaction with him. He stopped and stared at the page, then wrote one word in the center and circled it. Revenge. But not rage-fueled. Not reckless. Surgical. They want me broken, David thought. I'll give them a ghost instead. He stood up, took a deep breath, and walked outside. The lake shimmered in the moonlight, whispering secrets to the wind. Behind him, the cabin glowed with warm betrayal. He smiled to himself. Let them think the bait is still biting. Let them think the hook hasn't been set. They'd never see the line tightening. David sat alone on the back porch of the cabin, the fire pit crackling beside him and casting flickering shadows against the forest beyond. His whiskey glass trembled slightly in his hand, not from the cold mountain air, but from the sheer weight of realization. He had trusted these men with everything: his childhood, his secrets, his life. And now, they had taken from him what mattered most: his wife, his dignity, and his peace of mind. But betrayal breeds clarity. And in that clarity, something stirred inside him. Not rage, not grief, but something far colder. Calculated. Intentional. The shift was almost physical. It was the moment the victim stopped bleeding and started planning. He knew now that if he acted rashly, it would play directly into their hands. Becky had already warned him. Try anything stupid and she would ruin him. Financially, legally, emotionally. And if his suspicions were right, she wasn't acting alone. No, this wasn't just an affair. It was a coordinated web spun by 4 people he once called family. David got up, quietly left the fire, and slipped into the woods, taking a different trail back to the cabin. He made sure to step where the earth was dry and avoid twigs. He didn't trust a damn thing, not even the silence. When he reached the cabin, he crept toward his room, opened his duffel, and removed the spare phone he had stashed for emergencies. He hadn't turned it on in weeks. He powered it up and waited until he had a faint signal. He texted a number under the name Min Vaughn. It's time. Meet me Tuesday. Discreet. Nathan Vaughn wasn't just any contact. He was a private investigator David had worked with years ago on a tech fraud case when he consulted in cybersecurity. Nate was sharp, thorough, and didn't ask too many questions. David deleted the message, powered off the phone, and stashed it again beneath the loose board beneath the bed frame. The next morning, David went through the motions. Fishing, laughing, drinking. Roger and Don were in good spirits. Too good. Don bragged about his latest promotion at his firm, while Roger chuckled about how wild Becky used to be in college. They watched him, though, with subtle interest. Every time he looked at his phone, every time he disappeared to the bathroom or wandered near the woods. He could feel it now, the observation. They were studying him like prey. They weren't worried he might crack. They were worried he might act. So he gave him nothing. For the next 2 days, David played the role of the heartbroken husband trying to make peace with a situation beyond his control. He made jokes, drank more than usual, and kept up with the illusion. But every night, after everyone went to bed, he slipped out with a notebook and flashlight. He recorded everything. Times they left the room, odd conversations, any signs of communication. On the 4th night, he planted a small listening device under the coffee table in the living room. A backup device, one that recorded locally instead of transmitting. The next morning, he faked a migraine and said he needed to head into town for some medicine. Instead, he drove 40 miles east to a neighboring town and met Nate Vaughn in the parking lot of a bait shop. They exchanged a silent nod and drove to a small diner nestled off a back road. Nate listened quietly as David poured everything out. Becky's confession, the envelope of surveillance, her threats, and the strange reactions of his lifelong friends. You ever think maybe this wasn't just Becky's plan? Nate asked over coffee. David shook his head. It's all too organized. She's not that strategic. She's emotional, but this was orchestrated. Nate nodded. You don't build a case around betrayal. You build it around exposure. Let me handle the details. I'll track their financials, their phone records, public surveillance. If they're working together, someone left a trail. David leaned back, feeling the tension in his shoulders begin to ease for the first time in days. I need to know everything. Who they are when I'm not looking. And I need leverage. You'll get it, Nate said, sliding a burner phone across the table. Keep this with you. I'll update you through this only. Do not text me from your own phone. Don't Google anything. Don't slip. I won't, David said with quiet certainty. Back at the cabin that night, Don and Roger suggested a drinking game to raise his spirits. David played along, laughing harder than he had in years. He made sure to look like he was finally loosening up. He even toasted Becky with a smirk, pretending her new sexual awakening was something he could joke about now. In truth, he was learning their rhythms, their tells. When they got too drunk, Roger's hands twitched. Don became overly complimentary, trying too hard to seem sincere. But the real clue came when Don slipped up and mentioned a detail about David's conversation with Becky, a detail David hadn't told them. That meant Becky wasn't the only one bugging him. She was sharing the information. Don had access. That was confirmation. They were all in on it. But soon, they'd realize they had miscalculated. David wasn't weak. He wasn't broken. He was simply biding time. That night, alone again with his thoughts and the sound of wind rustling through pine trees, David flipped open his notebook and turned to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote one word in bold ink: payback. And beneath it, he began listing names: Becky, Don, Roger, Kenny. A smirk crept across his face as he wrote the final name. Then he began outlining their undoing. David stood in his garage, the late autumn wind slipping in under the roll-up door as he stared at the glowing screen of his laptop. The only sound was the hum of the overhead light and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. It had been nearly a month since Becky's shocking ultimatum. Since then, David had kept up the charade, attending dinners, smiling when needed, pretending to accept the sick arrangement his wife had proposed. But beneath that calm exterior, David had been busy. He had hired someone outside of Becky's circle, someone quiet, relentless, and discreet. Her name was Karen Rowland, a former NYPD investigator who now worked as a private detective. She had a reputation for two things: uncovering buried truths and staying silent. He had given her one instruction: find out everything, everyone involved. Don't tell me until you have it all. And today, she was ready. At 3 p.m. sharp, David met Karen at an empty diner on the edge of town, one of those places that smelled of coffee, grease, and forgotten stories. She wore a black trench coat and thin-rimmed glasses, her face unreadable as she slid a manila envelope across the table. Start reading, she said, but you want to brace yourself. David opened the file and flipped through pages of photographs, screenshots, spreadsheets, each piece of evidence more damning than the last. The betrayal ran deeper than he thought. Roger hadn't just slept with Becky. He'd been coordinating with Don and Kenny for over a year, passing her between them like a shared secret. There were encrypted group chats between the three men, jokingly titled the Brotherhood. In those messages were times, locations, sexual conquests detailed like trophies. Becky, it turned out, was willingly complicit, but also completely unaware of how much they were manipulating her. They called her names behind her back, described her body in detail, graded her performance, joked about how easy it was to keep David under the leash. Don, the lawyer friend, had drawn up legal options for Becky should David resist. But here was the twist. Don had also embezzled thousands from the firm they both worked for. Karen had found financial discrepancies hidden under false client accounts and invoice duplications. And here's the kicker, Karen said, her voice like sandpaper against stone. He used your fishing cabin as a laundering location. Fake meetings, expense write-offs, everything. The tracker was real. Becky had indeed been monitoring David, but the device wasn't in his wallet or phone. Karen had found a small, almost invisible tracker sewn into the lining of his favorite coat, one Becky insisted he bring on the trip. There were also microphone bugs embedded in the lining of his duffel bag and the collar of one of his fishing hats. This isn't Becky's work, Karen said. She's the bait, not the mastermind. My guess? Don. David felt his chest tighten. Kenny, he asked. Karen nodded. He was the one who brought Becky into the affair first. The other two followed. But it goes deeper. He's been using Becky to blackmail potential clients. Sex, photos, pressure. Your wife didn't know that part. Not yet. The plan wasn't just about sex. It was about power. David's stomach turned as he read through the report. The three men had used Becky as a tool for control, amusement, and ultimately to break David down. But their biggest mistake? They assumed he wouldn't fight back. They had underestimated the quiet, loyal man, the one who'd given everything for his friends, who'd built a family and provided without question. What do you want to do next? Karen asked. David stared at the last photo, a grainy shot of Becky at a hotel bar, kissing Kenny on the cheek as Don recorded it with his phone. He closed the folder. I want to watch them burn, all three of them, but not with fire, with facts. Evidence. Cold, brutal truth. I want them to lose what they love most. Karen smiled thinly. Then we're going to need to move carefully. No more leaks. We start isolating them one by one. You up for this? David met her gaze, his voice calm. I've never been more ready in my life. As he walked out of the diner into the fading light, David felt something he hadn't felt in weeks: clarity. Not anger, not betrayal, not heartbreak. Purpose. The web they spun had held him captive. Now, he was to tear it apart, strand by strand. And none of them would see it coming. The storm was quiet. David sat at his desk, hands folded, watching the rain slide down the window like slow tears. The silence of his home felt different today. Not hollow, not aching, but like the calm before a strike. The gears were in motion. The players were in place. The truth, ugly and twisted, had taken root. Now, it was time to let it bloom into chaos for them. He glanced at the manila folder on the desk. Inside were the pieces of a puzzle no one thought he could solve. Surveillance footage, text messages, screenshots, voice recordings, bank transactions, hotel receipts, 3 of his best friends, 1 wife, and a betrayal so layered, so rehearsed, it had taken months to untangle. But he had. Every knot, every lie. His phone buzzed once. A message from his attorney. All 4 packages delivered. Confirmed. He exhaled. That was it. No going back now. Don was at work, polished sharp, still oblivious, when the internal audit team from corporate walked into his office, flanked by 2 security guards. He barely had time to close his laptop before they handed him a letter and a flash drive. We received evidence of fraud, the lead auditor said coldly. What are you talking about? Don tried to smile, keeping his composure. This is ridiculous. Who? Save it for your lawyer, the man replied. Your access is revoked. You're to leave the premises immediately. Inside the envelope was proof of expense manipulations, off-the-books transactions, and fake consulting payments to a shell company Don had quietly created. David's private investigator had followed the money trail like a bloodhound. Every file had been copied, every transfer time-stamped, and all of it was delivered straight to the company's legal team. Don's fall from grace happened in under an hour. When he stepped outside, it was raining. The same sky David had watched now poured down on a man who once thought he was untouchable. Roger was in his garage, polishing his vintage car when his wife, Melissa, walked in holding a silver USB. Did you know this was in the mail this morning? He turned, curious. No, what is it? Someone mailed it anonymously. Just said for your eyes only. So I plugged it in. Roger's smirk vanished. Melissa's hands were shaking. There were pictures, Roger, of you, with Becky, with someone else, hotels, texts. You've been screwing not 1, not 2, but 3 women behind my back. Melissa, I can explain. No, you won't. You're going to pack your things and leave. I already called my lawyer. The USB was another one of David's quiet knives. It held enough to end Roger's marriage, to expose the facade of the faithful family man. All he had to do was dig into the cloud backups Roger didn't think to protect. And David did, with receipts. Roger tried to stop her at the door. Melissa slapped him across the face so hard, he staggered into his tool shelf. That was the last time he saw her. Kenny had always been the quiet one, the thinker, the planner. He didn't see the blow coming. Not until he arrived at the cabin late that night, just as he'd planned, and found David waiting on the porch. Alone. Thought you were showing up midweek, David said calmly. Things changed, Kenny replied, setting his bag down slowly. Where are the others? They're not coming, David said. It's just us tonight. Thought we could talk. Kenny froze. His face, usually unreadable, twisted just for a moment. He tried to hide it, but David saw it. That flicker of guilt, of fear. I know, Kenny, David said, stepping forward. I know everything. Kenny opened his mouth, then closed it. I trusted you, David continued, voice low. We were brothers. We bled together, grew up together, and you stabbed me for her. Kenny didn't deny it. David didn't hit him. He didn't scream. He just handed him a letter, an affidavit signed by the PI, a folder full of photos, and a pre-drafted legal notice. "I'm giving you a choice," David said. "Confess to Becky. Walk away from her. Cut ties with the other two. And I won't press charges for what you did at the company with Dawn." Kenny stared at the paper in his hands. He was cornered. "You're blackmailing me," he muttered. "No," David replied. "I'm cleaning house." He walked back inside, leaving Kenny on the porch, rain beginning to fall around him. David didn't call her. He didn't yell. He didn't cry. He served the divorce papers through her boss's assistant, publicly, in front of co-workers, just as she arrived at the office, dressed to impress, smiling like she'd won. She wasn't smiling after. Inside the documents, not only the divorce petition, but a full forensic breakdown of her affair, her finances, and the proof that she'd endangered her children's emotional well-being. Included were witness statements from Dawn's and Roger's wives, who were now furious and more than willing to testify. And tucked in the envelope was a single handwritten note. "I know it all. I saw it all. And I'm done playing dumb. David." That night, Becky returned home to find the locks changed and the kids with David's sister. She screamed. She pounded the door. She called his phone 47 times. He never answered. The morning sun filtered gently through the blinds of David's new townhome, casting a warm glow across the living room floor. The scent of fresh coffee wafted through the air as soft jazz played from a nearby speaker. There was a stillness in the space, a calming contrast to the chaos that had engulfed his life just months before. David stood by the window, coffee mug in hand, watching his daughters, Sean and Lila, laughing as they played soccer in the cul-de-sac with a neighbor's golden retriever. Their laughter, unburdened and bright, was the soundtrack of his new beginning. He hadn't thought peace like this was possible after the storm he endured. But here it was, real, tangible, and earned. Just 4 months earlier, his life had been a masterclass in betrayal. Becky, the woman he once loved more than life, had not only torn his heart apart, but had weaponized the people he trusted most. 3 friends, brothers in everything but blood, had each taken turns stabbing him in the back while smiling to his face. Worse still, they had orchestrated his humiliation like a symphony. Surveillance, blackmail, manipulation. And they thought he would lie down and take it. But David had never been that man. The final moves of his quiet revenge played out with the precision of a chess master. Becky, once so smug and secure in her plans, had been served divorce papers in the most unexpected of places, at the door of a luxury spa retreat she had gone to with Dawn. The look on her face, captured in full color by the private investigator, was priceless. Shock, confusion, then a dawning horror as she read the evidence-laden packet. Photos, emails, voice recordings, bank transfers, everything. Roger's wife, Melissa, received an anonymous package with a sweet handwritten note. "The truth has been whispering. Time to listen." Inside was a flash drive with footage from hidden cameras David had planned a week before. The first file was dated the night before the fishing trip, a clear recording of Roger kissing Becky in David's own living room. As for Dawn, David didn't even have to touch him. He simply handed the PI's report on Dawn's embezzlement over to Dawn's employer's compliance department with an anonymous tip. Within days, Dawn was escorted out of the building under investigation, his career in finance ruined. Kenny? He was the only one who hadn't joined in the betrayal, but he'd known. He'd stood by and let it happen. David had sent him one message. "Silence is complicity. We're done." Now life was simple. The courts had awarded David joint custody after the damning evidence of Becky's manipulations and unstable conduct. Her insistence on shared freedom with multiple men had backfired. She'd expected him to go mad, lash out, or crumble. Instead, he'd remain calm, meticulous, dangerous. The judge had seen through the facade. The marital home was sold. David used his half of the proceeds to start fresh. A smaller place, but his. Peaceful, clean of memories. His consulting business was thriving. Freedom had sharpened his focus. Every day, he woke up without dread in his chest. No more pretending. No more paranoia. No more lies. Just possibility. David walked out onto the porch, coffee still in hand, and sat in the chair overlooking the street. His daughters waved at him, their cheeks flushed with joy. Lila ran over, breathless. Dad, we're making pancakes later, right? Of course, he said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. With extra chocolate chips. She beamed and ran back to the game. Inside the house, his phone buzzed. A message from Sophie, an old acquaintance who had once been a friend of Melissa's. They'd run into each other at a bookstore last week, and since then had exchanged a few light-hearted messages. She was kind, intelligent, and carried a quiet strength that intrigued him. Still on for coffee Sunday? Looking forward to hearing how the fishing trip really ended, winking face. David smiled. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to open the door to something new. He took one last sip of coffee, watching the sun rise higher over the horizon. The past was behind him, shattered illusions, twisted friendships, and a marriage built on lies. But ahead? Freedom, truth, and a life that finally belonged to him. He wasn't a victim anymore. He was the author now, and his next chapter was just beginning. The photos said, "I cheated," but the truth was far more twisted. Karen Rowland's office wasn't flashy. The walls were lined with mismatched bookshelves, half-stacked with case files and dog-eared legal volumes. A scarred oak desk sat by the window, framed by lazy beams of late-morning sunlight filtering through sheer white curtains. A faint aroma of French roast drifted in the air. It was peaceful until her landline rang. She glanced at the display. Unknown number. Karen's instincts, finally honed from over a decade as a private investigator, gave a subtle nudge. Unknown numbers often meant someone desperate or dangerous. Rowland Investigations, she said smoothly, one hand reaching for a pen, the other flipping open her notebook. There was a pause, no background noise, no voice. Then a woman spoke, her tone soft and tentative. "Hello, Miss Rowland? I hope I'm not calling too early." Karen leaned back in her chair. "Not at all. How can I help you?" "My name is Nain French. Mrs. Keeney, you solved her cousin's case, the one about the missing will? She told me to call you. She said you're discreet and effective." Karen smiled faintly. Word-of-mouth cases were always the most sincere. "That's kind of her. What's going on, Miss French?" There was a shaky breath. "It's complicated. Actually, there are two situations, both personal, but I don't think I can explain them properly over the phone." Karen's pencil froze mid-circle on the edge of her notepad. "Two situations? Personal?" "Okay," she said, sitting up straighter. "When and where would you like to meet?" "Naina hesitatet. Today, if possible. Somewhere private." Karen tapped her calendar. "I'm free at 2. There's a little cafe on Hawthorne and 34th. Quiet, corner booth. I'll be there." "Thank you," Nain whispered. I really need someone to believe me." When she hung up, Karen stared at the phone a beat longer than usual. Nain French. The name meant nothing. But that voice, there was panic behind it. Panic covered in a thin layer of self-restraint. It was the kind of voice people used when their world had just collapsed, and they were still pretending everything could be salvaged. Karen stood, stretched, and glanced at the whiteboard across the room. A dozen open cases loomed in messy handwriting, but something told her today would add a new one that would worm its way in her head and keep her awake at night. 1:55 p.m. Lavender Moon Cafe. Nain was already there when Karen walked in, seated in the far corner near the window. She looked nothing like what Karen had imagined. She wasn't fragile or disheveled. She was poised. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, flowing neatly past her shoulders. She wore a navy blue dress and minimal makeup, but her posture betrayed tension. One foot jittered softly under the table. Her hands twisted the napkin in her lap with surgical precision. Karen approached. "Naine." The woman stood quickly, extending a hand. "Miss Rowland, thank you for meeting me." "Call me Karen," she said, shaking her hand and noting the grip, nervous but not weak. Karen ordered a black coffee and returned to the table. "Okay, You said there were two situations. Let's start with the first. Nain swallowed hard. My husband, Peter, he served me divorce papers 2 nights ago, completely out of the blue. Karen raised an eyebrow. No warning signs? We had our struggles. What couple doesn't? But this? No, nothing could have prepared me. Why is he leaving? Nain looked down. Her voice dropped to a whisper. He thinks I cheated on him. Karen blinked. Did you? No. Her voice cracked. Heads turned briefly before she lowered her eyes and whispered again. No, I didn't. But there are photos. She reached in her leather tote and pulled out an envelope. Her hands trembled slightly as she placed it on the table and slid it across. Karen opened it and slowly examined the contents. 3 photos. 2 of them grainy but graphic. A red-haired woman in bed with a man. The third was clearer. Nain, or someone who looked exactly like her, standing in front of a hotel room with the same man from the other 2 pictures. Karen narrowed her eyes. This does look like you. Nain nodded. I know, but I swear it isn't. The woman in those photos has a small parrot tattoo on her shoulder. I don't. Karen studied the image again. She zoomed in with her phone's camera and enhanced the contrast. The parrot was there, barely visible, but it was a detail. A crucial one. Your husband, did you point this out to him? He didn't care. He was crushed. The photos came in the mail with a note. Keep your wife away from my husband. Karen sat back, digesting that. So this was sent to him anonymously. Nain nodded. He said he didn't want to surprise me with legal papers on Monday. He handed me a copy of the divorce in person. Said he just needed closure. Karen frowned. And you're certain you've never been in that hotel room? I was staying at a hotel in Phoenix that week. I left my room Tuesday morning and a man stopped me in the hallway, said I dropped a pen. I told him it wasn't mine and walked away. Karen leaned forward. That's him, the man in the photo? Nain nodded slowly. Yes, I didn't even know who he was until I saw these. Karen set the envelope down. And the second situation? Nain hesitated, then said quietly, my job. It disappeared. I've been working remotely for a company called SIC, Service Industry Consultants. But when I went to the office yesterday, it was gone. Empty. No furniture. No people. Just vanished. Karen didn't flinch, but her brain clicked into high gear. How long have you worked for them? 3 months. I never questioned anything. I needed the money. The job seemed legit. Direct deposit. Email assignments. Travel expenses reimbursed. But now nothing. The website is gone too. I called every number I had. Dead ends. Karen folded her arms. You think the job was part of the setup? I don't know what to think. But everything started going wrong the moment I accepted that job. Karen looked at the trembling young woman across the table and saw something familiar. The helpless fury of someone betrayed by the people they trusted most. She tapped her pen twice. Okay, Nain. I'll take the case. Nain's eyes widened. You will? Yes. And if someone set you up, we'll find out who. And why. For the first time that day, Nain smiled faintly. It was fragile, but full of hope. Karen returned the smile, her instincts burning like a lit fuse. This wasn't just some marital misunderstanding. This was something deeper. Someone wanted Nain destroyed, and Karen was going to find out who. The wind outside the cafe carried the scent of early spring rain, brushing against the windows like a whisper of things hidden. Inside, the corner booth was quiet save for the gentle clink of a spoon in Karen Rowland's mug. Across from her, Nain French sat stiffly, clutching a manila envelope like it contained a live wire. Her red hair, brilliantly auburn under the cafe lights, framed a face torn between anger and devastation. Karen watched her carefully. Whenever you're ready, she said gently. Nain took a trembling breath, opened the envelope, and slid 3 photographs onto the table between them. Karen leaned in, her detective instincts already swirling. 2 of the photos were taken inside a dimly lit hotel room. They were explicit, 2 people in bed, limbs tangled in the unmistakable chaos of sex. The third photo was less lurid but somehow worse. It showed Nain, or someone who looked exactly like her, standing outside a hotel room door next to a tall man in a charcoal suit. His face was turned away from the camera, but the red-haired woman's was unmistakable. Karen narrowed her eyes. Is that supposed to be you? Nain didn't hesitate. No, it's not. It looks like me, I know. But I swear to you, Karen, I've never seen that man in my life. Not in that way. Karen tapped the third photo. This one. I remember him, Nain admitted. But I didn't sleep with him. I didn't touch him. He stopped me in the hallway. Said I dropped something. Her voice quivered. It was a pen, a very expensive-looking one. I told him it wasn't mine, and he smiled and walked off. That was it. 2 minutes tops. Karen pulled the photos closer, adjusting the angle to avoid the reflection of the overhead lights. She scrutinized every detail, from the grain of the cheap hotel bedding to the blur of the wall art in the background. Then, she zeroed in on the woman's shoulder in the bedroom photos. A tiny tattoo, a parrot in mid-flight, green and red wings spread wide. Karen looked up. Do you have a tattoo? Nain blinked. No, never. Karen pointed to the mark. Well, she does. Nain leaned in, gasped, and slumped back in her chair. I didn't notice. I was too focused on the fact that the face wasn't visible. Her earrings, Karen continued, are identical to yours. They were a gift. From Peter. Last Christmas. Karen studied her again. Her earrings today were different. Modest, simple studs. But the woman in the photo wore dangling gold drops with a sapphire center. The same style, Karen noted, that Nain wore in a holiday photo with Peter on his social media. One that had been liked over 400 times. I only wear them when I'm dressed up, Nain said, her voice barely a whisper. It's why I recognized them right away. But this woman, she swallowed. She's not me. She just looks like me. Karen's eyes flicked back to the photographs. The resemblance was stunning. The same bone structure, the same curve to the jawline, same posture, same hair, dyed or not. It was styled in a nearly identical way. The staging of the photos wasn't just coincidental. It was deliberate and expensive. She looked at Nain again. Your husband gave you these? Yes. On Wednesday night, I had just gotten back from Phoenix, another business trip. He was waiting for me at the door with them and a manila envelope containing divorce papers. Karen tapped the edge of the photo with a fingernail. And how'd he say he got them? Nain pulled a folded note from her purse. Karen opened it. The message was typed in all caps. Keep your wife away from my husband. No signature, no trace, just cold, calculated malice. He said the man's wife sent the photos, Nain said. He believed it, every word. He looked at me like I was something filthy. Karen sat back in her chair, slowly processing the pieces. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was a carefully constructed lie. There was intent behind it, malicious, methodical intent. Let's go back, Karen said. When exactly did this man stop you in the hallway? Tuesday morning, Nain replied. Just before I left to do my inspections. He caught me just as I shut the door. Karen's mind was already racing. And you're sure he never entered the room? 100%. I had my coat on. My bach on my haunt. I never opened the door again after he walked away. Karen nodded slowly. They needed that hallway photo to sell the lie. The others wouldn't hold up without it. And from the angle of this one, she traced the perspective. It was taken from the other side of the atrium. Someone in the opposite room. High-quality zoom lens. Probably mounted. Nain stared at her, pale and wide-eyed. Someone staged this, Karen said. They found a woman who could pass as you, dressed her like you, put her in a room that looked like yours, probably was yours, and then made sure to catch you talking to the same man. That's the anchor photo, the one that makes the others real. Tears filled Nain's eyes. Why would someone do this to me? Karen's voice turned cold, clipped. We're going to find out. She opened her notebook. And you said this was just one of two strange situations? Nain nodded, blinking back the tears. The second one's worse. I don't think I ever had a real job to begin with. Karen's pen froze mid-stroke. Nain whispered, I think everything The job, the travel, even the company, it was all fake. And I walked right into it. Nain sat across from Karen at the cafe table, her cup of tea untouched, both hands trembling slightly as she clutched the envelope that had detonated her life just 48 hours ago. Outside, the world bustled as if nothing had happened. Sunlight glinting off shop windows, the soft hiss of passing tires on the street. But inside Nain's mind, everything was unraveling. Karen leaned forward, elbows on the table, her detective's intuition already humming beneath her calm demeanor. Let's go back to when this all started. The job. Tell me everything. Nain inhaled deeply, then exhaled, forcing herself to speak in a steady rhythm. It started 6 months ago. I had just lost my job as a waitress when the restaurant shut down due to COVID. I was panicking. We just started looking for a house, had finally saved enough for a down payment. And then out of the blue, I got a call. Karen raised a brow. From a woman named Dory Sims. She said she was with a company called Service Industry Consultants, or SIC for short. They were launching a post-pandemic research project, something to do with gathering data from restaurants across the Western states. She told me my background in hospitality and customer service was a perfect fit. Karen tilted her head. Did you apply for this job? No. That's what's so strange. She said a headhunter referred me, someone from my old restaurant. But when I asked which manager, she got vague. Said it was confidential. Nain paused, biting her lip. I should have been more skeptical. But I was desperate. And the pay was better than anything I'd ever made, even with tips. Karen tapped her pen against her notebook, already scribbling thoughts in shorthand. So what did the job involve? I was supposed to travel to different restaurants, mostly upscale ones, but also some smaller places. My task was to assess how they were handling post-COVID sanitation protocols, customer service, compliance, things like that. I'd fill out digital forms after each visit, rate the experience, and submit a write-up. That's it. No team, no supervisor following up with you on the ground. Nain shook her head. Everything was remote. Dory sent my assignments every other Friday. Hotel reservations were made for me. My travel reimbursements were wired promptly. Everything seemed so professional at first. Karen leaned back slightly, considering. And this Dory Sims, you only spoke with her? Nain nodded, always over email or phone. She had a faint British or Australian accent. Soft-spoken, precise. She handled everything. Karen's expression darkened. Did you ever visit the company's office? Only 3 times. The first was when I signed the paperwork and was given my company cards, just these little glossy things with my name and title on them. The other times were quick drop-ins to pick up a tablet and submit receipts. I never saw anyone but her. The office was just a room in a nondescript building in downtown Portland. No signs, no logos, just a locked door on the 3rd floor and a plaque that said Suite 306. Karen scribbled fast. In that office, what did you find when you went back after Peter gave you the photos? Nain's face hardened. It was empty, completely cleared out. I asked the property manager to unlock the door, told him I lost my key. Inside? Nothing. No desk. No paperwork. Not even a trash can. It was like no one had ever been there. Karen froze mid-sentence. No forwarding address? No record of who rented the office. He told me the lease was paid in cash, monthly, and that last payment was 3 weeks ago. A slow silence settled between them as Karen's mind turned over the implications. Everything pointed to a sophisticated scam, but with a specific, unsettling purpose. Did you ever meet any of your colleagues? Other field agents? Nain shook her head. There weren't any. Or if there were, I never saw them. Miss Sims told me I was their only West Coast field rep, that others would be hired soon. Karen frowned. And what about the website? Company profile? They had a website, sort of, just a single page with a mission statement and a contact form. It's gone now. When I tried to pull it up on my phone yesterday, nothing. Karen narrowed her eyes, tapping her fingers thoughtfully against the table. It sounds like the entire company was a facade, a front created for one purpose. Nain's voice cracked. To destroy my marriage? Karen didn't answer immediately. She looked down at the photos Nain had given her earlier. The woman in bed looked so much like her client, it was eerie. Same hair, same build, even the earrings. But something about the images still bothered her. "Can I ask you something?" Karen said. "Of course. When you stayed in hotels for your assignments, what did you always keep next to the bed?" Nain blinked in surprise. "My pepper spray. Peter bought it for me. Made me promise to sleep with it nearby. Said he couldn't rest unless he knew I was protected." Karen pointed at the photo of the woman in bed. "And do you see it there?" Nain leaned over the table and stared. She shook her head slowly. "No, it's not there." Karen nodded. "That might be your first crack in the armor. We'll build from there." For the first time since she walked into the cafe, Nain let out a genuine breath. A tiny flicker of hope passed through her tear-rimmed eyes. Karen folded the photos and tucked them into her notebook. "Naina, I don't think you were just collateral damage. I think someone orchestrated all of this. Your fake job, the actress, the photographs, all of it." Nain whispered, "But who would go to that length and why?" Karen looked her dead in the eye. "That's what I'm going to find out." The next morning brought a steel-gray sky and the kind of damp chill that seemed to seep through Karen Rowland's coat before she even left her front steps. Still, she didn't complain. Her mind was sharp, caffeinated, and focused. In this case, Nain French's case, was starting to itch under her skin like a buried splinter. She made her way downtown, opting to drive instead of ride her bike. Traffic was light. A drizzle smeared the windshield with a whispering rhythm as she pulled up in front of a two-story red brick office building on 7th Avenue. The address Nain had given her. Suite 204, Service Industry Consultants. Except the door read vacant. Nothing more. Karen pressed her palm flat against the frosted glass and peered inside. Empty. The office was completely gutted. Not a desk, not a coffee cup, not a paperclip left behind. No sign it had ever been a functioning workplace. Just whitewashed walls, old carpet depressions, and the ghost of a filing cabinet that once stood in the corner. She turned, scanning the corridor. A few neighboring office doors were open. Insurance brokers, tax preparers, and a boutique immigration lawyer. Karen knocked on the door marked Suite 206, Carson and Leary Accountants. An older woman in a brown cardigan and half-moon glasses answered. "Hi there. I'm looking for the company that used to be in 204, Service Industry Consultants." The woman's eyes flicked toward the vacant suite, then back to Karen. "They were here for a few months. Quiet folks. Just the one woman worked there. British, maybe Australian. Dory Sims. Could be. Didn't talk much. One day she just stopped showing up. A week later, a guy came and cleared the place out. Didn't even leave a card." Karen thanked her and stepped back into the hallway. Her gut churned. In all her years of detective work, she knew this for what it was, a clean vanish. Whoever had run this operation hadn't just packed up, they'd erased themselves. And people who erased themselves were usually paid to do it. Back at her office, Karen slipped into her chair and powered on her laptop. She poured herself a fresh cup of Sumatra roast and cracked her knuckles before diving into digital sleuthing mode. First up, the business registration databases. She pulled up state registries from Oregon, California, and Washington. Typed in Service Industry Consultants. Nothing. Tried SIC, same result. Then she searched LinkedIn for Dory Sims. The platform coughed up 4 profiles. None in hospitality or consulting. None in Portland. Not one with a job history that fit the timeline. Next, Aaron Smith. Dozens of hits, as expected. She filtered by location, company, keywords. Still nothing that pointed to hospitality, headhunting, or restaurant consulting. She leaned back, frowning. "Smoke and mirrors," she muttered. Karen had seen fake companies before, usually as shells for money laundering, fraud, or corporate espionage. But this had all the hallmarks of something personal. Someone had put in a lot of effort and money to construct a fake reality for Nain. And just as carefully, they dismantled it the second their job was done. Why? She opened her notebook and jotted down what she knew. Nain was offered a too-good-to-be-true job, right? after losing her waitressing position. The job involved frequent travel and low supervision. She was paid well, on time, via direct deposit. All communication was through a woman named Dory Sims. The office now doesn't exist. The company can't be traced. A fake, cheating setup was delivered right before Peter filed for divorce. Karen tapped her pen against the page, staring at the name, Peter French. She pulled up his LinkedIn profile. A polished, well-optimized profile of a young VP in product development at a high-growth firm called Hippolyte Systems. Good education, great references, several awards. There was also a name that stood out, Cynthia Marshall, the company's chief of strategy and Peter's direct superior. Karen's eyes narrowed. She clicked on Cynthia's profile. Ivy League alum. Dozens of articles and panels. A smiling photo. But as Karen scrolled, she found an interesting detail. Cynthia's last public event with Peter was 4 months ago. Then nothing. She searched media mentions, press releases. Eventually, she found a snippet buried in a conference recap. Marshall and French, the firm's golden duo, were expected to relocate to Boston for the East Coast expansion. That made Karen pause. Boston. The move Nain had said was canceled out of nowhere. So what if? What if Nain's presence was the obstacle? What if someone didn't want Peter to leave? What if Nain wasn't framed to hide a Real affair, but to create a fake one, so she'd be removed from the picture? Suddenly, a name popped into her inbox. Jules, her off-the-books digital contact who owed her more than a few favors. Got a ping from your search request. Domain for SIC was purchased anonymously, but the IP trail was sloppy. Want me to run a deeper trace? Karen smiled. Yes, Jules. Follow that ghost. She closed her notebook slowly and whispered to herself. Let's see who wanted Nain gone badly enough to burn down a company. And with that, the truth began clawing its way to the surface. The early morning fog still clung to the streets of Portland as Karen Rowland sat at her study, a steaming cup of ginger tea cradled in one hand and Peter French's personnel file spread open in front of her. She had obtained the file through a friend in corporate security, Marla Chun, a contact who owed Karen a favor from a previous high-profile blackmail case. What Karen was staring at now, however, wasn't just a dry resume. It was the outline of a man whose life had suddenly risen in the ranks at Hippolyte, a top-tier tech firm known for its cutthroat culture and secretive leadership. Peter French had joined the company 4 years ago as a junior development analyst. Within 18 months, he had leapfrogged into a senior managerial position, a meteoric rise for someone with no Ivy League degree, no board connections, and a fairly standard work history. Too fast, Karen thought, tapping her pen against the table. His performance reviews were glowing, almost suspiciously so. Words like indispensable, loyal beyond expectation, and future executive material kept popping up in his file. But one name recurred in every promotion memo, always with a note of personal recommendation. Cynthia Marshall, the VP of Strategic Operations. Karen set her mug down. The name triggered a distant echo in her memory, an old newspaper headline from 2 years back. Cynthia Marshall, the Ice Queen of Innovation. The article was about her relentless management style, her refusal to take no for an answer, and her uncanny ability to bend situations and people to her will. Rumor had it she once had an entire team fired overnight for disagreeing with her rollout plan. One ex-employee described her as the kind of woman who lights a fire, blames someone else, then sells them the extinguisher. Karen leaned back in her chair, absorbing the implications. Peter's story didn't make sense unless someone powerful, was pulling strings behind the scenes. And that someone was likely Cynthia. But why? She stood, stretching her legs, and moved over to her corkboard. She had already tacked up photos of Nain, Peter, and the hotel snapshots. Now she added Cynthia's clipped corporate headshot beneath Peter's name, linking them with red thread. What if the target hadn't been Peter, but Nain? The idea made her stomach turn. She'd seen manipulation like this before. Quiet, precise, and devastating. But rarely had she seen someone go so far as to fabricate an affair, dismantle a marriage, and vanish a whole company to get what they wanted. Karen needed more than suspicion. She needed a motive. She dug deeper, searching through archived emails, LinkedIn posts, and employee newsletters. The deeper she went, the clearer it became. Cynthia had not only mentored Peter, but personally shielded him from company politics. She got him placed on the firm's expansion team. She pulled strings to relocate him temporarily to San Francisco. And most recently, Karen discovered something that chilled her to the core. Peter had been offered a transfer to Hippolyte's Boston division, a promotion with relocation. The catch? He and Nain were supposed to move together. The timeline was damning. The job offer had come through 6 weeks ago. Nain was served divorce papers 10 days ago. The fake affair photos were taken 2 weeks ago. That couldn't be coincidence. Karen sat frozen, heart hammering in her chest. It wasn't just about Peter's rise through the company. Cynthia needed him to stay. She couldn't afford to lose her prized protege, not to another branch, not to another city, and certainly not to his wife. It wasn't about romance. It was about control. Karen stood, grabbed her coat, and headed out the door. There was one more person she needed to talk to, Eric Delgado, a former team lead at Hippolyte who had once been Peter's supervisor, until he was mysteriously fired. It was time to find out exactly how far Cynthia Marshall would go to keep Peter in her orbit and what price she was willing to make others pay. The shadows around Peter were growing darker by the hour, and Karen was ready to shine a light right through them. The deeper Karen Rowland dug, the darker the shadows grew. For most people, a boss was just that, a manager, a superior, someone to answer to during the 9-to-5 grind. But Cynthia Marshall, Peter's boss at Hippolyte Technologies, didn't believe in limits. She didn't stop at deadlines or performance metrics. She extended her reach into loyalty, privacy, and, as Karen was beginning to suspect, personal relationships. Karen sat in her home office, blinds drawn, 2 laptops open. One showed a data feed from a burner email trace. The other flickered with images from a digital archive she'd paid a good sum to access. Her usual investigative swagger was replaced by a deep, thoughtful frown. Something didn't add up, yet everything screamed that Cynthia was the linchpin in this web of deception. She took a sip of her lukewarm coffee and opened the HR records of Hippolyte's leadership team, focusing on turnover. Most of the staff had average tenure, except one, Peter French. In 5 years, he had leapt from mid-level analyst to senior director of development. Promotions came fast and steadily, faster than others with more experience. And every single one came at Cynthia's recommendation. Karen picked up her burner phone and dialed a number she hadn't used in nearly 2 years. It rang 5 times before a groggy voice answered. "You calling me means either someone's dead or someone's rich. Which is it, Roland?" "Neither. Yet," she replied. "I need background on a corporate executive. You still got access to Whisperline." "Yeah, but it'll cost you." Karen smirked. "Bill me." 15 minutes later, her screen lit up with a confidential packet. Cynthia Marshall, age 46, MIT graduate, psychology minor, MBA from Yale. Known for being brilliant, ruthless, and overly invested in her employees' lives. Too invested. In the last decade, there were 3 internal complaints filed by employees about inappropriate emotional manipulation, none of which were ever formally pursued. Karen raised her eyebrows. "Of course not," she muttered. Cynthia had enough power to make those disappear. But what caught Karen's attention wasn't in the documents. It was in the metadata from a deleted LinkedIn connection. A woman named Ashley Stone, the same alias used by the red-haired actress seen in the Doctor Hotel photos, had briefly worked as a consultant for a PR firm Hippolyte had contracted 2 years ago. She wasn't in any company photos, no employment records, no tags, but the connection was there, and it had Cynthia's digital fingerprints all over it. Karen cross-checked Ashley's archived Instagram page. Most of it was wiped clean, except for one picture. A grainy snapshot at a wrap party in a dimly lit rooftop bar. Behind Ashley, blurry but unmistakable, stood Cynthia Marshall, sipping a martini. Bingo. Karen printed the photo, circled Cynthia's face, and pinned it to her corkboard beside a copy of Nain's fake cheating photos. She stood back, stared at the wall, and muttered, "You are a very bad woman, Cynthia." The picture might not have been enough to legally nail Cynthia, but it proved motive and proximity. She wasn't just an ambitious executive. She was a puppeteer, one who couldn't stand losing control. And Peter French? He wasn't just her employee. He was her pet project, her success story. And Nain? Nain was the loose thread that needed cutting. Kara made a mental note to keep an eye on Cynthia's financials. If she had paid off Ashley Stone, the money had to come from somewhere. Offshore accounts, shell companies, maybe even through firm reimbursements disguised as consulting fees. Whatever it was, Karen would find it. She always did. Her next move? Confrontation. But not with Cynthia. Not yet. She needed someone closer. Someone who had seen the strings moving but didn't understand the marionette show. Peter. If Cynthia was the queen on the board, Peter was the knight. Powerful, loyal, and utterly blind to the strategy around him. Karen would need to awaken him gently. Because if she played her hand too soon, the queen might burn the whole board. The woman in the photographs was Nain. At least, that's what everyone thought. Her husband, his friends, her own neighbors. Even she, in a moment of desperate doubt, had stared at the glossy printouts in Karen Rowland's office and wondered if she'd gone insane, if there was some parallel version of herself who had committed these acts. But Karen wasn't the type to trust surface impressions. Her experience in the world of shadows and deception had taught her one thing above all. The truth rarely looks the way you expect it to. That morning, Karen sat in her home office with the photos laid out across her desk. Light from the window angled just right, casting a silver gleam across the glossy surface. She'd taken high-resolution scans of each image, feeding them into an advanced image enhancement software suite she had installed years ago when tracking a case involving forged passports. She zoomed in. The woman, this Nain look-alike, was positioned so her face was partially turned away. Her hair was identical, dark auburn with copper undertones, styled in a long braid. Her body type? A perfect match. The tattoo on shoulder? Close, too close. But as Karen rotated the image, enhanced the pixelation, and used depth analysis to compare small markers, freckles, moles, posture, something began to surface. This woman had a beauty spot on her right hip. Karen had seen Nain in a sleeveless dress when they first met. No such mark. And then there was the tattoo, a small parrot perched on a vine. Karen paused. She called Nain. "Hey," came a quiet voice on the other end, her tone weary but hopeful. "Any news?" "Odd question, Nain," Karen said. "But do you have a tattoo on your shoulder?" A pause. "No, never wanted one. My mom threatened to disown me if I ever did." Karen smiled faintly. "Well, the woman in those photos has one. Small parrot, green and red, right shoulder blade. It's faint but there." Nain was silent, and then, "That's not me." "I didn't think it was," Karen said. "Now let's find out who it is." Karen knew she couldn't go through conventional channels. If this was a frame job, someone had used professional means, lighting, composition, fake documents, and now, possibly, a body double. She called Jules. Officially, he was a freelance penetration tester. Unofficially, he was her go-to for all things off-the-books digital. "I need a ghost traced," Karen told him. "Name?" "No name yet, just a face. I've got 3 high-res images I'll send you now. Give me 24 hours. Karen hung up and leaned back in her chair. Someone had gone to incredible lengths to mirror Nain, hiring a near-perfect double, fabricating evidence, staging photos. This wasn't just petty revenge or random cruelty. This was calculated. There was a reason. 21 hours later, Jules sent her a ping. Found her. Her name's Elena Voss. Actress/model/escort. Mostly underground work. Uses the alias Ashley Stone when doing impersonation gigs. Last seen doing a private shoot 2 months ago in a recording studio in Tacoma. Attached was a reel from a risque modeling agency, with Elena's face front and center. Karen nearly dropped her glass of wine. It was uncanny. Same bone structure, same hair color and eye shape, same smile. But now, in high definition and without the veils of secrecy, the differences jumped out. Subtle differences, yes, but they were there. The tilt of the eyes, the way she carried her weight, the slightly higher arch of her eyebrows. This was the woman in the photos, not Nain. Karen reached out to the agency under the guise of a high-paying corporate client. Within hours, she had secured an email chain of invoices and contracts tied to Elena, who notably had recently signed an NDA for a discreet impersonation role labeled Corporate Lifestyle Scenario, Role, Wife. The booking? Done through a third party. The email? Encrypted, but Jules cracked the metadata. The IP address originated from inside Hippolyte Tech, specifically from the 19th floor. Nain's husband Peter worked on the 17th. Karen's pulse quickened. Who's on the 19th floor? She whispered to herself. She pulled up the org chart of Hippolyte Tech Department, Executive Strategy. Office 1903. Cynthia Marshall, Peter's direct supervisor. Karen stared at the name. A gut instinct flared. This wasn't random. This wasn't some rogue prank. This was a power play. Late that night, Karen sat on her balcony, the stars veiled by the Portland haze, the weight of truth anchoring her in place. She sipped her fourth cup of black tea as the final pieces began to align. Someone had impersonated Nain. Someone had used an actress to frame her in a sexual scandal. And that someone had access to high-level resources inside the company where her husband worked. And now, Karen finally had a name. It wasn't just about breaking a marriage. It was about control. Cynthia Marshall had gone to war behind a polished desk. And Karen? She was ready to fight back, with a one-weapon Cynthia never counted on. The truth. Karen Rowland's fingertips hovered above her keyboard, her monitor bathed in the ghostly blue light of a dozen open tabs. The name Ashley Stone blinked in the search bar. The photo enhancement software had done its job. Magnified facial markers, body contours, and even a faint, barely visible tattoo behind the actress's left shoulder blade had confirmed it. The woman in the photographs was not Nain French. But if not Nain, then who was she? Karen leaned back in her chair, tapping a pen rhythmically against her jaw. Whoever had orchestrated this scheme had gone to great lengths to mimic Nain's appearance. From hair color to posture to earrings, it had been meticulously choreographed. But a fake is still a fake. A message pinged at the bottom corner of her screen. Jules, encrypted line, got a partial name match through modeling forums. Actress, softcore lifestyle reels. Aliases include Ashley Stone/Aaron Sloan. Mostly off-grid now, but she did a couple of impersonation gigs a few years ago. Jules, found something better. Check this. A secure link appeared. Karen clicked. A grainy behind-the-scenes photo loaded. A woman, Ashley, standing outside what appeared to be a media production house. Beside her, in a cropped trench coat and sunglasses despite the cloudy sky, stood a tall woman with a commanding presence and a sharp bob of platinum blonde hair. Cynthia Marshall. Karen's breath hitched. Her fingers froze mid-keystroke. Cynthia was Peter French's boss, Executive Vice President of Development at Hippolyte Incorporated. The same woman who had hosted the company's holiday gala, where Karen had first noticed the strange glances between Peter and Nain. And now, here she was, in the background of a building that wasn't supposed to exist in this narrative. Karen immediately dialed Jules. "Tell me that isn't Photoshop," she said without preamble. "Nope," Jules replied with a low whistle. "That's a legitimate capture. Location is a shuttered studio in Vancouver. Used to do product commercials, now rents out to private contracts. Most of the records are scrubbed, but there was one gig filed under private branding visual assets. Booked 2 months ago. Under what name? A shell account. Orchid Content Solutions. No online presence. No employees. But guess who the payment came from? Karen narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me, Hippolyte. Bingo. Wired from a discretionary fund tied to Marshall's department. Buried in external consultancy. I cross-referenced the project code with their internal memos, and it's listed as a third-party vendor training video. Yeah, right. Karen cursed under her breath. This whole thing was staged like a low-budget spy film. Oh, it gets worse, Jules continued. The pen from the hotel hallway, the one the guy supposedly said name dropped, I got a blurry shot from another angle. Same model, engraved, used as a promotional gift by Hippolyte for their executive summit last year. Guess who signed the order? Karen didn't need to guess. Cynthia Marshall. The pieces were clicking into place like a cruel puzzle. Karen stood and paced, adrenaline tightening in her chest. Cynthia had hired a body double, used corporate money, created a fake job to lure Nain away from home, planted fake evidence of infidelity, and then vanished the entire fake company overnight. All to sabotage a marriage. No, not sabotage. Control. Peter French had once been rumored to be transferring to a new division, one across the country, in Boston. That move would have taken him out of Cynthia's orbit. But if his wife betrayed him, if he stayed broken and confused, he'd be ripe for manipulation. Vulnerable. Grateful to Cynthia for supporting him. Karen could now see the game, and the queen at the center of the board. She sat down and clicked her encrypted chat again. Karen, I need everything you can dig up on Cynthia. Personal email servers, internal memos, expense accounts, especially those linked to travel, consulting gigs, or payments to Orchid Content. Jules, copy that. But you owe me Thai food. Extra spicy. Karen half smiled, then turned toward her notebook. She needed to plan her next move carefully. The trap was deeper than she'd imagined, but she had found the thread. And now, she was going to unravel it. One stitch at a time. Karen Rowland sat in her dimly lit office, the rain tapping insistently against the window like a whisper trying to be heard. The overhead light buzzed softly, casting a faint halo over the wall of case files behind her. On her desk, the growing mountain of evidence lay spread out like pieces of a puzzle she was finally beginning to see clearly. She took a long sip from her coffee mug, black, no sugar, and tapped her pen against her notebook. Every instinct in her body told her they were close. Closer than ever. One name, one face kept circling back like a shadow in the fog. Cynthia Marshall. Cynthia had a reputation that preceded her. A woman polished to perfection, always dressed in tailored power suits. Her platinum blonde bob immovable under any scrutiny. Publicly, she was lauded as the sharp, visionary VP of development at Hippolyte Industries, Peter French's employer. Privately, whispers of manipulation, subtle threats, and untraceable vendettas painted a far more sinister picture. Karen leaned back in her chair and flipped open a folder labeled C. Marshall, personal. Inside were clippings, discreet surveillance photos, and testimonials from ex-employees who all carried the same undertone: fear. She clicked play on a recording Jules had extracted from a recovered hard drive, a snippet of a voice message that had been deleted but not permanently erased. The voice was unmistakable, crisp, calm, and cruel. If Peter leaves, everything falls apart. He's too valuable to be distracted by sentimentality. Handle it. Handle it. Karen closed her eyes and let the words sink in. This wasn't about jealousy. This wasn't even about love. It was about control. Earlier that day, Karen had met with Jules, her trusted hacker and digital forensics genius, at a small underground cafe where the scent of roasted beans mixed with machine oil from the espresso maker. Jules wore a hoodie despite the spring warmth, and his fingers flew across his laptop keyboard like a pianist preparing for a crescendo. I backtraced the email that booked the actress, Ashley Stone, he said, barely looking up. The original came from a spoofed email, masked under a fake HR consultancy firm. But the IP. He turned the laptop to face her. Hippolyte HQ. Karen's heart skipped. Which office? Corner of the executive wing. Guess who works there? He smirked. Cynthia. Of course. But the real crack in the facade came when Karen received a message from a nervous insider at Hippolyte, a young HR associate named Travis, who had seen something that didn't sit right. They met in a parked car under the cover of night, Travis fidgeting nervously, eyes darting at every passing headlight. I saw the expense report, he whispered. There was a payout. Not huge, but strange. A consulting fee issued through a shell vendor, Grayline Services. I traced it back. Guess who runs Grayline? He handed over a manila envelope. Inside were incorporation documents. Fake names, hidden addresses, but the connections were there. The sole signatory for Grayline Services? Dory Sims. The same Dory Sims who had hired Nain. The same woman who vanished the day Nain tried to visit the office. It was now undeniable. Cynthia Marshall had created an elaborate ghost company, hired an actress to impersonate Nain, orchestrated the photo setup, and fed the images to Peter under the guise of concerned spouse from the other man's wife. A web of deceit so complex it could only be born from obsession and precision. But why? Karen dug further into the past and discovered the root. 2 years ago, Cynthia had mentored Peter, groomed him not just professionally, but personally. The promotion he received wasn't just based on merit. It was because Cynthia had fast-tracked him through a web of favors, internal endorsements, and power plays. She saw him not as an employee, but as a creation, hers. When Peter announced he and Nain were planning to move to Boston, closer to Nain's family, Cynthia lost her grip. All that investment, all that control, threatened by a woman she deemed inferior, unambitious, disposable. Karen jotted a single line in her notebook. If she can't control him, no one can. As the storm outside intensified, Karen stared out the window and realized something. Cynthia didn't just want to end Peter's marriage. She wanted ownership. Nain had unknowingly stood in the way of an emotional parasite who saw love as weakness and loyalty as leverage. Karen clenched her jaw. Nain wasn't just a victim. She was collateral damage in Cynthia Marshall's campaign to keep Peter under her thumb. But no longer. Karen closed the folder, rose from her chair, and grabbed her coat. There was still one piece missing. It was time to meet Peter, and time to let him see the monster behind the mask. Karen Rowland parked her silver Prius 3 blocks away from the glossy corporate fortress that housed Hippolyte Industries. The glass tower shimmered under Portland's late afternoon sky, sleek and impenetrable, just like its senior leadership. She grabbed her manila folder from the passenger seat, flipped it open one last time to review the contents, and drew a deep breath. Inside were truths sharp enough to cut through the deepest lies, and she was about to hand them to the man who needed them most. Peter French. She didn't know if he'd accept them. She didn't know if he deserved to. But she did know this. Nain deserved her name back. And the only way forward was through fire. The lobby of Hippolyte was all marble, chrome, and quiet intimidation. Karen's boots echoed softly as she approached the front desk. The receptionist didn't look up. Karen Rowland. I have a 4:30 with Peter French, she said evenly. The woman blinked once, typed, and nodded. He's waiting. 42nd floor. Left out of the elevator. 42 floors later, Karen stepped into a hallway bathed in the cool hum of recessed lighting. Peter's office was at the end. She knocked once. Come in, came a voice, flat and controlled, the kind that belonged to a man trying not to break. Peter sat behind a minimalist desk, no clutter, no family photos. His eyes were bloodshot, but his shirt was still crisply ironed, his tie military tight. A man who'd kept up the illusion of stability. Karen closed the door behind her and sat opposite him. No handshakes, no small talk. I told myself I wouldn't come here, she said, placing the folder gently on his desk. But your wife, your real wife, deserves better than what she's been handed. Peter didn't move. She's been lying to me for months, he said after a moment. I have photos. I saw them with my own eyes. Karen opened the folder. And what if I told you those photos were staged? Hired actress, paid photographer, entire company, fake. Peter scoffed. That's absurd. Absurd, Karen echoed. Like this card. She slid the SIC business card toward him. Company doesn't exist. Never did. The Portland address was a ghost office. The phone line's dead. Website server was traced to Ukraine. Peter frowned. His jaw tightened. She told me her job was real. I'm sure she believed it was, Karen said, because it looked real. She received paychecks. She traveled. She submitted reports. It was a perfect smokescreen until it vanished overnight. He looked at her now, really looked. Then who? Who would go through the trouble of inventing a company, hiring a look-alike, staging photos? Karen leaned forward. Someone who wanted her out of the picture. Someone who didn't care about destroying her reputation as long as she was gone. Someone with access to actors, money, and the ability to manipulate a senior employee at Hippolyte. Peter's hands gripped the edge of his desk. You're saying someone here? Karen nodded once. Your boss, Cynthia Marshall. Peter's laugh was dry, wounded. That's ridiculous. She's mentored me. She promoted me. She isolated you, Karen said. She made sure you were traveling more, staying late more, trusting her more. She needed you under her, professionally and emotionally. Peter stood up and walked to the window, arms crossed. Even if she was that manipulative, why would she do this? Karen opened the final photo in the folder, grainy, black and white, enhanced for clarity. It showed Cynthia standing outside a private film studio in Vancouver, speaking to a woman who looked exactly like Nane's doppelganger. The timestamp matched the week before the photos were sent. This woman is an actress, goes by Ashley Stone. She was hired under an alias and paid in cash. We traced her bookings to a fake production company set up 4 months ago. That's the same studio where your wife's fake affair was filmed. Peter stared at the photo. His breathing was slow, deliberate, as if trying to hold back something primal. She framed Nane. Karen nodded. To keep you. To destroy anything that might pull you away from this place, from her. She saw your wife as a threat, and she removed the threat. Silence flooded the room. Karen could hear the distant hum of a copier down the hall. Peter turned back to face her. His face was ashen. She told me a woman sent her the photos. Some jealous wife. A lie, Karen said. There was no other wife. There was only Cynthia. His voice cracked slightly. She cried. She cried, Karen. She told me she still loved me and wanted to understand why I cheated. And you believed her, Karen said gently, because you never imagined she'd lie to you like that. Peter sank into his chair like a balloon deflating. He looked at the folder, at the evidence, at the truth he couldn't ignore. I ruined her. You can start to fix it, Karen said, if you're ready. His hand hovered over the folder. She won't want me back. Not after what I did. Karen stood. Maybe not. But that's not the point, is it? He looked up. The point is, Karen said, you gave your trust to someone who poisoned it. Now you have a chance to give the truth to someone who earned it. What she does with it is up to her. But what you do next, that's on you. She left the folder on his desk and walked out, leaving Peter French staring into the weight of everything he had to answer for. The elevator ascended slowly, its soft mechanical hum the only sound in the tight space. Peter French stood rigid, fists clenched at his sides, eyes fixed on the digital floor indicator like it was a countdown to impact. He barely noticed the lobby blur past as the car rose to the top floor of Hippolyte's headquarters. Floor 42, Cynthia Marshall's domain. The weight of the evidence Karen Rowland had handed him pressed down on him like a millstone. The damning photos, the falsified company, the escort hired to look like Nane, his wife, all orchestrated with surgical precision. And he believed it. The realization burned in his chest. When the elevator doors whispered open, Peter stepped into the penthouse floor, where minimalism met power. Sleek black glass, polished chrome fixtures, and framed stock graphs on the wall gave it a cold, commanding aura. Cynthia's assistant glanced up in surprise, but didn't say a word. Peter didn't wait. He strode to the frosted glass doors of Cynthia's office and flung them open. She was seated at her desk, framed by the skyline of Portland's West Hills, fingers poised above her keyboard. As the doors swung inward, she looked up slowly, calm, collected, poised. "Peter," she said smoothly, as if his sudden appearance were a scheduled appointment. "You look distressed." He stepped inside, the doors hissing shut behind him. His jaw was tight, voice low and dangerous. "You lied to me." A single eyebrow arched upward. "That's a bold accusation. Sit down, please." "I'm not here to sit." He walked forward, placing a manila envelope on her desk like it was radioactive. "You want to explain this?" Cynthia glanced at the envelope but didn't touch it. "What is that supposed to be?" Peter opened it himself. One by one, he pulled out photographic prints. The model impersonating Nain in the hotel bed, the doctored email headers from the fake job, the surveillance footage of Cynthia at the same studio where the escort had been filmed. Each one thudded softly against her sleek marble desk like a bullet being loaded into a chamber. "I know everything. Cynthia, the actress, the fake company. You orchestrated all of it just to split us up." Cynthia didn't flinch. She looked at the photos, her lips tightening slightly, but the mask remained intact. "Peter," her voice was smooth, almost pitying. "You're smart. You know Nain was wrong for you. You were ready to move to Boston and start fresh, until she clung to you like an anchor. You don't get to make that decision," he shouted, slamming his hand on the desk. The sound echoed through the office, and for the first time, Cynthia blinked. Peter's voice cracked, emotion finally breaking through the rage. "You stole something from me. Years of trust. My peace. You made me doubt the only person I ever truly loved." "And what would you have done if I hadn't?" she said, voice now low, sharp. "Stayed in your little suburban prison? You belong here, Peter. You're brilliant. You're the future of this company, and I wasn't about to lose you because of some waitress with a Nordstrom budget and red hair." His eyes narrowed. "Don't talk about her like that." Cynthia leaned back in her chair, folding her hands. "You know she would have dragged you down. I freed you. Now you're exactly where you need to be. This was necessary." "You call this necessary?" he snapped, pulling out one last piece of evidence. The business card from Service Industry Consultants, the one that led nowhere, that bore her personal assistant's phone number. This was malicious. This was psychotic. There was silence for a beat too long. Then Cynthia stood slowly, circled her desk, and looked Peter in the eyes. Her expression was unreadable. "You're emotional now," she said calmly, "but one day you'll thank me." Peter stared at her, the last sliver of disbelief dying in his chest. This wasn't a woman who regretted anything. There was no guilt in her voice, no shame in her posture, only control. And he had given her all of it, piece by piece, over the past 2 years. Now he was ripping it back. "Already filed a formal complaint with HR," he said. "An independent investigation is coming." And Karen, he smirked at the slight flicker in her eyes at the name, has already handed everything to the press. "You'll be burning your own career," Cynthia said, voice icy. "Then so be it." He stepped back toward the door. "But at least I'll know I didn't stay loyal to the devil." She said nothing as he left, the doors hissing closed behind him. Peter paused in the hallway, his breath shaky. But for the first time in weeks, clarity returned. Nain hadn't betrayed him. He had betrayed her. And now, it was time to make it right. The morning sky above Portland was a moody swirl of slate and silver, clouds hanging low like a secret not yet told. The air was damp, but there was the scent of change in it, like the moment just before rain breaks open and the world is washed clean. Nain stood at the tall bay window of her friend's apartment, overlooking the city she once saw as home but now felt foreign and fragile. The coffee in her hands had gone cold, untouched. She hadn't slept the night before, not really. Dreams gave way to memories, and memories bled into thoughts of Peter, his eyes so full of heartbreak and confusion the last time they met. It had been 3 days since the confrontation between Peter and Cynthia Marshall. 3 days since Karen showed Peter the truth. 3 days of waiting. A knock on the door broke the silence. Nain turned slowly, heart thumping. She wasn't expecting anyone. 1,000 possibilities crowded her thoughts in the split second it took her to cross the room. When she opened the door, her breath caught. Peter stood there. No suit, no polished shoes, just jeans and a gray hoodie, soaked from the morning drizzle. His face was pale, his dark hair disheveled, eyes rimmed red like he hadn't slept either. "Hi," he said softly, the word barely audible. Nain didn't speak. She stepped back, giving him room, though her fingers clenched the edge of the door like a shield. Peter stepped in. The silence between them was thick, unbreathable. He stood there, soaked and small, like a man finally stripped of all illusions. "I was wrong," he said, voice cracking. "So wrong." Nain watched him, unsure if this was the moment she'd longed for or dreaded. "I should have trusted you. I should have fought for you instead of against you. But I believed her, Nain. I believed Cynthia, and I let her put poison in my head." Nain's voice was a whisper. "You didn't just believe her. You handed me divorce papers. You gave up on me." "I know." He looked at her with eyes hollowed by guilt. "I looked at those pictures and saw what I wanted to see, proof that everything going wrong in my life wasn't my fault. I was too proud to admit I was being manipulated." "Why are you here, Peter?" He took a deep breath, as if what he was about to say would either save or destroy him. "Because I want to make it right. Because I talked to the company's ethics board. I showed them everything Karen found, emails, surveillance, the link to that escort. Cynthia is being removed. Officially. Permanently." Nain blinked, stunned. "Wait, you filed a complaint?" "I did more than that." Peter reached into his bag and pulled out a small folder, handing it to her. Inside was an official copy of a written statement, notarized with his signature. A formal retraction of the divorce claim, along with a public acknowledgement of the fraudulent setup and Nain's innocence. Nain read it with trembling hands. Her name, her reputation, cleared. "I'm retracting everything," Peter said, voice low. "The court will be notified Monday morning. The photos have already been flagged for manipulation. Karen's evidence, it's airtight." 1,000 emotions stormed through Nain. Relief, anger, vindication, and an ache that sat too deep for words. "I don't know if you'll ever forgive me," Peter said, his voice raw. "But I need you to know this. I love you. I never stopped. And I was a damn fool for letting her do this to us." Nain stepped back, folding her arms, her spine straightening like armor being donned. "I don't know if I can forgive you yet," she said. "What happened? It broke something. But thank you for finally seeing the truth." Peter nodded, swallowing hard. "If there's even a sliver of a chance, I'll wait. For as long as it takes." There was silence again. But this time it wasn't cruel. It was a pause full of meaning, full of air between two people on the edge of either reconciliation or ruin. Nain walked over to the kitchen counter and set down the folder. "There's a lot we need to fix," she said. "And not just between us. Cynthia, she hurt other people too. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again." Peter nodded. "I'm ready." Nain gave him a long look. "Good. Because if we're doing this, we do it together. From now on, I don't want loyalty. I want truth." Peter stepped closer. "Truth, then, from this day forward." And in that moment, the fog that had hung between them for weeks began to clear. There was no fairy tale reunion, no passionate kiss. Just two broken people willing to face the wreckage they'd barely survived and rebuild something new. Outside, the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds. Rain drizzled over Portland like a quiet confession, soft, steady, and relentless. The city breathed fog and wet asphalt, its pulse thumping beneath layers of gray clouds and rustling umbrellas. Inside Hippolyte's sleek glass tower downtown, the temperature was colder and the air was thick with tension. Karen Rowland had seen this before, the storm before the reckoning. She stood in the lobby of Hippolyte, dressed sharply in a charcoal blazer and black trousers, her hair neatly pinned and eyes calm but alert. Beside her stood Peter French, wringing his hands slightly, his jaw locked tight. He looked pale, like someone walking into their own funeral. "It's not too late to turn around," Karen said quietly, not out of doubt, but duty. Peter didn't flinch. "She needs to answer for what she did. To Nain. To me. To everything I almost destroyed." Karen gave a slight nod, then led him toward the elevator. Up on the 20th floor, Cynthia Marshall's corner office loomed like a throne room. The door was open, the shades down, and her secretary, a skittish young woman with too much eyeliner, barely looked up as they passed. Cynthia herself sat behind a minimalist glass desk, surrounded by awards, diplomas, and modern art that screamed curated power. She glanced up, and her lips curled, not in surprise, but in irritation. "Peter," she said, feigning warmth. "And, oh, Miss Rowland, still playing detective." Karen smiled politely. "Only when there's something rotten to find." Peter stepped forward. "We know what you did. The fake job. The photos. The actress. You framed Nain." Cynthia's eyes narrowed, but she didn't blink. "Be very careful what you accuse me of, Peter." Karen placed a thin manila folder on the desk. Inside, you'll find copies of emails recovered from a wiped Gmail account tied to your department's secure IP address. Emails sent to an escort agency under the alias Ashley Stone. Included are high-resolution stills from a video shoot at a private studio you funded using discretionary marketing dollars. Peter opened his mouth to speak again, but Karen raised a hand. "There's more. We also recovered metadata from the so-called hotel photos, taken not from an anonymous third party, but from a security contractor who's done work for Hippolyte's private events. You authorized the payment. And one more thing." She pulled out a USB drive, a copy of the actress's confession. She had no idea she was being used to destroy someone's marriage. Cynthia sat very still. "I suggest you speak to HR before we do," Karen added, her voice suddenly hard. "This is your opportunity to walk away quietly." Cynthia's silence cracked, just for a second. Her fingers twitched. She laughed softly, coldly. "And what do you want? A public flogging?" Peter's voice cut through the tension. "No, I want you gone. Out of my life. Out of the company. I want the people you hurt to know what you are." Cynthia slowly stood. "This company needs people like me, Peter. Builders. Strategists. Visionaries. Not wives with hurt feelings." Karen's eyes flashed. "Funny. You call it strategy. I call it sociopathy." There was a long beat of silence, broken only by the sound of the elevator dinging at the end of the hall. As if on cue, two members of Hippolyte's internal compliance team entered the room. One of them, a tall man with an FBI agent's or presence, held up a badge. "MS. Marshall, you're being placed on administrative leave pending internal investigation and legal review of your conduct. We ask that you come with us now." For the first time, Cynthia looked unsettled. Her nostrils flared, and she opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Peter stepped back. Karen watched her with the detached empathy of someone who had seen the powerful unravel before. It was always the same. They never saw it coming. They never thought it could touch them. As the compliance officers escorted Cynthia away, Peter turned to Karen. "I didn't expect it to feel like this," he said. "Like what?" Karen asked. "Empty. I thought I'd feel triumph. Vindicated." Karen rested a hand on his shoulder. "Justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just the sound of the truth finally breathing." Later that day, Karen met Nain at a small cafe near the river. She told her everything. How Cynthia had been exposed, how Peter had confronted her, how the company was issuing a statement and preparing legal action. Nain sat in stunned silence, a slow tear trailing down one cheek, not from sadness, but from sheer relief. "Will Peter be okay?" she asked finally. Karen looked out the window, watching the way the rain streaked across the glass like ink. "He will. So will you. But take your time. You both have scars to reckon with." Nain smiled faintly. "Thank you. You believed me when no one else would." Karen shook her head. "I didn't believe you. I listened. There's a difference. You gave me the truth. I just helped it find the light." Outside, The clouds began to part, ever so slightly, as if the truth itself had torn through the sky. The rain was falling in slow, mournful drops, streaking the windows of Nain's new apartment like tears. Portland's overcast skies had always made her feel melancholic, but today they seemed fitting, soft enough to soothe, heavy enough to remind her of everything she'd lost and everything she'd reclaimed. She stood barefoot by the window, a mug of herbal tea warming her hands, staring out at the wet pavement glistening under streetlights. Below, people rushed by with umbrellas and raincoats, lives in motion. For a long time, hers hadn't been. But now, the silence in her apartment wasn't suffocating. It was peace. A knock at the door stirred her from her thoughts. She opened it to find Karen Rowland, umbrella in hand, trench coat soaked but expression radiant. "Thought I'd stop by," Karen said with a soft smile. "You weren't answering your phone." Nain stepped aside and let her in. "I was just thinking, reflecting, healing." Karen nodded and handed her a folded newspaper, the front page already spotted with rain. Nain unfolded it. Top executive Cynthia Marshall fired over manipulation and misconduct scandal. Private investigation uncovers explosive plot to destroy an employee's marriage. Beneath the headline was a cropped photo of Cynthia, scowling and exiting the Hippolyte headquarters under a swarm of reporters. "She's finished," Karen said. "Corporate watchdogs are circling. She might even face charges for identity fraud and workplace harassment, not to mention civil suits." Peter's testimony helped a lot. Nain read the article slowly, each word like a stitch sewing her heart back together. She'd been doubted, accused, discarded, and now the world knew the truth. Her truth. "I didn't think this would ever happen," Nain whispered. "Not just the justice part, but the clarity, the strength." Karen raised her cup to surviving lies and making them irrelevant. They sat on the couch, steam from their mugs curling in the air between them. For a while, they didn't speak. They didn't need to. Finally, Nain said, "Peter asked me to dinner tomorrow." Karen arched a brow. "That's something." Nain gave a small, bitter laugh. "I told him I'd think about it. He's sorry. I can see it in his eyes. I think he really believed those photos. Believed I was capable of betraying him. And now he knows better. But part of me wonders, should I forgive him for not fighting harder for me?" Karen didn't answer right away. She leaned back and watched the shadows flicker on the ceiling. "Forgiveness isn't for them," she said finally. "It's for you. You don't have to let him back in. But you can let go of the pain he left behind." Nay nodded slowly. "I've been thinking about what comes next. I started sketching ideas for a consulting business. Real restaurant consulting. One that empowers small businesses, not one that's fake. Like SIC." Nain smiled. "Exactly. Maybe I'll call it Red Phoenix Consulting. Rising from the ashes and all that." Karen laughed. Fitting. Especially since the woman in the fake photos was a redhead. Nain's laughter joined hers, bright and genuine. It felt good to laugh again. Outside, the rain was thinning, the clouds parting to reveal a sliver of pale evening sky. As Karen stood to leave, she looked back at Nain with admiration. "You were strong, not just for enduring, but for standing up when everything felt rigged against you." Nain followed her to the door. "Thank you, Karen. You didn't just save my reputation. You gave me the chance to be me again." Karen tilted her head. "No, you did that. I just shined a light into the shadows." As the door closed behind her, Nain turned back to the living room and stood for a moment in the quiet. Then she walked over to her desk, opened her laptop, and typed a name into the blank space of a new website. Red Phoenix Consulting. Rising from ashes. Built on truth. A new beginning. Betrayed by my wife and her boss, until I gave them the shock of their lives. The house was quiet, too quiet. Not the comforting kind that settles into a home late at night, when the children are tucked in and peace lingers in the corners like soft candlelight. No, this was a cold, sterile kind of silence, the kind that echoes off walls like a warning. Alan stood in the doorway of the bedroom he once considered sacred. A place of love, warmth, shared dreams, whispered jokes, and midnight confessions. Now it felt like a museum exhibit, untouched, unlived, unnaturally preserved. Amy's side of the bed was neatly made, as it had been every night she was gone. The lavender scent from her pillow, once comforting, now seemed artificial, manufactured, like her smiles had been lately. He allowed a quiet sigh and rubbed the back of his neck. Another business trip, another excuse. She was supposed to be in Chicago this time, attending a healthcare innovations conference. The names sounded impressive enough, but Alan had stopped checking the agendas. He knew her routines too well. She'd be back late Friday, maybe Saturday morning, probably exhausted, probably smelling like a hotel shower and someone else's cologne. He didn't have proof. Not yet. But in his bones, he knew. They had been together for over 17 years, married for 15. He knew her laugh, her heartbeat, the way her breathing changed when she was anxious. And lately, she was always anxious. Once upon a time, Amy couldn't keep her hands off him. Back when they were just two broke kids trying to raise a baby while juggling school and jobs, they'd clung to each other like life preservers in a storm. Their tiny apartment had been filled with loud arguments and louder laughter. Love wasn't always pretty, but it had been theirs. Now she barely looked at him when she walked through the door. Her hugs felt like formalities, her kisses more like habit. Alan had chalked it up to stress, to burnout, to the pressures of a demanding career. But the truth was beginning to gnaw at him, relentless and sharp. This wasn't just stress. This was distance. Carefully constructed, meticulously maintained distance. And it hadn't always been there. He sat down at the kitchen table, sipping cold coffee that had been left out since the morning. The girls were asleep upstairs. Lauren, 15, headstrong and clever. Emma, 12, sweet and intuitive. They both saw it, even if they didn't say it out loud. Especially Lauren. Her silences were louder than words. Alan leaned back and stared at the ceiling fan slowly rotating above. He remembered when Amy got her first real job after finishing her business degree. How proud she'd been. How proud he had been. He encouraged her, even when the travel got annoying, even when she missed family dinners and soccer games. He played both roles at home, dad and mom, cook and tutor, confidant and disciplinarian. And at first, it was worth it. She seemed happy, driven, fulfilled. Alan was content to pick up the slack because he believed in partnership, because he believed in them. But somewhere along the line, she had stopped believing too. The last few months had been especially brutal. She was away more than she was home. And when she was home, her attention was elsewhere, on her phone, on her laptop, on vague Zoom meetings at odd hours. Her eyes used to light up when she saw him. Now they barely flickered. Alan wasn't perfect. He knew that. His own work as an IT consultant kept him busy, and starting his own firm hadn't exactly been a stress-free endeavor. But he had made time for Amy, for the girls, for the family they had fought so hard to build. He had always assumed she was doing the same. But now, assumptions were starting to feel like delusions. His phone buzzed. A text. Amy, flight delayed. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon instead. Don't wait up. Love you. No emoji. No exclamation mark. Just words that looked copied and pasted from a script she had used before. Alan stared at the message for a long time. He could still hear her voice in his head from years ago, whispering I love you like a promise. A vow. Back when love had meant effort, not obligation. He typed a response. Deleted it. Tried again. Deleted that too. There was nothing to say. Not yet. Instead, he stood up and walked to the hallway mirror. He looked older than he remembered. Tired. Stubble coated his jaw. His eyes, once filled with certainty, were clouded with questions. How long had this been going on? Was it just one man? Was it someone she met during these trips? Or worse, someone she saw every day? And the bigger question, was it already too late? Alan didn't know, but he intended to find out. He wasn't going to accuse her. Not yet. He wasn't going to scream or throw plates or pack a bag in the middle of the night. He was going to be patient, smart, strategic. If she was lying, If she had betrayed him, he would know soon enough. And when he did, she wouldn't see what was coming. Because Alan had been quiet for too long. And silence, when nurtured, becomes power. The silence was louder than any scream. Alan lay on his side, the sheets cool against his skin, staring into the darkness of their bedroom. The ceiling fan above him spun in lazy circles, casting fleeting shadows across the wall. Next to him, Amy's back was turned, rigid, motionless, as if she had been carved from stone. He could hear her faint breathing, steady and distant, like waves crashing on a faraway shore. They hadn't touched in weeks. No goodnight kiss, no lazy weekend cuddles, not even the absent-minded brushing of arms in the kitchen. Amy moved through the house like a phantom, present but not truly there. She'd become an expert at slipping out the door before the girls woke up and returning after everyone had gone to bed. On the rare nights she came home early, she was either buried in work emails or sitting in silence on the couch, sipping wine and offering nothing but cold nods to his attempts at conversation. Alan had always considered himself a patient man. He understood that life was complicated, marriage was work, and people changed. But this wasn't change. This was erosion. Slow, relentless, soul-grinding erosion. He still remembered the soft, radiant girl who used to fall asleep in his arms. The one who once whispered that she'd love him until they were old and gray. Now, she was cold marble, untouchable, impossibly distant. Their bed had become a battleground. Not in the explosive, shouting match sense. No, that would have been easier. This was a war of absence, where every inch of space between them spoke volumes. Alan would lie awake for hours, barely breathing, hoping she'd roll over, reach for him, say something. But she never did. Her silence was a fortress, and he was the exiled king waiting in vain for his queen to remember who he was. He remembered one night in particular. It had been a Wednesday. The girls had gone to a sleepover. He cooked dinner, cleaned the kitchen, lit candles. A small gesture, his way of saying, "I still care. I still see you." Amy had walked in, barely glanced at the meal, and muttered, "I'm not hungry," before heading to the shower. He waited. 20 minutes later, she emerged in a robe, smelling faintly of lavender and exhaustion. She passed him in the hallway without a word. He followed her into the bedroom, unsure if he was driven by love or sheer desperation. She sat on the edge of the bed, drying her hair. "Amy," he began gently. She didn't look at him. "I'm tired, Alan. Please." "I wasn't going to. I just wanted to talk." She sighed long, dramatic. "About what?" "About us." Finally, she looked at him. Her eyes were dull, empty. "There is no us to talk about right now. I'm stretched thin, Alan. I have a huge client presentation in 2 days. Can we just not do this?" Not do this. As if salvaging their marriage was an optional chore like taking out the trash. He nodded and stepped back, retreating into the quiet corner of his pain. That night, as she lay beside him, a foot of cold mattress between them, he reached for her hand under the covers. She flinched, just enough for him to notice. That was when it hit him. She didn't just pull away physically. She recoiled from the very idea of him. Alan turned over on his side now, the memory slicing through his chest like glass. Outside the window, the wind stirred the trees. He could hear the faint hum of passing cars, the occasional dog barking in the distance. He used to take comfort in the sound of her breathing next to him. Now it felt like the ticking of a bomb he hadn't built, but was forced to sleep beside. It wasn't just about sex, though that absence was a wound all its own. It was about connection, the smallest gestures, the invisible threads that held them together, slowly unraveling until all that remained was the shell of a marriage. And Amy, once so warm and vibrant, now moved like someone who was already somewhere else. He wondered where that place was. And more importantly, who was there with her? He turned to look at her now, hoping, idiotically, for a miracle. That maybe tonight, something would be different. That she'd sense his gaze and whisper, "Hey, let's talk." But she didn't stir. Her breathing stayed soft, and even as if she were in another world. Maybe she was. Alan lay back, eyes wide open, the ghost of his marriage haunting him in real time. There were no screams, no slamming doors, no storm to weather. Just a woman who had stopped choosing him, and a man still waiting to be seen. The first time it happened, Amy convinced herself it was just a mistake, a one-time lapse, a moment of weakness wrapped in too much wine and too much adrenaline after closing $1 million deal. They were in Chicago, one of those cold, steel-gray evenings where the city lights glittered like 1,000 eyes watching. Dan had booked a sleek boutique hotel near the riverfront, under the guise of rewarding his top-performing team. Amy wore a dark green dress she knew made her look 10 years younger. Dan had noticed. His gaze lingered too long at dinner, his compliments wrapped in casual charm, but sharp enough to slice through her guilt. The champagne had flowed. The laughter had been easy, and when he reached across the table, fingers grazing hers, it hadn't felt wrong. It had felt electric. Back at the hotel, he waited in the hallway as she fumbled for her keycard with shaking hands. She hadn't planned this. She swore she hadn't. But when he touched her cheek and whispered, "You deserve more than a thankless marriage," Amy didn't protest. She opened the door. They didn't speak much after that. Words weren't necessary. It wasn't just lust. It was a release. For the first time in years, someone made her feel like more than a mother, more than a tired wife, more than a calendar packed with meetings and grocery lists and child-rearing. She cried in the shower the next morning. Not from shame, but confusion. It felt too good, too right. And Dan? He kissed her forehead, poured her coffee, and made no demands. No pressure. "We were just two adults making a choice," he said. That was how the affair began. Clean, controlled, carefully curated. But over time, it turned into a well-oiled machine of deception. Dan was smart, always 2 steps ahead. He never texted her on her personal phone. Their emails were written in code, disguised as business correspondence, and sent from private accounts created solely for them. Hotel rooms were booked under dummy names. Conference travel was extended by a day or two for client follow-ups, and nobody blinked. They were professionals, after all. Amy became an expert at managing her double life. At home, she played the part of the tired working mom, overworked, underappreciated, and justifiably distant. Alan was so preoccupied with raising their girls and building his IT consultancy that he never pushed too hard. And when he did, she deflected with ease. "He's just my boss," she'd say. "He's married, Alan. You met his wife." And Alan would believe her. Because why wouldn't he? Amy had never given him a reason not to. Not before. At work, Amy and Dan acted like colleagues. Professionals. Never a sideways glance. Never a knowing smile. They rarely spoke in the office unless it was in a meeting. Their interactions were so sterile that HR once praised them for being an example of professional boundaries. Amy nearly laughed out loud. They grew bolder with time. When there were no real business trips scheduled, they fabricated them. Quick weekend getaways masked as medical device expos in places like Santa Barbara or Charleston. Always at oceanfront hotels. Always a bottle of red waiting in the room. Amy felt alive during those weekends. Like she was tasting the life she never got to live. The one she had forfeited at 15 when she found herself pregnant and tethered to a boy who became her default future. And Dan? He made her feel like that woman existed again. The woman with choices. With power. With desires that didn't end at bath time and grocery budgets. But even the most careful secrets leak when you're not looking. There were moments, subtle as they were, that should have warned her. Like the time Alan casually asked what room she stayed in during her Denver trip, and she froze before replying. Or when Emma left a drawing on the kitchen counter. One labeled Mom's Trip with a stick figure family that had a different man next to Mommy. Amy laughed it off, but inside, a chill crept up her spine. Still, she didn't stop. It had been nearly 2 years now. 2 years of lies, of forged business reports, of hotel sex and whispered promises. Dan talked about the future sometimes, what it would look like if she left Alan, if they started over. A new life, free of secrets. But every time he brought it up, Amy hesitated. Not because she loved Alan. She wasn't even sure she knew what love was anymore, but because ending her marriage meant destroying the foundation she'd built. Her children, her image, the life everyone else thought she had perfectly balanced. She couldn't just burn it all to the ground, could she? Then came the final twist, the one she never saw coming. It started when Dan made a careless mistake. A flight booking under the wrong name. A hotel check-in that didn't match her alibi. Nothing big, just enough. Enough for Alan, who had been quiet, watching, waiting to pull the thread. And Amy? She had no idea her entire world was about to unravel. The perfect lie, now a breath away from being exposed. The clock was ticking, and Alan was already 3 steps ahead. The low hum of the espresso machine filled the kitchen as Alan poured himself a cup of coffee in the early hours of Saturday morning. The sky was just starting to brighten, a soft blue mist creeping across the lawn like a reluctant whisper of dawn. He moved quietly, careful not to wake the girls just yet. These quiet mornings were his own, precious pockets of stillness before the chaos of the day. He glanced at the 3 place settings on the kitchen counter. Bowls for cereal, 2 mugs with warm milk, and a small plate with sliced bananas, Emma's favorite. The girls had a soccer match today, and it was tradition now. Alan always made breakfast before they left. Amy never did. She rarely woke up before 9:30 on Saturdays anymore, and when she did, she was typically halfway out the door with her phone glued to her hand, already lost in emails or conference calls. Alan leaned on the counter, coffee warming his palm. He didn't like to admit it out loud, but in many ways, his daughters were the only solid ground he had left. Lauren, now 15, was growing into a young woman so quickly it stunned him. She had Amy's piercing eyes and razor-sharp tongue when she was angry, but everything else, her gentleness, her loyalty, her quiet introspection, came from him. Emma, 12, was the firecracker. Wild curls, always barefoot, always full of questions and bursting laughter. She still reached for his hand in public, still snuck into bed during storms. He had become their center by necessity. What began as a temporary shift when Amy's job demanded more of her time had morphed into permanence. She had stopped showing up, physically, emotionally. She missed school plays, teacher conferences, even Emma's last birthday dinner. Alan had made her excuses for her too many times. At first, he believed the job truly needed her that much. But deep down, something in his gut had already started whispering a different story. "Morning, Dad." A groggy voice broke the quiet. Lauren patted in, still in her oversized hoodie and socks, rubbing her eyes. "Morning, sweetheart," he said, offering her the warm milk mug. "How'd you sleep?" "Like a log." "Where's Emma?" "Still curled up with her stuffed llama. Last I checked." Lauren smirked. "You know she's 12 now? She's gonna kill you if you keep telling people about that." Alan chuckled softly. "Let her come for me. I'm not scared." He didn't say it out loud, but these mornings, the laughter, the rituals, the normalcy, they were his lifeline. When the noise in his head got too loud, when the silence in his bedroom with Amy felt suffocating, his daughters grounded him like anchors dropped into a stormy sea. They arrived at the soccer field 20 minutes early. Alan parked in their usual spot under the old oak tree and unloaded the folding chairs and orange slices. He felt a twinge of pride watching Emma jog to join her teammates, Lauren walking beside her with a calm older sister grace. He set up the chairs and took his seat, sipping the last of his coffee and letting the wind press against his skin. The field was alive with voices, parents chatting, whistles blowing, cleats pounding on grass. But Alan sat quietly, eyes trained on his daughter with an intensity that was part joy, part ache. He thought of Amy, who once stood next to him here, cheering louder than anyone. That version of her had vanished. Emma scored the first goal of the game with a left-footed strike that curved beautifully into the top corner. Alan jumped to his feet, cheering loudly, heart thudding with pride. He caught Emma's eyes from across the field, and she beamed at him. Pure, unfiltered joy. He lived for these moments. After the match, as they all piled into the car, Emma was bubbling with excitement, reliving the goal in animated detail. Lauren rolled her eyes, but even she was smiling. "You hungry?" Alan asked. "Sushi?" They chimed in unison. "You read my mind." At the restaurant, their favorite tucked-away spot near the beach, the girls chatted about school, boys, and books. Alan mostly listened, asking questions, laughing at their jokes. But beneath it all, he was watching them, really watching. These girls were his everything. And if things kept going the way they were with Amy, he would need to protect them from more than just teenage heartbreak. On the way home, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting gold over the waves. Alan pulled over and parked. They walked the beach barefoot, toes digging into the wet sand, their laughter dancing with the wind. Emma chased a flock of seagulls. Lauren bent down to collect sea glass. "Dad," Lauren said suddenly, stopping beside him. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Are you happy?" The question was so simple, so raw, it made his throat tighten. "I am," he said slowly, meeting her gaze. "When I'm with you and your sister, I'm very happy." She nodded. "That's what I thought." Alan wanted to say more. He wanted to explain the aching loneliness, the hollow marriage, the things no child should have to carry. But he didn't. Instead, he draped an arm around her shoulder and walked beside her, the waves licking at their feet. Later that night, after the girls had gone to bed, he stood at the window, looking out at the moonlit yard. Amy was still away on another trip, or so she said. He thought about all the nights he'd spent waiting up, hoping for a text, wondering who she was with. And for the first time, he didn't feel the sting of betrayal. Not fully. Because he realized something powerful. He may have lost his wife, but he hadn't lost himself. And he sure as hell hadn't lost his daughters. They were his anchor in the storm. And with them, he could rebuild. The Christmas party should have been cheerful. It was held at the sprawling estate of the company's CEO, a mansion tucked behind wrought iron gates, glittering with thousands of tiny white lights that wrapped the columns and roofline. Inside, crystal chandeliers threw golden light over laughing colleagues, flowing champagne, and jazz music humming softly in the background. Everything looked like a winter wonderland for the perfect celebration. But Alan couldn't shake the unease twisting in his gut. He adjusted the collar of his navy sport coat as Amy gripped his arm a little too tightly. She looked stunning, as always, her burgundy cocktail dress clinging to her figure, her smile flashing as she greeted coworkers and exchanged pleasantries. But something was off. She was tense beneath the surface. Her laugh came too fast, too loud. Her eyes flitted around the room like a deer caught in headlights. When Alan leaned in to whisper a joke, she barely registered it before shifting focus back to the crowd. Alan had long trained himself to pick up subtle shifts in tone, body language, emotion. He wasn't a detective by trade, but years of being a father, a husband, a quiet observer had made him sharp. And Amy was not herself tonight. He studied her with growing suspicion as she introduced him to a few colleagues, mostly women, and finally to a man who made the blood in Alan's veins go cold. "This is my husband, Alan," she said, her tone airy but clipped. The man she spoke to smiled and extended a well-manicured hand. "Dan Johnson, pleasure." Alan took the hand, firm and brief. The man was tall, sharp-featured, with practiced charm. His suit was expensive but understated, his cologne subtle but memorable. His eyes never lingered long, but they flicked toward Amy once, and Alan noticed. There was a spark there. Familiarity. Intimacy. Too much of it. Dan's wife, a statuesque woman in a silver gown, stood beside him, looping an arm through his. She gave Amy a pleasant smile and said hello, though it felt strangely hollow. Alan noticed how quickly Dan excused them, barely 2 minutes into the conversation, pulling his wife toward another group. Amy laughed too brightly and said, "Well, you know how these parties are. Everyone wants a moment with the CEO." Alan didn't reply. Instead, he let his eyes follow Dan across the room. He noticed how Amy's eyes did the same, just for a second, like muscle memory. Later, after the crowd loosened with champagne and small talk grew lazier, Alan found himself wandering through the house, nursing a drink. He stepped out onto the balcony where soft snowfall dusted the banisters. The distant hum of music still flowed from the living room. Inside, he saw Amy laughing with a group of coworkers, but not standing next to him. Again, a memory pricked at the back of his mind. Last year's party. Same house, same group of people. The first time he met Dan. That year, Amy had clung to him more, introduced him with enthusiasm. But tonight, she was trying to keep him separated from something. Or someone. Alan finished his drink and returned to the room. As he moved through the crowd, his attention sharpened. There, a glance between Amy and Dan. Quick, brief, but real. Amy was smiling. That smile, the one that used to be reserved for him. Alan didn't say anything on the way home that night. Amy chatted about the party, the caterers, the cute way Dan's wife danced with the finance director. But it all sounded like static in his ears. A distraction. When they got home, she showered and climbed into bed, claiming she was exhausted. Alan lay next to her, eyes wide open in the dark, heart heavy. The cracks had finally started to show. Not because of a text message, or a lipstick on a collar, or some cliché. No, it was her silence, her distance, her inability to look at him for too long. The way she flinched when he touched her hand. The way she smiled at another man with eyes that used to look at him that way. He stared at the ceiling and felt the cold reality settling in. Amy was hiding something. He didn't have proof yet. No photographs, no receipts, no whispered admissions. But his gut had never steered him wrong. And now it was screaming. He rolled onto his side, watching her sleep. Peaceful, deceptive. Alan knew that if he confronted her now, she'd deny everything. She'd twist it, blame stress, or accuse him of paranoia. So he said nothing. Not yet. Instead, he began constructing something in the quiet of his mind. A blueprint, a plan. He would wait, watch, document, strategize. Amy wasn't the only one good at hiding things. Alan would learn. He would adapt. And when the time came, he would not just uncover the truth. He would outsmart them both. The cracks were showing. And soon, everything would shatter. The evening sky pressed down on the neighborhood with the kind of quiet that made Alan's thoughts louder. The hum of the dishwasher in the background couldn't mask the unease that had been slowly thickening in his chest for months. He sat alone at the dining table, a mug of coffee growing cold in his hands, staring blankly at the pattern of condensation around its base. Amy was gone again. Conference in Phoenix this time, she'd said. Or maybe Portland. He couldn't remember anymore. It didn't matter. Her bags were always packed, her calendar filled with business trips that just happened to start Thursdays and end late Sundays. And when she was home, she floated through the house like a guest. Alan used to believe in coincidences. Not anymore. It started small, too small to really say anything about. A pair of earrings he didn't recognize in the bathroom drawer. The faintest whiff of unfamiliar cologne on a blouse she left draped over the sofa. Text messages she answered quickly and turned her phone away from after. A few times, she left for a conference and didn't even take the work laptop she used to guard like a dragon. He wasn't a fool, just patient and quiet, and now observant. But this wasn't some impulsive midlife crisis, he told himself. If Amy was cheating, if it was planned, carefully, intentionally, a routine cultivated in silence. That was the part that hurt more than anything. The love wasn't lost in one night. It was eroded, one calculated lie at a time. Alan opened his own laptop and pulled up his calendar. Her next trip was scheduled for 2 days from now. Chicago. 3 nights. Same hotel chain she always used for work travel. She even left the itinerary on the fridge, as if to overcompensate. He stared at it now, taped next to a grocery list and one of Emma's old school drawings. He remembered the last time she returned from a conference. Her hair was tousled in a way that didn't look windblown. There was a strange bruise on her thigh. When he asked about it, she'd laughed. Oh, that. I bumped into the bed corner and walked off with a carefree shrug. But Alan had been in law enforcement. He knew how to read people. He knew what people looked like when they were hiding something. And Amy, she had become a locked vault in recent months. Only he had the time and the will to crack the code. He didn't hire a PI. Not yet. Instead, he started building a quiet case. Screenshotting hotel bookings from her shared calendar, tracking expense reports when she left them on the kitchen counter, even checking the timestamps on the just landed text messages she always sent when she arrived somewhere. They didn't line up. Alan's blood ran cold the moment he noticed the first inconsistency. A receipt for a dinner in San Diego on a Thursday night when Amy had told him she was at a keynote seminar in New York. When he'd asked how the conference went, she rattled off talking points about a speaker he now confirmed had actually presented on Friday morning. That whisper of doubt became a roar in his head. That night, while the girls slept and the house creaked with the sounds of settling wood and old regrets, Alan crept into Amy's office and opened her drawer. Inside, he found her personal tablet, usually locked, but she'd once drunkenly told him the passcode was the same as their wedding anniversary. She'd never thought he'd look. That was her first mistake. He tapped it in. It opened. Emails. Hundreds of them. Some professional, some personal, but a hidden folder named Archive Clients caught his eye. He tapped it and felt his heart stop. The first email he read wasn't explicit, just intimate, flirtatious, playful in a way Amy hadn't been with him in years. The sender? Dan Johnson, her boss. The asshole she'd told him she couldn't stand. The same man who'd clapped him on the back at the Christmas party and thanked him for lending them such a talented asset. Alan kept scrolling. More emails. Hotel confirmations. Dinner plans. One string of messages that chilled him to the bone. Dan, I booked the usual adjoining rooms. Don't forget to bring that red dress I love. Amy, only if you promise to rip it off like last time. Winky face. Dan, your wish is my command, boss lady. Alan blinked hard. Once. Twice. He felt sick. She had a name for him. Boss lady. Something private. Something playful. Something theirs. The whisper of doubt was now a scream in his ears. He closed the tablet gently and returned everything to its place. There was no rage, not yet, just numbness. A cold realization that he'd been sleeping beside a stranger, raising kids with a ghost. But even as his heart cracked, Alan didn't react rashly. He wasn't going to confront her with yelling and slamming doors. He wouldn't burn down what little normalcy his daughters had left. Not yet. No, he'd be smart about this. Just like she was. He'd gather more, build a case she couldn't talk her way out of. When the time came, he'd flip the script on her, not with revenge, but with clarity, with power, with poise. Because if she was going to play this game in secret, Alan would learn the rules and beat her at it. The soccer field smelled of fresh-cut grass and anticipation. It was early Saturday morning, the kind that carried just the right bite of spring in the air. The sun had only started its slow crawl into the sky, casting long shadows across the sidelines. Alan stood where he always did, hands in the pockets of his windbreaker, watching Emma's team warm up with a sense of quiet pride. His older daughter Lauren stood beside him, sipping coffee and offering her usual sarcastic commentary about the referee's fashion sense. But today would not be an ordinary Saturday. As the girls kicked off and the crowd clapped politely, a gentle voice rose behind him. Hi, do you mind if we join you here? Alan turned. The woman standing next to him was striking in a way that didn't shout, it whispered. Her beauty was the kind that didn't announce itself with layers of effort. She had naturally long, dark brown hair, pulled into a low ponytail, and warm hazel eyes that seemed to glow with kindness. Beside her stood a boy, maybe 10 or 11, clutching a soccer ball and grinning like he'd just been invited to a secret club. Not at all, Alan said, moving slightly to the left. You're Cassie's mom, right? She nodded with a smile that could soften stone. I'm Sophie, and this is Tom. We're still learning the ropes, new in town. Alan, he replied, shaking her hand. Her grip was firm, but gentle, her skin warm against his. Welcome to the chaos. Tom tugged Sophie's sleeve and pointed to the field, already cheering for his sister. Sophie smiled again, this time deeper, as if proud of her children's joy in a way that needed no explanation. Alan couldn't help but watch the way her face lit up. There was a softness there, a kind of serenity Amy hadn't carried in years. They watched in silence for a while. The tension that often hung around Alan like invisible wires was noticeably absent in Sophie's presence. There was no judgment in her posture, no overcompensation in her words, just calm interest. She's got a good kick, Sophie said after Emma stole the ball from an opponent and passed it down the wing. She gets that from her mom, Alan replied before the words had a chance to catch in his throat. Sophie looked at him sideways, reading between the lines. But she gets the heart from you. That's obvious. Alan offered a small smile, but said nothing. It was too early to get personal, too dangerous. As the game played on, Tom ran up and down the sideline with excitement, and Alan found himself relaxing. Every once in a while, Sophie would chuckle at something her son did or comment softly about the game. Her presence was grounding, like the touch of a warm hand on a frigid day. When the final whistle blew and Emma's team won by 1 goal, the field erupted with cheers. Emma ran straight toward her dad, and Cassie made a beeline for Sophie. Tom ran to both of them. It was chaos, the good kind. Dad, Emma said, out of breath and beaming, can I go to Cassie's house this afternoon? Before Alan could answer, Cassie shouted, Mom, can Emma come over later? Sophie laughed and nodded. Of course, if it's okay with Mr. Allen. Alan chuckled. It's okay with me if her coach says she's earned it. The girls squealed, already plotting their afternoon. Just then, Cassie turned back. Mom, why don't we invite them to lunch with us? Sophie blinked, surprised. I mean, if that's okay. Emma jumped in before Alan could hesitate. Yeah, Dad. Let's go. Please. Alan looked at Sophie, at Tom, at his own daughters, his whole weekend stretching out in front of him like a familiar script. Groceries, laundry, emails, takeout. But something in Sophie's expression, not expectation, not insistence, just openness, nudged him in a different direction. Sure, he said. Do you two like sushi? Tom lit up. Yes. Then it's settled, Alan said. Lunch is on me. As they walked toward the cars, Lauren fell and stepped beside him and nudged him with her elbow. You've got that look, Dad. What look? The one that says you just met someone who makes your stomach do backflips. He gave her a sideways glance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lauren smirked. Uh-huh. Lunch was unexpectedly perfect. The 4 kids talked nonstop, jokes, video games, embarrassing school stories, while Alan and Sophie sat at the end of the table, mostly listening, occasionally stealing glances at one another. Their conversations were easy, natural. Alan couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed like that with a woman. At one point, as he poured soy sauce into a little dish, Sophie leaned in slightly and asked, Can I ask you something personal? Alan nodded. Do your daughter's mother ever come to their soccer games? It was a simple question, but it carried more weight than she could have known. No, Alan said. She's busy. Sophie looked at him for a beat, not judgmentally, just seeing him. Then they're lucky, she said, that they have you. Alan didn't reply, but he didn't need to. That afternoon, after they said their goodbyes and the kids exchanged promises to text, Alan sat in the driver's seat of his car and just exhaled. He hadn't expected this. Not today, not after everything. But something about Sophie had touched a part of him that had long since gone dormant. And for the first time in a long time, he wasn't just surviving. He felt something dangerously close to hope. Saturday came with a clear sky and the kind of cool breeze that hinted at the season changing. Alan stood on the edge of the soccer field, hands in the pockets of his coat, eyes tracking the flash of color that was Emma darting across the grass. Her ponytail bounced as she chased the ball, determination on her face, laughter in her breath. Next to him, Sophie stood with a to-go coffee cup and a scarf knotted loosely around her neck. She was radiant in that quiet, unbothered way, a soft strength that needed no show. This had become their tradition. The soccer match ended in a victorious cheer. Emma scored the winning goal, and the team rushed to pile on her in celebration. Alan clapped, grinning as he felt Sophie's hand briefly touch his elbow. Just a light tap, but it lingered in his skin long after it left. "Your girl's got magic in her feet," Sophie said. Alan chuckled. "She says it's from her mom, but I've seen Amy trip over her own heels." Sophie laughed with him, the kind of laugh that made people around them smile, even if they didn't know the joke. It wasn't forced. It wasn't polite. It was real. Emma and Cassie came running over, breathless, cheeks flushed. "Can Cassie come over, Dad?" "Only if her mom says it's okay," he said, already turning towards Sophie with a raised eyebrow. Sophie glanced at her daughter. "You up for sushi again?" "Yes," both girls chimed in unison. Alan hesitated, then cleared his throat. "You could join us, if you're not busy, I mean." Sophie looked down for a moment, as if pretending to consider it, then smiled. "As long as I'm not intruding." "You be doing us a favor," Lauren said suddenly, appearing from behind. "Otherwise, he'll just talk about servers and network traffic all lunch." Alan threw a mock glare at his oldest daughter. "Betrayed by my own flesh and blood." The six of them piled into two cars and met at their favorite little sushi spot, an unassuming place near the coast with seaweed-scented air and a view of the waves. The girls dove into conversation and laughter while Alan sat across from Sophie, studying the way her eyes lit up when Tom teased his sister or how she'd gently rest her hand on the back of her son's chair when he leaned too far. She wasn't just beautiful, she was alive, present, effortless. Halfway through lunch, Sophie casually asked the girls, "So, does your mom ever come to the games?" Alan glanced up sharply. The question wasn't loaded. It wasn't pointed, just natural. Lauren didn't hesitate. "No, she's always busy. Work or something." "She's not really into soccer," Emma added. "Dad's kind of like both parents." Sophie blinked, taken aback. "Oh, I'm sorry. That must be hard." "It's fine," Lauren said, shrugging. "Dad's always been there." Sophie looked at Alan. There was something behind her eyes. Admiration, yes, but something else too. A flicker of recognition. A shared understanding. Alan looked away, hiding the tightness in his chest behind a sip of tea. After lunch, the kids begged to stop by the arcade down the block. Sophie offered to take them while Alan paid. Alone for a moment, he stood by the counter, waiting when he noticed his reflection in the glass behind the register. Tired eyes, wrinkles deeper than he remembered, but something else, a lightness he hadn't seen in years, like he could finally breathe again. They regrouped outside, and the girls begged for one more hour. Sophie gave Alan a look. "You up for walking the beach?" He nodded. "I'd like that." They walked side by side, shoes crunching over wet sand, wind teasing their hair. At first, they talked about safe things, movies, school, weekend plans. But eventually, the quiet settled. Sophie stopped and turned to him. "Can I ask you something personal?" Alan nodded slowly. "Sure. Is everything okay with your wife?" There it was, the question he'd avoided. The wall he'd built brick by brick. And here she was, gently knocking on the other side. He exhaled. "No, it hasn't been for a long time." She said nothing, just watched him with that same patient gaze that made people spill secrets without realizing it. "We married young," he continued. "Amy was pregnant at 16. We tried to build a life, worked hard, raised our daughters. And I thought we were happy. But lately," he swallowed. "She's distant, cold, always traveling. We barely speak when she's home. It's like I live with a stranger." Sophie nodded. "I know how that feels." He looked at her, surprised. "My husband died 3 years ago," she said quietly. "But before that, I lost him long before the accident. I was alone in my marriage for years." They stood in silence, the ocean whispering in the distance. "I'm sorry," Alan said. Sophie smiled faintly. Don't be. That chapter ended. I have my kids. And now, she glanced at him. I have new beginnings too. Alan felt the words before he heard them. He didn't know what would happen next, didn't dare guess. But in that moment, he realized something. Life had handed him chaos, but maybe, just maybe, it was leading him somewhere better. He offered her his hand, and she took it without hesitation. The wind carried the sounds of their children's laughter back to them as they walked back toward the arcade. Not as strangers or awkward acquaintances, but as two survivors quietly discovering the missing piece they didn't know they'd lost. The signs were always there, Alan realized. It was just easier to pretend they weren't. For months, he had lived in the haze of suspicion, balancing the weight of fatherhood, work, and a crumbling marriage without proof, without clarity. But something deep in his gut told him Amy wasn't just tired. She wasn't just overworked. She was hiding something. And it wasn't just her warmth or attention that had disappeared. It was her presence. And that night, everything changed. It started with a receipt. Amy had been out on yet another business trip, a 3-day conference in Denver. She returned late on a Sunday, all perfumed smiles and exhaustion. Alan stayed quiet, gave her space, and watched as she tossed her suitcase in the laundry room and kissed the girls goodnight like nothing had happened. But she forgot something small, meaningless to her, but electric to him. The next morning, Alan opened her laptop to check for an email she had asked him to forward. The screen was already on. Her inbox was minimized. And Alan, half curious, half numb, clicked without thinking. The receipt was there. A hotel invoice. 2 nights at the Alden. Not Denver. Not the Conference Center Hotel. A boutique beachfront resort in California. He stared at the invoice. 2 nights. 1 room. 1 king bed. Breakfast for 2. Champagne service. Room service. Twice. Alan closed the laptop. His hands shook, not with rage, not with fear, but with clarity. His suspicions had taken form. It was no longer speculation. It was real. The silence, the excuses, the disdain, all of it had been building toward this moment. He poured himself a glass of water, steadying his nerves. The girls were in their rooms, probably scrolling on their phones or finishing homework. He couldn't let them see this side of him, the investigator side, the betrayed husband side. He walked into the garage, grabbed a dusty cardboard box from a shelf, and pulled out something he hadn't touched in years, his old field notebook. Before he became a full-time IT consultant, Alan had worked with a cybersecurity firm that handled digital forensics. He was no stranger to metadata, server trails, and remote tracking. He hadn't wanted to do this. He'd resisted. He'd told himself he was paranoid, insecure, overthinking. But now he was justified. He opened his old laptop, the one Amy never used, and began installing a suite of passive monitoring software. Nothing invasive, nothing illegal. Just enough to alert him if her device connected to hotel Wi-Fi networks outside the state. Enough to log keystrokes. Enough to track emails sent from her secondary accounts. He also logged into their shared cell phone plan and began scanning location data from the last few months. Something she forgot to hide. Something most cheaters forget to erase. And there it was. Not just Denver, but Miami, Santa Fe, Monterey, none of which she had ever mentioned. All of which aligned with Dan Johnson's recent sales travel itinerary, publicly posted on the company's website. Alan clicked through Dan's profile, and something else caught his attention. Dan's wife, who had appeared perfectly normal during the Christmas party, had stopped appearing in any corporate functions. No mention, no photos, not even a social media tag in over a year. Had she found out too? Alan's breath caught in his chest. It wasn't just betrayal. It was a double life. Amy wasn't just lying. She was actively rewriting their shared story in real time. And she thought he would never know. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. The house was quiet, too quiet, a kind of eerie silence that settled into the walls, like even the home knew it had become a battleground. But Alan didn't explode. He didn't scream. He didn't confront her. Not yet. He needed more. He needed precision. He began reviewing their financial records, combing through the last 2 years of credit card statements, airline miles, booking confirmations, and expense claims. One by one, the puzzle pieces fell into place. Weekend conferences with matching bookings under Dan's name. Spot charges in cities that had no work meetings. Private flights billed to a company card. One invoice even revealed a dual name reservation under D. Johnson and Guest. Guest, Amy. He laughed. It was bitter, broken laughter, but it was also triumphant. The irony was too good to ignore. Amy had been so careful with her words, so measured in her lies. But she had forgotten the one truth every good investigator lives by. There is no such thing as a perfect lie. That night, after tucking the girls in bed and pretending everything was normal, Alan sat alone on the porch, notebook in hand, pen scratching away under the soft glow of the patio light. He wasn't thinking about revenge. Not yet. He was thinking about how to win, how to protect his daughters, how to leave without begging, without shouting, without giving Amy the satisfaction of seeing him crumble. Because if Amy thought she had outsmarted him, she was in for a surprise. He poured himself a drink, the ice clicking in the glass like applause. Let the game begin. Alan sat at the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the sunlight seeping in through the half-open blinds. The early morning glow hit the family photo on the dresser, a photo taken just a few years ago, before the smiles became strained and the warmth between him and Amy turned ice cold. He had confirmation now. Cold, factual, undeniable proof. An email she thought she deleted. A digital receipt for a weekend stay at a luxury hotel in Denver. Under her name, with a 2-person package, and her business conference never even existed. Alan's hands had trembled slightly when he first saw it. But now, they were steady. No more doubts. No more second-guessing. Amy had been cheating on him with Dan Johnson, her charming, calculated boss, for years. While he was putting their daughters to bed, fixing dinner, attending parent-teacher conferences, she was sipping champagne in king-size hotel suites. Alan stood, his mind already racing with precision. If there was one thing he'd always been good at, it was staying calm under pressure. His days as a problem solver in IT had trained him to think 10 moves ahead. And today, that skill would serve him better than ever. By noon, Alan sat across from Natalie Morse, a sharp, no-nonsense attorney who came highly recommended by one of his longtime clients. Her office was modern, sterile, and filled with framed degrees from Ivy League schools. But it was her eyes that impressed him most, piercing and intelligent, with a quiet rage that suggested she had helped more than one betrayed spouse dismantle a liar's carefully spun web. After he finished detailing the affair, pausing only once when talking about how Amy missed Emma's birthday to spend it with Dan, Natalie leaned back in her chair, folded her hands, and smiled slightly. She's been planning an exit. You just got ahead of her. Alan blinked. You think she was going to leave me? Eventually. Women like her usually don't cheat out of lust alone. There's a fantasy in play. She probably thought Dan would trade in his family for her. But these men never do. Natalie paused. The problem is most cheaters believe they can have both worlds. Playhouse romance with a lover, stability and safety at home. They don't expect someone like you to wake up. Alan's jaw tensed. I want full custody. She doesn't deserve them. Natalie gave a slow nod. We'll start building a case for that. Emotional neglect, parental absence, adultery. It's a good start. We'll file the paperwork quietly, and we'll serve her when she least expects it. I don't want to humiliate her. I just want her to know I'm not the fool she took me for. Then we won't humiliate her, Natalie said. We'll outclass her. That evening, Alan returned home. Amy was still out, allegedly at a client dinner, but he knew where she really was. No more chasing shadows. No more waiting for her to come clean. She wouldn't. She never would. In the quiet of the house, he tiptoed into his daughter's bedrooms. Lauren was sprawled across her bed, a book open over her chest. Emma snored softly, her blanket twisted around her legs. Alan knelt between them, his throat tight. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the silence. "I should have seen this sooner. You deserve more than a ghost for a mother. You deserve everything." The next day, Alan met with Paul, his longtime mentor and friend in the tech industry, at a small cafe near his office. "So, you're really doing it?" Paul asked. Alan nodded. "She's been lying to me for years. I'm not going to wait around until she decides whether I'm still useful to her." Paul sipped his coffee. "What do you need?" "Help watching them. Amy and Dan. I don't want to be involved directly, and I don't want to risk it blowing up until the papers are served. But I want to know where she's going. I want to know if she tries to move money. I want everything documented." Paul leaned forward. "You want to play chess now?" Alan smirked. "No, I want a checkmate." Over the following week, Alan moved like a shadow. He contacted his accountant and quietly opened a new bank account in his name only, diverting a portion of his paycheck there. He canceled Amy's access to their joint savings and cut her credit card limit in half, just enough to avoid suspicion, but tight enough to track her movements. He backed up old voicemails, emails, even text messages that had subtle implications. Dan's "thank for last night, Tiger," and Amy's response of a winking emoji and "I needed that so bad" face-blowing kiss. He bought a burner phone, one that Amy couldn't trace, and used it only to coordinate with Natalie and Paul. He moved through his life with a serene calmness that Amy mistook for indifference. She didn't see the gears turning behind his eyes. She didn't know he was a step ahead now. She was too busy living in her fantasy. On Friday night, Amy returned home late again. Her heels clicked softly against the hardwood as she entered the living room where Alan sat on the couch, working on his laptop. "Hey," she said, casually slipping off her jacket. "Sorry I'm late. That client meeting ran long." Alan looked up and smiled. "No problem. Everything okay?" She seemed surprised. "Yeah, just tired." "Take a bath," he said. "Relax. You've earned it." She blinked, disarmed by his gentleness. "Thanks. I will." As she walked past him, Alan glanced at the photo on the wall again. The smiling family. The illusion of harmony. But soon, the illusion would be over. Next week, she would be served at her office. In front of Dan. In front of everyone. He had already arranged for Natalie's courier to deliver the envelope at precisely noon. A few minutes before, Amy would get a text from him. "Lies have a way of catching up to you." This time, they knocked at the front door. Alan leaned back on the couch, the corner of his mouth curling into something between relief and resolution. The setup was complete. The queen was cornered. The game was about to end. Alan had been preparing for this day for weeks, but as he stood in the doorway of their shared bedroom, watching Amy scroll through her phone in bed, he couldn't ignore the tightness in his chest. Not fear, no, not anymore, but the sharp edge of clarity. He'd seen enough. He had heard enough. And now it was time to speak the truth. Amy looked up, caught off guard by his lingering gaze. "Everything okay?" she asked, her voice as casual as the wine glass on her nightstand. Alan nodded once. "I need to talk to you." She blinked. "Okay, what about?" He stepped inside, slowly, deliberately, and closed the door behind him. The soft click of the latch seemed to echo louder than it should have. "About Dan, and about the last 2 years." A flicker. That was all he needed. The shift in her eyes, the flash of panic before the well-practiced mask returned. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said too quickly, too evenly. Alan's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. He walked to the dresser and opened the drawer where she kept her receipts and travel documents, always too distracted to notice what she left behind. He pulled out a slim folder and placed it gently on the bed in front of her. "I think you do." Amy's fingers hovered over the folder, but she didn't open it. "What is this?" she asked, her voice low. "Proof. Hotel bookings. Photos. Expenses billed to the company that don't match your reports." "I didn't want to believe it, Amy. But you made it impossible not to." Silence fell between them, heavy and raw. Finally, she opened the folder and flipped through its contents. Her expression didn't change, but her knuckles whitened around the pages. "You went through my things?" she asked coldly. "I'm not the one who broke our vows," Alan replied. "I'm just the one who finally stopped looking the other way." She tossed the folder aside, like it burned her hands. "So what now?" She spat, her armor cracking. "You want a divorce? You want to punish me?" Alan didn't flinch. He was no longer the man she could manipulate with guilt or twist with half-truths. "I want freedom," he said simply, "for me, for the girls. And yes, I've already met with a lawyer. You'll be served this week." Amy's mouth parted, stunned. "You're serious?" "I'm done, Amy." He exhaled slowly, letting years of resentment seep out with it. "You didn't just cheat. You lied every day. You made me raise our daughters alone while you played house with another man. And you expected me to accept that with a smile. I didn't mean for it to go this far. Spare me." He cut in, his voice a cold blade. "You meant for every part of it to go exactly as it did. The dinners, the lies, the fake conferences. You made a life with him while keeping me around for convenience." Amy stood, her eyes flashing now. "You don't understand. I gave up everything for this life. I was a mother at 16, Alan. I never got to be free. Dan made me feel alive again." Alan stared at her, his voice eerily calm. "And what did I give up, Amy? Do you think I dreamed of being a single parent in my own marriage? Do you think I didn't have chances to? But I chose you. Every time." That silenced her. "I could forgive a mistake," he said after a moment. "But you built a second life on top of mine and watched me carry the weight of yours. That's not a mistake. That's betrayal." Tears welled in her eyes. For once, she didn't speak. Alan turned to the door. "The girls are staying with me. They're already pulling away from you, and I won't let you damage them further. You can fight it in court, but I have everything documented, and I know how to use it." "I can change," she whispered. "Alan, please. We can fix this." He paused, hand on the doorknob. "You had years to fix it. You chose Dan. You chose lies. Now I choose peace." As he stepped out of the room, the weight on his chest didn't vanish, but it changed. It became something different. Not grief, not anger. Resolve. Amy sank onto the bed, the folder lying beside her like a coffin full of her secrets. For the first time in years, Alan didn't feel lost. He felt free. And in that freedom, he knew this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. The silence that followed Alan's calm, final confrontation with Amy was more deafening than any shouting match could have been. No tears, no drama, just the truth laid bare, and the slow, suffocating realization settling in Amy's throat like smoke. It had taken Alan months to gather his evidence, to fortify his heart, to plan his escape from the woman he had once considered his entire world. And now, standing in the living room where they once held their newborn daughter, where laughter used to echo, Amy stood frozen like a statue sculpted in guilt and disbelief. He had said so little, but it was the way he said it, with certainty, control, and a chilling calmness that frightened her more than any tantrum could. "You can pack whatever you want, Amy. I've made sure the girls won't be here to see any of this. You'll be served papers tomorrow morning. I'm not interested in revenge. I'm just finished." Amy sat on the edge of their marital bed that night, surrounded by shadows, holding a wine glass she didn't sip. The sheets were cold. Alan hadn't returned home. The girls were gone. The silence screamed louder than her thoughts. She reached for her phone, thumb hovering over Alan's name. She wanted to call, to beg, to explain. But what could she say? "I only lied for 2 years. I love him too, just differently. It was just sex with meaning." There were no words that wouldn't sound hollow now. Instead, she dialed Dan. He answered on the third ring. "Hey, babe," he said, distracted. "Can't talk long. Heading into a meeting." "Alan found out," she said quietly. Silence. More silence. "What do you mean he found out?" Dan's tone shifted, no longer warm, but cold, cautious. "I mean, it's over. He's divorcing me. He has evidence. I don't know how, but he knew everything. About you. About us. It's all falling apart." Dan exhaled sharply. "Amy, I'm sorry. I really am. But I can't be involved in this. Not now. My wife's been suspicious for months. If this gets out, are you serious? Amy whispered, voice cracking. After everything, I told you from the start, this couldn't be forever. Click. The call ended. Her stomach twisted. In one brutal sweep, the man she betrayed her husband for turned into a ghost, and the man she betrayed vanished from her life like smoke in the wind. In the weeks that followed, Amy tried to reach out to Alan. Text messages, emails, carefully worded voicemails where she tried not to sound desperate. But she was desperate. Desperate for acknowledgement, for forgiveness, for some tiny scrap of what they used to have. But Alan had disappeared behind a wall of unshakable peace. He didn't answer. He didn't argue. He didn't lash out. He just moved on. He kept the house, kept the girls, and, most painfully, kept his dignity. Amy, on the other hand, began to unravel. At work, she found Dan increasingly distant. He no longer laughed at her jokes. He no longer touched her hand when no one was watching. Eventually, she learned through the grapevine that he had requested to work remotely, out of state. Without her, the other women in the office began to whisper. They noticed her tired eyes, her limp smiles, her sudden habit of skipping lunches and staring into nothing for minutes at a time. And the loneliness, God, the loneliness was suffocating. Even her daughters had changed. Emma no longer hugged her the same way. Lauren was cold, polite, but distant. She didn't blame them. Alan had said nothing, but children are perceptive. And Alan? He had taken a breath of fresh air and never looked back. One Sunday morning, Amy drove by the soccer field where Emma used to play. She didn't expect to stop. She just wanted to see them. She parked a few spaces away and watched from a distance. Alan was there, as always, folding chair out, coffee in hand, laughing at something one of the girls said. Sophie was beside him. Amy recognized her from the school pickups, a single mom, graceful, elegant kind. Their daughters, Emma and Sophie's girl, Cassie, were sitting side by side, giggling like sisters. And then Alan turned to Sophie, said something, and they both laughed. The kind of laugh Amy hadn't heard from him in years. It wasn't forced. It wasn't polite. It was full, alive. For a second, Amy couldn't breathe. Not out of jealousy. No, something far worse. Regret. Regret so potent it curled around her throat like a noose. She had traded loyalty for lust, home for hotel rooms, love for illusion. And now, she sat watching the life she abandoned, reborn, stronger, happier without her. That night, Amy didn't sleep. She stared at the ceiling, the ticking clock beside her counting down the hours until morning. Tick, tock, tick, tock. You were right, Alan, she whispered into the dark. You didn't have to destroy me. You just had to let me destroy myself. And she had. Completely. The house felt different now. It was the same four-bedroom suburban home with framed school photos hanging in the hallway, the scent of freshly brewed coffee in the mornings, and the software of Alan's desktop in the study. But something fundamental had shifted. It wasn't just the absence of Amy's stilettos by the front door or her harsh voice echoing through the rooms. It was peace. It was space. It was freedom. Alan stood before the bathroom mirror, shirtless, toweling off after a long, hot shower. Water still glistened on his broad shoulders. He leaned in, peering at the reflection staring back at him. The man in the mirror was tired, but not defeated. Yes, there were dark circles under his eyes. A few strands of gray threaded through his dark hair. His jawline had softened over the years, and his midsection bore the imprint of too many skipped workouts and late-night stress meals. But his eyes were steady. There was something simmering in them now. Something sharp. Not rage. Not pain. Something better. Resolve. He stepped onto the scale. 98.4 kilograms. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. All right, he muttered. You're officially heavier than when Lauren was born. Time to fix this. That morning, Alan dressed in joggers and a faded hoodie, laced up his running shoes, shoes that hadn't seen pavement in over a year, and drove to the nearest gym. The scent of rubber mats, metal, and faint sweat met him like an old friend. He wasn't here to impress anyone. He wasn't chasing vanity. He was reclaiming something. John, the trainer who had helped him during Emma's soccer season, greeted him with a grin and a clipboard. "Back for good this time?" "Back for war," Alan replied. John led him to the treadmill first. The first 5 minutes were easy. The next 5 were hell. Sweat stung his eyes. His breath came ragged and shallow. His legs screamed at him to stop, but he didn't. Afterward, they hit the free weights. Alan's arms trembled after each set, but he didn't complain. He wasn't lifting for aesthetics. He was lifting the weight of his past. Each rep was an act of transformation. After the gym, he stopped at the grocery store and filled his cart with things he used to roll his eyes at: spinach, oats, lean turkey, quinoa, Greek yogurt. Goodbye frozen pizzas. Goodbye takeout. That night, he sat down with a notepad and crafted a new meal plan. On another page, he wrote a schedule: workouts, time with the girls, self-care. And at the bottom, in thick, bold letters, he wrote, "And no excuses." In the following weeks, the changes were slow but noticeable. Lauren caught him meal prepping in the kitchen one Saturday morning and raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you eat chia seeds?" she asked with a smirk. "Since I stopped eating lies for dinner," Alan replied. Emma chimed in from the couch. "You actually look kind of jacked, Dad." He grinned and did a flex. They giggled, but he saw something shift in their eyes. Respect. Not the respect of fear or authority. The respect that comes from watching someone fall apart and have the courage to rebuild. The emotional work was harder than the physical. That's where Rose came in. A sharp, empathetic counselor with a blunt mouth and a knack for digging deep. "You never truly mourned what happened, Alan," she said during their second session. "You survived it. You managed it. But you didn't feel it." "I didn't have time to," he said. "You're making time now." There were sessions where he didn't speak for 10 minutes. Others where he cried without shame. One where he sat with his eyes closed the entire hour and finally said, "I wasn't enough for her." Rose had leaned forward. "No, Alan, you were too much. Too dependable. Too stable. Too good. That kind of man terrifies weak people." That night, Alan wrote himself a letter. The man who loved fiercely, raised daughters with integrity, and weathered a storm without ever raising his voice deserved better. And now, he was becoming better for himself. By the end of month 3, Alan had lost nearly 12 kilos. His back was straighter, his eyes brighter. He replaced the old baggy jeans and graphic tees with clean-cut, tailored clothes. Simple but strong. He no longer jumped when his phone buzzed. He no longer checked Amy's social media. He no longer fantasized about revenge. Peace, he realized, was the ultimate revenge. One Friday evening, he stood at the stove, preparing homemade teriyaki salmon for Lauren, Emma, Sophie, and her 2 kids who were coming over for dinner. His hands moved rhythmically, calmly, confidently. Music played in the background, classic rock, his kind of noise. The doorbell rang. He opened it to Sophie's warm smile. "Wow," she said, scanning him up and down. "You look amazing." Alan just smiled. "Thanks. I feel amazing." She stepped in, their hands brushing. She didn't pull away. Neither did he. Behind them, laughter from the kids echoed like music through the halls of a house no longer haunted. Alan didn't just survive betrayal. He turned it into a forge. And from the fire, he emerged forged anew. The ocean stretched wide and endless before them, its rolling waves whispering secrets to the sand. The sky had just begun to wake, brushing the horizon with soft strokes of amber and gold. Alan stood barefoot at the edge of the beach, the tide foaming at his toes, cool and grounding. For the first time in years, he wasn't looking backward. Behind him, laughter rang out like wind chimes, bright, natural, unforced. Lauren and Emma were playing with Sophie's children, Cassie and Tom, racing up and down the shoreline with wild abandon. Their joy was infectious, and Alan felt it seep into his bones. Sophie walked toward him from the picnic spot they had set up earlier, her feet crunching softly on the sand. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and a linen shirt over her swimsuit, her hair tousled by the sea breeze. She carried 2 mugs of coffee, one for him, black, just the way he liked it. She remembered the little things. Peaceful, huh? She said, offering the cup. Alan took it with a grateful smile. More than peaceful. Feels like breathing again. They stood side by side for a moment, sipping coffee, watching the children. Emma had just tackled Tom into the surf, and both erupted into giggles. Alan chuckled. It was the kind of moment he used to crave. Unscripted, untarnished, real. I was scared of this, he admitted quietly. Sophie tilted her head. Of what? This normalcy. Calm. The idea that I could be happy again, he said, eyes still in the water. After what Amy did, after everything we built crumbled, I thought I'd stay broken. That maybe I'd get by, but never actually feel whole. And now? Sophie asked gently. Alan looked at her. Her eyes were steady, patient. Eyes that had listened to his pain without trying to fix it. Eyes that saw him. Now I think I've been healing a while without realizing it, he said. With the girls, with you. And today, I feel free. Sophie smiled, but not the sad, understanding smile she gave when he first opened up to her months ago. This one was bright and hopeful. You've earned that freedom, Alan. He took a sip and let the silence stretch again, this time comfortable. A seagull cried overhead, and the sun crept higher, casting light that shimmered on the water. Sophie turned toward him, her voice soft but certain. You know, the first time we met, I thought you looked like a man trying hard not to drown. Alan chuckled. That's fair. But even then, she continued, you were strong. You didn't try to pull anyone down with you. You just carried on. I didn't have a choice, he said. Yes, you did. And you chose grace. That word sat with him. Grace. Not bitterness. Not revenge. He'd made his peace with Amy. The court had ruled in his favor. Full custody. Amy had visitation rights, but even the girls barely wanted to go. Lauren, almost 16 now, was old enough to make her own decisions. Emma followed her sister's lead. Amy had tried to fight it, but by then the truth had scorched her reputation. Months of deception, company policies violated, inappropriate use of travel budgets. Dan, her boss-turned-lover, had dropped her the second HR got involved. Amy's new apartment was small and cold. The last time the girls visited, they came home early. Lauren had simply said, she's not mom anymore. Alan hadn't gloated. He hadn't needed to. His victory wasn't in her downfall. It was in what he had rebuilt from the rubble. Sophie took his hand. Her fingers laced through his, grounding him. I know we haven't talked about us, she said, voice cautious but not shy. Alan turned to her. Sophie, you and the kids, you're part of our family now, whether we put a name on it or not. Her eyes lit up, warm and soft. Good, she said, because I was hoping to be. He leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, then rested his cheek there for a moment. It's not just that I moved on, he whispered. It's that I moved forward. With purpose. They stood like that a while, wrapped in the embrace of the new day. The children's laughter rose behind them. The tide washed away the footprints of yesterday. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Alan allowed himself to truly believe. The best parts of his life weren't behind him. They were just beginning. From broken to rebuilt. What happened after my wife cheated on me? There's something about mountain air that makes a man believe he can start over. Crisp, clean, unforgiving, like the world washing itself and daring you to do the same. I stared out the passenger window of the SUV as we curved along the ridge, dense pines lining both sides of the narrow road. The late autumn sun filtered through the branches in slanted beams. Breathtaking, really. I should have felt peace, excitement even. But all I felt was distance. Not the kind you measure in miles. The kind that grows between two people who used to breathe in sync until one day, without warning, the rhythm broke. Nikki sat beside me, one manicured hand resting on her thigh, scrolling through her phone with the other. Her reflection in the window was blank, unreadable. I could see her smile now and then, but none of it was for me. Almost there, she said absently, without looking up. Yeah, I muttered, I still fixed ahead. 4 days of mountain bliss. She turned to me briefly, offering a quick, dismissive smirk. Try not to sound so excited, Ned. That was Nikki these days, sarcastic, distant, mildly irritated with everything I did or said. I used to joke that her moods could fog up a sunny day. Now, I didn't joke much at all. We were here for her older sister Kirsten's third bachelorette party. Third, you'd think after 2 failed marriages, someone might try therapy instead of cake tastings and hot tubs. But not Kirsten. No, Kirsten believed in celebrating dysfunction. Nikki had insisted I come. It'll be fun, she said. It'll be good for us, she promised. And besides, Kirsten wants you there. I should have known then. Kirsten never wanted me anywhere. The resort was beautiful, I'll give her that. A timber-framed palace nestled into the mountainside, with massive glass windows and stone fireplaces large enough to roast a bear. There was even a full spa and hot springs open to the guests. As we checked in, Nikki chatted with the staff, laughing at jokes that weren't funny. I stood there, feeling like furniture, present but not required. As we made our way to the suite, I caught a glimpse of Kirsten leaning against the balcony railing, sipping from a wine glass already half empty. She wore a white silk robe that didn't leave much to the imagination, and she waved at Nikki like they were co-stars in some late-night drama. She didn't acknowledge me. Inside, our suite was more than generous. Vaulted ceilings, a private fireplace, and a jacuzzi tub. Nikki squealed with delight at the decor and threw herself on the bed like she was 15 again. This is going to be amazing, she said, rolling onto her back, staring at the ceiling. I smiled, cautiously hopeful. Maybe we could take a hike tomorrow? Just you and me. She didn't answer right away. Maybe. Kirsten mentioned something about spa time and massages. I might do that first. Right, I said. Of course. The first night passed without incident. Drinks, laughter, a bonfire under the stars. Nikki stayed glued to Kirsten's side. I chatted with a few of the other guests. Most of them husbands dragged along like me. The ones who weren't looked like they were auditioning for something. Chiseled jaws, perfect teeth, expensive watches. They kept sneaking glances at the women, especially Nikki. And Nikki noticed. God, did she notice? The next morning, Nikki floated the idea of checking out the hot springs. Kirsten says it's an open kind of environment, she said, smirking. Open. I raised an eyebrow. She rolled her eyes. You know, Europeans, naturalists. Some of the springs are clothing optional. Don't be a prude, Ned. I wanted to protest. Instead, I said, as long as you're not expecting me to drop my drawers in public. She laughed. Oh, don't flatter yourself. That stung. She didn't even realize it, or maybe she did and didn't care. Either way, we went. That was when it started to shift. The springs were divided by small boulders and winding trails. The scent of cedar and steam rose from the water like some ancient forest dream. We slipped into one of the mid-sized tubs. The heat felt good on my joints. And then I saw them. 5 men, across from us, completely nude. Not even towels to pretend they cared. They weren't old hippies either. These guys were ripped, tanned, and confident, like they were used to showing off. One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a man bun and smirking eyes, stretched out on the grass like a Greek statue, one leg bent in a not-so-subtle display of anatomy. And Nikki? She stared. I watched her eyes fix on him. She didn't look away. Her lips parted slightly. A flush rose to her cheeks. She looked like she was drinking him in. Nikki, I said. She blinked and turned. Huh. You were staring. So, she said with a shrug. It's not a crime to look. No, I said, voice calm, but it's interesting to see what makes you look. She didn't respond, but the smile playing at her lips told me enough. I didn't say another word. I sank deeper into the water and closed my eyes. My body relaxed in the steam, but my mind stayed locked on the man across the spring. He looked familiar. Too familiar. That night, Nikki went out with Kirsten again. I stayed behind, said I was tired. Truthfully, I didn't want to be part of whatever the hell this bachelorette circus was turning into. I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling, wondering when things had gone so wrong. I used to be her hero. Now it was just background noise. But something told me the worst hadn't even started yet. Not by a long shot. The steam from the hot spring danced over the water like ghosts. It curled and twisted through the crisp mountain air, cloaking everything in a fog that felt almost sacred. Or maybe that's what I wanted it to be, sacred. Something pure, something untouched. But nothing about this place was sacred, especially not what I saw next. Nikki sat beside me on the rough stone edge of the hot tub, her toned legs stretched lazily across the surface, her body partially submerged in the warmth. I should have been soaking in the view of her, the woman I'd married, the woman who once gave me back my life after I'd lost nearly everything. But instead, I was watching the reflection in her eyes. And it wasn't me. Across from us, 5 men lounged with the confidence of Greek statues come to life, completely naked, their glistening bodies half shielded by the mist. I don't know what I expected from a clothing-optional mountain resort, but it wasn't this. They were bold about it too. No towels, no modesty, no shame. One of them, though, stood out immediately. He lay sprawled on a patch of manicured grass just beyond the edge of the water, one leg raised, his bronze chest gleaming like it had been airbrushed. His long dark hair was slicked back into a tight ponytail, and his lips curved in a smug, knowing smirk as if he could already feel the eyes on him. Especially hers. I saw the change in Nikki before I even saw where she was looking. Her posture slackened, her lips parted, and her breathing hitched in a way I hadn't heard in years. Not for me, at least. Her gaze was locked onto him, and her eyes were heavy, glassy. It was like watching her cheat in slow motion, with her eyes, her mind, her entire presence. "Nikki," I said gently. She blinked and turned to me like I'd interrupted a dream. You okay?" "Just relaxed," she murmured, forcing a smile. But her gaze drifted back to him almost instantly. I followed her line of sight again and felt something crawl under my skin. The guy wasn't just lounging. He was posing, deliberately, casually showing off equipment that looked enhanced, unnatural, and undoubtedly intentional. He was proud of what he had and wasn't hiding it. He wanted to be seen. And Nikki? She was definitely looking. Something about him itched at the back of my mind. His face was familiar, like a half-forgotten headline or the poster you glance at in a gas station window. I couldn't place it, not yet, but there was a buzz under my skin. A warning. "Want to go for a walk?" I asked her, hoping to break the spell. She shook her head. "You go ahead. I'm fine here." "Fine." I stood and stepped out of the hot tub, the cold air biting my skin as I grabbed a towel. I paused for a moment, watching her from the corner of my eye. Her lips curled upward again, not at me, not even with me. Just this faraway grin, one she wore when she was pretending to be someone else. Or maybe remembering who she used to be. I walked away, steam curling around my ankles, heart pounding louder than the crunch of gravel beneath my feet. I tried to shake it off, tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, jealous, insecure. But deep down, something primal stirred inside me. I had seen that man before. Not in person, not at the precinct, but somewhere. And Nikki's expression wasn't the expression of someone seeing a stranger. That was recognition. That was hunger. That was a woman remembering what it felt like to be wanted by someone she didn't have to love. Later that night, we barely spoke. Nikki claimed she was tired, took a long shower, crawled into bed without so much as a kiss. I lay there, eyes on the ceiling, the echo of her laughter at the hot springs looping in my mind. It wasn't loud, but it was free, and it didn't belong to me. I turned toward her in the darkness. She was already asleep, peaceful, lips parted, curled like a child. I wondered what dreams she was having, and whether I was in any of them. Probably not. The door clicked shut behind me, its soft thud echoing like a gunshot in the quiet room. Steam drifted from the bathroom as Nikki emerged in nothing but a plush white robe, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes glazed, like someone freshly drunk on adrenaline or lust. I stood by the dresser, halfway through buttoning my shirt, and for a heartbeat, neither of us spoke. Then I asked, "I thought you went shopping with Kirsten." She gave me that half smile, the one that used to mean playfulness, mischief. But this one was different. It didn't reach her eyes. "I changed my mind," she said casually, like she was deciding between coffee or tea. "I went back to the hot springs." I turned to face her fully. Were the naked men still there? "Oh, yes," she said, the corners of her mouth twitching with amusement. "And more." That flicker in her voice, it wasn't innocent. It was the sound of someone testing boundaries, daring me to step into a truth I wasn't ready for. And maybe I wasn't, but I stepped anyway. "Meet anyone interesting?" She dropped onto the edge of the bed and crossed her legs. Water droplets still clung to her calves. "There was this guy," she said, drawing out each word like she was savoring it. "Ramon Torres." The name hit me like a cold slap. Of course, the man with the ponytail. The one whose body language screamed arrogance. I should have trusted my gut. "He said he works with film studios out west," she added. I gave a dry laugh, my heart hammering in my chest. "Oh, I know Ramon. Not exactly Spielberg. His work doesn't show up in theaters. It's more itch." She tilted her head, amused. "You know him?" "By reputation. Private investigators run into all sorts of dirt. He's a known predator. Gets women drunk or high, seduces them, films them, and tosses them aside when they're no longer useful." "That's who you found interesting." Her expression didn't change. Not a flicker of remorse. "Guess we have something in common then," she said. "He gets bored easily too." The line cut deeper than she realized. Or maybe she did. Maybe that was the point. "You've gotten to know him a little, then?" I asked, voice low. She smiled again, and this time it was all teeth. "Yeah, I did. Him and a few of his friends." The air between us froze. I felt like I was watching someone else's nightmare. Not mine. Not Nikki. Not my wife. "I see," I said slowly, trying to stay upright, trying to breathe. She shrugged off the robe, as if to punctuate her next words. She was naked, covered in faint bruises and red welts, like bite marks. Her eyes locked with mine, challenging me. "Have sex?" she said, almost mockingly. "No, I had them. All of them. Even 3 at once." I couldn't speak. She stood up and walked toward me, proud of what she'd become, or perhaps addicted to the power of watching me crumble. "And you know what else?" she whispered. I didn't answer. I couldn't. "They're on their way here. All of them. Ramon, the twins, the quiet one, I forgot his name. Doesn't matter. They're coming back here. And they're going to use me, right here in this bed, while you watch." My vision darkened at the edges. My pulse throbbed in my ears. But I stayed silent. She thought I'd fight her, plead, rage. But I just turned, walked calmly to the closet, and pulled out my suitcase. "What are you doing?" she asked, arms folded like this was some twisted game. "Packing," I said simply. "Oh, come on," she scoffed. "You're seriously leaving? Running away like a little weakling?" I zipped the suitcase and took a deep breath. My voice came out low, calm, unshakable. "No, I'm walking away like a man who's had enough of being lied to, cheated on, and treated like garbage." She blinked at that. Maybe she expected tears, maybe even a slap, but not this. I turned to the door. "Wait," she said. I paused, hand on the doorknob. "Are you just going to leave me?" I faced her one last time. "I already have." As I stepped into the hallway, my suitcase dragging softly behind me, I saw them, Ramon and 4 others. Shirtless, laughing, high on whatever they'd snorted or smoked. They moved like wolves heading to slaughter. "Ramon," I called. He stopped and turned. "Yeah." I pulled off my wedding ring and flicked it to him. "You want her? She's yours." He caught it midair and chuckled. "Pleasure doing business, man." I walked away before he finished his sentence. Back in the parking lot, I lit a cigarette for the first time in weeks. My hand was shaking, not from weakness, but from everything I was holding back. That night, Nikki had chosen her thrill, and I had chosen my freedom. The room felt colder than it should have. Maybe it was the sudden shock, or maybe it was just her. The way she sat there in that bathrobe, soaked hair dripping onto the bedspread like she didn't have a care in the world. Nikki's smirk twisted into something almost cruel. I stood frozen near the closet, half-dressed, my button-down shirt hanging open. I was hoping to surprise her with dinner reservations, maybe spark something, anything. But instead, I was looking at a woman I didn't recognize anymore. "You're serious?" I asked, my voice lower than I intended. Nikki didn't even blink. Completely. The way she said it, detached, almost bored, landed like a slap across the face. She wasn't defensive. She wasn't guilty. She was done pretending. Was this the plan all along? I asked, my throat tight. "Come up here, cheat on your husband at a luxury spa. Then what?" Wipe it away with a smile and a robe. Her expression shifted. Gone was the smirk. In its place was the woman I hadn't seen in months. The shrew, as I'd come to think of her. The version of Nikki that picked fights over how I breathed, rolled her eyes at every attempt I made to be close, and treated me like an old dog that just didn't know when to lay down. "Yes," she said bluntly. "That's exactly what I came here for." I took a step back, like her words had weight. And they did. They hit harder than any bullet I ever took in the line of duty. "You don't even try anymore," she went on. "You haven't in years." "I try, Nikki. I try to work around the fact that my body doesn't work like it used to." "You think I chose this?" I said, pointing to my legs. "You think I enjoy needing pills just to feel halfway normal?" "Oh, please," she scoffed. "Don't give me the wounded hero speech. You smoke like a chimney, eat like crap, and you haven't exercised in God knows how long. All those pills? That's your own doing. You let yourself rot, Ned. And you expect me to just shrivel up with you." Her words weren't just sharp. They were jagged, designed to cut deep and twist. "I've been loyal to you," I said slowly. "Even when things got hard. Even when you pushed me away. I stayed. I didn't look elsewhere. I didn't need to." "Well, maybe you didn't. But I did," she said with a shrug. I stared at her, searching for even a flicker of the woman who used to cry into my chest, who held my hand through nightmares, who used to say I was the strongest man she'd ever known. That woman wasn't here. Nikki stood, the robe falling open slightly, revealing her collarbone and the faintest outline of something I didn't want to believe. I stepped closer. "What's that?" I asked quietly. She followed my eyes. "What?" "On your hip," I said. "Are those bruises?" She looked down, as if noticing them for the first time. Then she smiled. "Ramon's a little rough," she said softly, almost dreamily. "But it's what I needed." My stomach turned. "You had sex with him?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "With him?" she repeated with a laugh. "Ned, I had sex with him and his friends. 3 of them. At once. You want details?" "No," I said, biting down on my rage. "No, I really don't." She moved toward the mirror and tightened the belt on her robe like it was a casual Tuesday. "You don't get it," she said. "It wasn't just sex. It was freedom. Power. I haven't felt like a woman in years. With you, I've been a nurse, a therapist, a housewife. But with them, I was worshipped, ravaged, desired." The silence in the room turned thick, like the air itself was choking. "And what now?" I asked. "You think I'm just going to sleep next to you tonight like none of this happened?" Her eyes narrowed. "Actually, no, you're not, because they're coming here." I blinked. "What?" "Ramon. His guys. They're on their way, and we're going to have a real party tonight. Right here, in this bed." "You're insane," I said, backing away. "I'm free," she corrected, "and you're welcome to stay and watch. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn a thing or two." I felt something snap inside me. I wasn't angry anymore. Not shocked. Not hurt. Just hollow. A sudden, calm void washed over me. I walked to the closet, pulled out my suitcase, and began folding my clothes one by one. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Leaving," I said. "What did you expect? She leaned against the door frame with a smug grin. I expected you to sulk, maybe cry, then wait for me to come back to you when I was done. Well, surprise, I said, zipping my bag. As I reached for the doorknob, her voice called after me. You're going to regret this, Ned. No one else is going to want you. I stopped. Then I turned and looked her in the eyes for the last time. No one else has to, I said. I'd rather be alone than be with someone who treats betrayal like a weekend hobby. And with that, I walked out, into the hallway, into the unknown, into the rest of my life. Because at that moment, I didn't lose a wife. I should have waited. And for the first time in years, I felt free. The hallway was quiet, unnervingly so. Only the muffled hum of the central heating and the distant slosh of hot spring water provided a backdrop to Ned's slow, deliberate steps. His suitcase wheels rolled softly over the plush carpet, their sound almost apologetic, as if even the luggage knew this wasn't how things were supposed to end. But it was over. And for once, Ned wasn't chasing answers. He was done being confused, forgiving, or even angry. He wasn't trying to fix what Nikki had smashed with careless hands. He was just done. The room door clicked shut behind him with a gentle finality, but it might as well have slammed like a prison gate. He didn't look back. Not once. Then came the voices. Laughter. Male voices, bold and brash, echoing down the hallway from the opposite direction. Ned's pace slowed. He recognized the tone, that predatory cheer of a pack on the hunt. And then they turned the corner. Ramon Torres led the way, his man bun still glistening from a recent soak, shirt draped over one shoulder, abs glinting like a photographer had just lit him for a promo shot. Behind him trailed 4 other men, equally smug, equally obnoxious. They walked like they owned the place. Like they owned her. As they passed, Ned's shoulders tensed. Ramon's eyes caught his for a fraction of a second, squinted like he was trying to remember something, then dismissed him without care. That casual disregard was the match. Ned. He didn't say it loudly, but the voice carried weight. Ramon turned again. Yeah? What do you want, old man? The insult was subtle, dressed in casual arrogance, but Ned heard it clearly. He didn't flinch. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out his wedding ring. That tiny gold band had once meant everything to him. A promise, a future, a sacred vow. It had warmed his finger through 7 winters, felt the sweat of 1,000 struggles, the heat of countless nights beside the woman he once adored. Now it felt like a handcuff. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the ring. Ramon instinctively caught it, more out of reflex than respect. He looked at it, confused, then smirked. You want her? Ned said, his voice calm, razor sharp. She's yours. Ramon chuckled, rolling the ring between his fingers like a coin. Damn, didn't expect a husband to fold that easy. I didn't fold, Ned said, meeting his eyes. I woke up. That shut Ramon up, just for a beat. You sure you want to walk away from all that? Ramon said, tilting his head back toward the room where Nikki waited, probably still naked under that robe, still smug, still blind. Ned took a step closer. She's not all that anymore. Just a woman who mistook depravity for freedom and cruelty for honesty. You'll see. Ramon snorted and turned to go, pocketing the ring like a souvenir. Ned watched them walk away, their laughter rising again as they moved toward the room that was no longer his. It didn't hurt like he thought it would. It didn't feel like a loss. It felt like release. Outside, the cold mountain air hit his face like a wake-up slap. His lungs filled with it, sharp, clean, and painfully real. The same mountains that had watched his humiliation now stood as silent witnesses to his first true act of freedom. He loaded his bag into the car, the trunk slamming shut with finality. He didn't bother glancing back toward the building. He knew Nikki wouldn't come after him. She'd made her choice. Now he was making his. A 6-pack of beer and a carton of smokes later, Ned was halfway down the mountain road, gravel crunching under the tires of his beat-up sedan. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. But the stillness inside him wasn't peace. It was the eye of a storm forming. He wasn't broken. He was clearing the battlefield. And soon, he'd start building again, this time for himself. The door shut behind me with a quiet finality, but it echoed like a slammed gavel in my soul. My boots thudded across the hardwood floor, each step heavy with disbelief. I was no longer standing at the edge of betrayal. I had crossed it, face first, through the fire Nikki lit herself. The house was quiet, too quiet. No sound of her humming in the kitchen. No scent of her citrus shampoo lingering in the bathroom. Just the silence of a home that had become a shell. I dropped my suitcase in the front hallway, where her sandals still sat like the ghost of someone who used to live here. Part of me wanted to throw them out the door. Another part wanted to burn them. Instead, I moved like a machine. Controlled. Cold. There was no time to grieve. Not yet. I picked up my phone and did the first thing that came to mind. I called a locksmith. The voice on the other end sounded like a kid barely out of high school. "Sir, after-hour services are an extra $150. Is it urgent? I'll double it if you could be here in 30 minutes. That got his attention. I'll be there in 20. Good. I wasn't just changing the locks. I was rewriting the rules. While I waited, I went to the garage and pulled out a battered legal pad I kept in an old filing cabinet, one I hadn't touched since my PI days. The pages still smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and printer ink. My hands didn't shake as I wrote. I was focused, surgical, like when I worked surveillance, days on end, cataloging the sins of strangers while sipping bad coffee from a thermos. But this time, the target wasn't a stranger. It was my wife. List, Operation Freedom. Cancel joint credit cards. Transfer money to personal account. Change direct deposit. Call Nick Parson, divorce lawyer. Remove Nikki from health insurance. Contact Paul, see if someone can watch Ramon. Collect evidence. Always collect evidence. I exhaled and took a long sip of the beer I'd cracked open the second I walked in. I could already feel the old Ned stirring again. The man who knew how to track, expose, and protect. The man she'd conveniently forgotten existed when she labeled me weak. The locksmith arrived 20 minutes later, just like he promised. He was a thin kid with a goatee and a heavy toolbox. I guided him around the house, pointing out every door, front, back, garage, even the basement storm doors. "All of them?" he asked, blinking. "Every last one, and key the new locks the same." "Yes, sir." He worked in silence while I watched from the porch, smoking one of the last cigarettes from my old stash. The nicotine hit was as bitter as the memories still fresh in my mind. Nikki's laugh as she described being used by strangers. The bruises on her thighs. The smirk when she told me they were coming back. For more. I crushed the cigarette under my heel. When the locksmith finished and handed me the new set of keys, I slipped one into my pocket and handed him a tip large enough to make his eyebrows raise. "Everything okay, sir?" he asked as he loaded up his truck. "No," I said simply, "but it will be." Back inside, I poured myself another beer and sat on the back porch with my pad again. The stars were bright over the treetops. The kind of night Nikki would have loved to share with me, once upon a time. But those days were gone, torn away like old wallpaper. She had chosen to rip us apart. I just decided not to tape it back together. I opened my laptop and logged into the bank. First, I froze the joint credit card, the one she used for clothes, fancy dinners, and impulsive online shopping binges. Then, I adjusted the daily withdrawal limit on our joint checking account, left her just enough to buy food and maybe a bus ticket. Next, I opened a new account in my name only. Clean, no paper trail to her. I moved 75% of our liquid cash into that account. She wouldn't see it coming. The next call I made was to Nick Parson, a divorce lawyer so cold and brilliant we once joked he could get a man custody of a goldfish in a flood. "Damn, Ned," he said after I explained everything. "She really brought the circus, didn't she? She burned the whole tent down." Nick whistled softly. "We'll draft papers first thing Monday. Let's serve her at work. Make it sting." Exactly what I was thinking. "And Ned?" Don't do anything stupid. You're not the type, but still, betrayal messes with a man's mind. You know me better than that, Nick. I do, which is why I'm telling you anyway. We agreed to talk again Sunday night. Enough time to let her dig her own grave while I prepared to bury the marriage for good. After the call, I texted Paul Drake, my former boss and closest ally in the PI business. Ned, need eyes on Ramon. Quiet. Someone Nikki doesn't know. Paul, you got it. And Ned, sorry man. The last thing I did before bed was walk through the house, room by room. I checked the locks, the doors, the windows. I wasn't afraid she'd come back. I just wanted to make sure she couldn't. I stood in our bedroom doorway for a long time. Her scent was still there. Her things still sat on the vanity. I didn't touch any of it, but I did strip the bed. Then I lay down on the couch, fully clothed, new key tucked under my pillow like a dagger. I didn't sleep much, but I did something better. I resolved. In the morning, I'd finalize the plan. But tonight, I had officially taken back control. And that was the first real breath I'd taken in years. Sunday morning dawned in eerie stillness. The sun filtered through the blinds, casting faint stripes across the living room floor like prison bars. Ned Carson sat at his kitchen table, a cooling mug of coffee resting between his hands. He wasn't sipping. He wasn't even thinking. He was waiting for Nikki to come crawling home. She hadn't called, hadn't texted, hadn't shown the barest flicker of regret. Not that he expected her to, not really, but some small, fractured part of him still hoped that maybe the woman he once married was buried beneath the venom, that maybe she'd stumble through the door, teary-eyed and ashamed, begging to be forgiven. But there was no knock, no message. And by 10:15 a.m., something inside Ned shifted permanently. There was no way back. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. He considered ignoring it, but answered out of habit. His voice came out low, even. Carson. Ned, it's Kirsten. Nikki's sister. Of course. Her voice was bright, overly sweet, like she was trying to placate a neighbor after letting her dog poop in their yard. Nikki told me you left last night. What happened? You'd have to ask her, Ned said flatly. Well, she's not doing great. She's been crying a lot. Says you two had a misunderstanding. Ned clenched the ceramic coffee mug a little tighter. Misunderstanding? That's what she's calling it, he asked, incredulous. She didn't mention 5 naked men and a hotel room performance. Kirsten stammered. Look, I know you're upset, but you knew, didn't you? Silence. Kirsten, did you know Ramon Torres would be there? His voice dropped a register. Ah, yes. I invited them. He's done parties for us before. You invited him, Ned repeated, the disbelief thick in his throat. You invited a known adult film director, with his crew, to your sister's bachelorette party. It was supposed to be fun, just entertainment. I didn't think you'd be there. It was supposed to be a girls-only thing. Is that what you call what Nikki did? Entertainment. Ned stood from the table, pacing now, his bare feet whispering across the kitchen tile. She said you weren't giving her what she needed, Ned, Kirsten said, voice softening. It's not like she doesn't love you. She just needed to feel desired. And she couldn't tell me that before arranging a gangbang with porn stars. There was a pause on the other end. You're being dramatic. No, Ned said quietly. I'm being accurate. A wind gust brushed through the backyard, rattling the porch screen door. Ned looked out at the shed he once spent weekends repairing. Nikki used to bring him lemonade while he worked, smiling. That memory felt 1,000 miles away now. Faded counterfeit. She's expecting you to pick her up today, Kirsten said. I won't. What do you mean you won't? I mean she can find her own way home. Not that it matters. She won't be welcome here when she gets back. Another long pause. Ned, are you seriously going to throw away your whole marriage over a mistake? No, Kirsten. She threw it away. I'm just honoring her choice. After hanging up, Ned tossed his phone onto the couch and stood in the center of his living room. The space suddenly felt cleaner, lighter, like Nikki's absence had cleared the air of something toxic. He walked to the hallway closet and pulled out a large plastic storage bin. One by one, he began collecting things. The photos on the mantle, the framed wedding picture, the photo booth strip from their honeymoon, the dried bouquet from their 5th anniversary. Every symbol of a life shared, boxed. He wasn't doing this out of rage. Not anymore. He was doing it for closure. For peace. Later that afternoon, he sat on the porch with a fresh beer and a cigarette between his fingers, the list of to-dos folded in his lap. The locks had already been changed. The lawyer's paperwork was in progress. Bank accounts separated. Credit cards canceled. All that remained was the emotional cleanup, the hardest part. He was halfway through the beer when a screen door creaked open behind him. He turned, startled. But it wasn't Nikki. It was the mailman who dropped off a small stack of envelopes and walked off with a wave. No drama, no confrontation, just silence and the distant hum of Sunday traffic. Ned exhaled. He lit another cigarette and stared at the road. Let her come home to an empty driveway. Let her find herself locked out. Let her face the consequences of the fire she started. He wasn't bitter anymore. He wasn't broken. He was done. The sunset that evening was blood orange and wide, hanging low over the rooftops. Ned sat on the back porch watching it, a beer in one hand and a new kind of resolve in his chest. He'd thought Nikki's betrayal would destroy him. Instead, it had revealed him. The man he used to be, the strong one, the driven one, the man with purpose, wasn't gone. He'd just been buried under years of compromise and emotional erosion. Now he was waking up. And when Nikki finally realized what she'd lost, when she called, cried, begged, there would be no one on the other end of the line. The gym was tucked into the corner of an aging strip mall, unremarkable from the outside, just another place where people tried and often failed to outrun their demons on a treadmill. But for Ned Carson, stepping through those glass doors felt like the first real act of defiance since his wife's betrayal. Not against her, but against the version of himself he had let die. The scent of rubber mats, iron, sweat, and something faintly citrus from a spray bottle filled the air. The hum of machines and the rhythmic clang of weights became his soundtrack. It was midday, so the crowd was light, just a few older folks on ellipticals and a couple of gym rats throwing around dumbbells. Ned signed in, feeling eyes on him. He wasn't in terrible shape, but he carried years of neglect around his waist, in his posture, and in the exhaustion behind his eyes. He walked with the faint stiffness of an old injury, a subtle limp that still lingered from the gunshots that nearly ended his life, and ironically led him to Nikki in the first place. His boots thudded against the mats as he made his way to the corner, where a lone, heavy bag hung from a thick steel beam. It swayed slightly, as if sensing what was coming. Ned stared at it. It stared back. He dropped his bag on the floor and unzipped it slowly, almost ceremoniously. Out came the gloves, dusty but still usable. He hadn't touched them in years. His hands trembled slightly as he slid them on. The Velcro hissed like a snake as he sealed the past inside. He didn't warm up, didn't stretch. He just walked to the bag and threw the first punch. It landed with a deep thud. Not enough. He hit again. Harder. The bag rocked backward, chains groaning under the force. Again and again, fists pounding like war drums. With each punch, a memory surfaced. Nikki laughing, not at a joke, but at him as she described letting 3 strangers use her like a toy. The image of Ramon catching Ned's wedding ring, sliding it into his pocket like it was nothing. Nikki's voice cold and vicious. You haven't been a man in years. He roared, his breath heaving, sweat pouring down his face. He wasn't boxing anymore. He was purging. Then came the collapse. He dropped to his knees, chest burning, vision tunneling, hands trembling in the gloves. For a moment, he let the darkness pull at him, dared it to swallow him whole. But then, someone spoke. You all right? Ned blinked, wiped the sweat from his eyes. A man stood a few feet away, tall, lean, early 30s, wearing a trainer's badge clipped to his shirt. You've been going at that bag like it owed you money, the man said with a slight smile. Ned breathed deep. Didn't realize I was putting on a show. I've seen people take out frustration on that bag, but not like that. He offered a hand. John Green. I'm a trainer here. Ned hesitated, then took the hand. Ned Carson. John's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Carson, wait. Are you the Carson? The cop? Bank robbery, maybe 8 years back? Ned gave a tired nod. Yeah, that was me. John snapped his fingers. My grandmother. You pulled her behind a counter when the shooting started. You saved her life, man. Ned looked away, uncomfortable. Just doing my job. Not many people would have taken 3 bullets for someone else's grandmother, John said. You've been through hell before. Looks like you're going through a different kind now. Ned exhaled. Yeah, I am. Want to talk about it? Ned surprised himself by nodding. They sat on a nearby bench, and for the first time, Ned spilled everything. The mountain trip, the betrayal, the humiliation, the pain. John didn't flinch. He listened the way good men do, not to respond, but to understand. When Ned finished, there was silence between them, the kind that holds weight. John finally spoke. You want to get back in shape? I need to, Ned said. For my health, for my head, for me. I can help, John replied, standing. But you'll need more than just sweat and weights. You're carrying wounds deeper than muscle. I know a woman, counselor, name's Rose Carlson, works with trauma, betrayal, the heavy stuff. I think she could help. Ned took the card John offered. He looked at the name, traced the embossed letters with his thumb. Rose Carlson. You willing to fix more than just the outside? John asked. Ned nodded slowly. I've got no choice. The man I used to be, he's gone. But I want to see who I can become. John smiled. Let's find out. I'll put together a workout and meal plan for you. We'll fix your body. And with Rose, maybe the rest. Ned stood, hands still shaking, but heart a little steadier. He felt seen, understood, and for the first time in a long time, maybe even since the day he met Nikki, he felt hope. He walked out of the gym lighter, not because the weight was gone, but because he had finally set it down. The war wasn't over. But Ned had just won the first round. The sun slanted low through the kitchen blinds, casting long lines across the hardwood floor like prison bars. Ned sat at the table with his coffee, black, no sugar, no cream. His doctor had warned him about his blood sugar. Now it wasn't just advice. It was a warning label printed on every meal, every sip, every mistake. But this was more than a physical awakening. This was war. Not with Nikki. That part was done. She could rot in her own regrets. This was a war with himself, against the weight, the weakness, the quiet decay that had crept in unnoticed, the way ivy strangles a house one stubborn vine at a time. He glanced down at the card in his hand. Rose Carlson, certified trauma counselor. John at the gym had handed it to him the day before. She's damn good, he'd said, especially with people like you. People like him. What did that even mean? A man betrayed. A husband humiliated. A cop turned cripple turned cuckold. Ned closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. He didn't need a therapist. He wasn't going to cry on someone's couch and tell them about the time his wife invited a gangbang while he stood there with shaking hands and dying dignity. But something inside whispered, yes, you do need this. He had nothing left to lose. The office was in an old Victorian house converted into professional suites. Clean, cozy, too inviting. Ned felt like an imposter just walking through the front door. Mr. Carson, a soft voice called. He turned. Rose Carlson was nothing like he expected. No horn-rimmed glasses or tweed. Just a woman in her 40s with sharp eyes and a calm presence that felt like a blanket fresh from the dryer. Come in, she said, leading him into a room with warm lighting and no hint of judgment. So, she began after a few pleasantries, tell me why you're here. He hesitated. For a moment, he considered brushing it off. My wife cheated. I'm pissed. I want to get in shape. End of story. But instead, the words came out heavier, slower. My wife betrayed me, he said. Not just once. Not just with one man. She planned it, rubbed it in my face. and I didn't see it coming. Rose said nothing. She didn't flinch, didn't scribble notes like some courtroom stenographer. She just nodded. I feel like an idiot, he admitted. I was trying so hard to keep our life together. Thought if I gave her enough room, took the blame for my health, played the good guy, she'd see I was trying. Turns out, all it got me was laughed at and tossed aside like a used napkin. What do you think you lost? Rose asked. Ned looked at her. Everything. Be specific. My marriage. My pride. My sense of manhood. And what did you keep? The question hit harder than he expected. He opened his mouth. Closed it. I kept my name, he said finally. My self-control. My work. And my will to get back up. Rose smiled. Sounds like you didn't lose everything after all. The sessions became routine. Twice a week. Rose peeled him open one layer at a time. Not with pity, but with precision. They talked about Nikki, about the creeping resentment he ignored, the humiliation he tried to laugh off, the way he began to shrink in his own skin without even realizing it. And they talked about the shooting, the moment that turned his life sideways. How surviving didn't mean healing. Your wounds didn't end when the bullets stopped, Rose said once. You never mourned the man you used to be. And now you're angry because your wife stopped loving a version of you that no longer exists. But maybe it's time to stop chasing your old self and build a better one. That stuck with him. At the gym, progress was slow, but real. John worked him through the pain, the stiffness, the shame. He didn't treat Ned like a patient. He treated him like a soldier training for a comeback. Diet was strict. Workouts were brutal. Some nights, Ned fell asleep sore, hungry, and furious. But he woke up determined. His body changed first. Pounds shed, muscles returned. Then his posture, straighter, stronger. Then his eyes. No more hollow look in the mirror. No more ghost of the man Nikki discarded. He was becoming someone new, someone worth respecting. One night, after a particularly rough workout, Ned returned home to a silent house. The scent of wood polish and lemon still hung in the air from his weekend cleaning spree. Everything was neat, controlled, his space now. He poured a glass of water, sat on the porch, and watched the sky turn shades of blue and blood orange. For once, his mind was quiet. Then his phone buzzed. A text. From unknown number. I'm sorry. Please talk to me. Just talk to me. And he stared at it. For a moment, he felt the familiar ache, the part of him that still remembered Nikki's laugh, her touch, the way she once looked at him like he was her hero. But that part was dying now, replaced by the man she thought was gone. Ned deleted the message, then opened his notes app. At the top of the page, he typed, goals for the next 90 days. Drop under 200 pounds. Regain full leg strength. Finish divorce. Build new life. Never look back. He stared at it. Then added one more. Make her regret everything. He smiled, closed the app, and took a long sip of water. The night was quiet, and for the first time in a long time, so was he. The sterile calm of the therapist's office was almost unsettling. Beige walls, soft lighting, minimalist furniture. Everything carefully curated to soothe a broken mind. But Ned Carson didn't feel soothed. Not yet. He sat stiffly on a leather couch, hands clasped in his lap, the silence between him and Rose Carlson stretching like a wire pulled tight. She was in her early 50s, sharp but warm, with gray-streaked hair pulled into a twist and eyes that didn't miss a thing. So, she finally said, crossing one leg over the other, "You said this wasn't about saving your marriage." Ned exhaled through his nose. "It's about saving myself." "That's good," she replied, nodding. "Because from the sound of it, your marriage is already ashes. The question is, what are you going to do with the fire it left behind?" He chuckled dryly. Funny, that's what it felt like, watching her burn it all to the ground and smile while she did it. Rose waited. "You want the truth?" he asked. "Only if you're ready to tell it." Ned looked down at his hands, scarred knuckles, calloused palms. Hands that once held a badge. Hands that once gripped a trembling woman pulled from a hostage scene. Hands that once trembled as they slipped a ring on Nikki's finger. I should have seen it coming, he said finally. Maybe not the show she put on at the resort, but everything else? The distance, the contempt, the casual cruelty. I just ignored it. Told myself it was stress, marriage fatigue, maybe even my own fault for not being the man I used to be. Rose tilted her head. So you blamed yourself? I guess I did. And now? He was quiet. I don't know. Yeah, I let myself go. Got soft, physically. I wasn't as exciting as I used to be. But I never disrespected her. I never humiliated her. I never forgot my vows. And he stopped jaw tight. She planned it. She invited them. Knew what she was doing. And she wanted me to watch. Rose leaned forward. That sounds like more than betrayal. That sounds like cruelty. Ned met her gaze. Exactly. And just like that, something shifted. The weight he'd carried in silence, shame, confusion, guilt began to lift. She didn't just cheat, he continued. She wanted to break me, like it gave her power. And I just let her. For years. Let her push, insult, chip away. Because I thought that's what loyalty meant. You stay. You endure. You carry the load. Rose's voice was soft but firm. Ned, loyalty doesn't mean letting someone destroy you. He blinked. That truth hit harder than he expected. It means showing up, she added, but it doesn't mean staying where you're no longer safe, respected, or loved. Sometimes the most loyal thing you can do is leave. The session ran over by 10 minutes, but Ned barely noticed. For the first time in weeks, maybe years, he felt seen. Not as the broken husband, or the limping ex-cop, or the man whose wife traded his dignity for a night of pornographic thrills. But as a human being, a man still capable of healing, still worthy of self-respect. When he stepped outside, the air was crisp and smelled like rain. The clouds were heavy, but hadn't yet opened up. He walked to his truck slowly, deliberately. No cane, no limp. Not today. As he pulled out of the lot, he saw something in the mirror that made him pause. His reflection. He didn't look like the same man from a week ago. The man who stood frozen in that resort room, listening to his wife giggle about her gangbang while she tossed aside their vows like an old pair of shoes. That man was gone. This man had blood in his knuckles and fire in his chest. That evening, he stood in front of the mirror, stripped to the waist. The gut was still there, sure, but he could already see changes. Lines of muscle try to break free again. His arms felt heavier, his shoulders less rounded. He smiled, a real smile. Then he reached into his drawer and pulled out something he hadn't looked at in a long time. A framed photo from their wedding day. Nikki beaming in white, his arms wrapped tightly around her. He studied it. And then, without ceremony, without rage, he snapped the frame in half and tossed it into the trash. He wasn't clinging to ashes anymore. He was building something new. The cold snap of early autumn had crept in overnight. Ned sat by the window of his small home office, steam rising from his untouched coffee. Outside, the wind combed through the trees like unseen fingers, stripping them of their dignity, one leaf at a time. It felt poetic. Inside, papers were strewn across his desk like the aftermath of a storm. Bank records, credit card statements, photos, a stack of legal forms, and most recently, a manila envelope bearing the crimson logo of Parson and Associates. Inside that envelope was the next chapter of his life. Divorce papers. The document was thicker than he expected. Part of him assumed it would be simple, a betrayal, a line crossed, the end. But the law didn't operate on morality. It operated on facts, filings, signatures, and strategy, especially in a no-fault state like theirs. That's why Ned had gone to Nick Parson. Nick wasn't just a divorce attorney. He was the attorney people called when things got ugly. Ex-military, ex-prosecutor, the kind of man who didn't flinch when handed the dirty details of your marriage. And when Ned told him about Ramon, the hot tub, the gang of adult film predators, and Nikki's gleeful confession, Nick didn't blink. He had simply nodded and said, "We'll bury her legally." Ned flipped through the pages again, reading the phrasing for the 20th time. Petitioner, Edward Ned Carson. Respondent, Nicole Nikki Carson. Responded. That word somehow captured her perfectly. Not wife, not partner, not love of his life. Just the person who needs an answer for what she did. Under the grounds for divorce, Nick had added a carefully worded summary. While the state recognizes no-fault dissolution, the petitioner reserves the right to submit supporting evidence demonstrating a sustained pattern of emotional cruelty, public humiliation, and calculated marital betrayal. Emotional cruelty, humiliation, betrayal. The trinity of destruction that had reduced a 7-year marriage to a stack of paper and an appointment with a process server. Ned turned to the next section, property and financial disclosures. They'd never lived lavishly, but they'd built a life. 2 cars, a modest house, paid off, a small investment account, joint savings, and now it all had to be sliced up like a crime scene. But Ned had done his homework. Half the joint accounts were already emptied. He'd created new private accounts, changed the direct deposits, and even rerouted some residual PI income from old cases into a trust under his name. He consulted Nick on every move, staying well within the legal boundaries, but making sure Nikki wouldn't walk away with more than she earned. She might have thought Ned would be predictable, passive, gullible. But she forgot he used to be a cop, and now a private investigator. If anyone knew how to track lies and cover his tracks, it was him. A knock at the door startled him. It was the courier, a man in a windbreaker holding a sealed envelope and a tablet. "Mr. Carson?" Ned nodded. "Final documents from Parson and Associates. They asked me to get your signature and deliver this certified copy." Ned signed without a word. The man left. The door clicked shut, and suddenly the silence in the house felt permanent. He opened the new envelope. Inside was the notice of service. Nick's message was scribbled across a sticky note. "Set for Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. at her office. Keep your phone close. We'll record her response for the record if she calls. If she comes to the house, don't open the door. Let this play out." Monday. Just 3 days away. Ned could almost picture it. Nikki sitting in her sleek office, probably sipping her overpriced iced mocha, barking at interns, smiling at clients. Maybe she'd already posted something on Instagram. Another filtered photo, another caption about living life or empowered femininity. And then a knock. And a manila envelope. And a sudden, undeniable realization that the game she was playing had just become very, very real. No more hiding behind seduction or manipulation. No more sweet-talking her way out. Because now the man she thought she broke was the man delivering her reckoning. Ned put the documents back in the envelope and carried them to the fireproof safe in the hallway closet. As he turned the lock, he noticed a framed photo beside it, one he hadn't had the courage to take down. It was the 2 of them, beachside, smiling, the kind of smile that hides what's coming. He took it off the wall, looked at it one last time, and dropped it into the trash. The phone buzzed. A message from Nick. "Next step, strategy, custody, assets, closure. You ready?" Ned stared at the screen for a long time, then typed 2 words. "Let's finish it." The envelope was thick, heavy almost, not from its weight, but from what it carried, the final, irreversible truth. Inside were pages that would shatter the illusion Nikki had clung to like a safety blanket. Divorce. Served. Filed. Official. Ned stood just outside the lawyer's office, the morning sun washing his face in gold. He hadn't slept much the night before, not because of doubt, but because of certainty. Certainty was a strange thing. It didn't bring comfort. It brought gravity. As Nick Parson handed the legal folder over to his paralegal, he looked at Ned one last time. "You sure you don't want to wait? Give her time to explain." "I gave her time," Ned said. 7 years of it." Nick nodded slowly. "All right, her workplace it is then. Mid-morning, maximum effect." There was no smirk in his voice, no satisfaction, just professional resolve. Nick had seen hundreds of divorces, messy, vindictive, cruel. But Ned? He'd been silent, too silent, and that silence was the loudest warning of all. 10:42 a.m., Nikki's law office. The courier arrived at the sleek reception desk of the boutique legal firm where Nikki worked as a junior partner. A woman in a crisp, white blouse signed for the package. "This is for Nikki Carson?" she asked the man. "Yes, ma'am. Time sensitive. Legal documentation." Nikki had just walked into the office kitchen, coffee in hand, lipstick freshly applied. She was still wearing a slight smirk, the kind of smug confidence she always wore after weekends like the one she'd just had. She looked radiant to the untrained eye, but if someone had really looked, they might have seen the cracks. A junior associate rushed in and handed her the envelope. "Legal delivery. Looks official." Nikki opened it with the absent-minded ease of someone used to contracts and case files. But the moment her eyes hit the first line, "Petition for dissolution of marriage," her smirk melted like wax under fire. She blinked once, then again, her breath caught halfway between her lungs and her throat. "No," she whispered, as if saying it out loud would change what was happening. She flipped through the pages like a woman looking for a trapdoor. Every word on the page was real. Ned wasn't bluffing. He was serious. He wasn't sulking. He wasn't processing. He was done. Her phone rang within 30 seconds. She fumbled it out of her purse like a woman on fire grabbing for a glass of water. "Ned, incoming call." No, it wasn't Ned. It was Kirsten. "Have you seen what just happened?" Nikki hissed into the phone. "Yeah, I got a heads up from your courier." "Damn, he served you at the office." "Yes, he actually filed for divorce. He's ending everything." "Well," Kirsten said flatly, "what did you expect? I thought he'd cool off. I thought he'd cry salt, get over it." "Oh, honey," Kirsten laughed bitterly. "You set your marriage on fire and expected marshmallows. This is what infernos do, they burn." Nikki's fingers hovered over Ned's contact. She finally dialed. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. She didn't speak, just listened to his generic recorded message. The same message she'd heard for years. It felt alien now, like the voice of someone already gone. She called again. And again. Voicemail. Voicemail. The 3rd time, she left a message. "Ned, it's me. I don't know what to say. I never thought you'd really file. Please call me. Let's just talk." But there was no reply. Instead, Ned sat calmly on the back porch, watching the trees sway with a cigarette in hand. The divorce papers had been served, and like a blade across dead roots, the tie was cut. That night, her voice finally cracked. "Ned, why are you doing this? Why can't you understand it was just a weekend? Just something new, an experience. I came home to you. Doesn't that mean anything? Please don't throw it all away because of one mistake. I love you." She didn't know the message cut deeper by the second, because Ned wasn't moved by her words. He was haunted by her actions, the laughing, the taunting, the smug nakedness wrapped in betrayal. That wasn't a mistake. That was a decision. The next morning, Ned got a text. It was from an unknown number. Attached was a picture. Ramon Torres, shirtless, arm draped over Nikki, her face buried in his neck. A fan had seen it posted to a niche online account and anonymously sent it Ned's way. Under the photo was a caption, "Director's favorite new recruit, #Taurus-team." Ned stared at it in disbelief. It wasn't even discreet. She hadn't just cheated, she joined him. She chose that world. Over him. Over their vows. Over their life. He forwarded the image to Nick Parson. "Add this to the case file." "Copy that," Nick replied. "She's going to regret underestimating you." Ned stood at the mirror that night, buttoning his shirt. The man staring back wasn't broken. He wasn't defeated. He wasn't shaking anymore. He was forged. Clean-shaven. Focused eyes. Shoulders pulled back. And that same ringed finger, now free. Nikki had unmasked herself, and now the world would see who she really was. But more importantly, Ned finally saw who he was again. And that man was just getting started. The wind was colder than usual that morning. It swept through the porch of Ned's modest home with a biting edge, carrying a crispness that smelled of change. He stood there with a mug of black coffee in one hand, his other resting on the railing, veins slightly raised against his skin. The rings under his eyes had faded. His face was leaner now, tighter, his posture straighter. Weeks had passed, but time alone didn't heal wounds. Work did. Ned Carson was no longer the man who had walked out of that mountain resort with betrayal clinging to his skin like sweat. He had burned through that version of himself and let the ashes fall. What emerged was harder, honed by fire and tempered with discipline. He had rebuilt not only his body, but his boundaries. It had taken blood, sweat, silence, and more than a few nights where sleep refused to come. But he endured, and today, he felt different. Solid, settled, ready. The gym had become more than a place to sweat. It had become a sanctuary. Ned's training had advanced. He could now do squats without the shaking. He ran short intervals on the treadmill. His back no longer ached after standing for more than 15 minutes. The scale told its own story. He was down 22 pounds, but more importantly, he felt lighter. Not just in body, but in soul. John, his trainer, had noticed the difference too. "You're not just lifting weights anymore," John had said the day before. "You're lifting the whole damn world off your shoulders." Ned had smiled at that. But this morning brought something unexpected. As he settled into his office to answer emails, a name popped into his inbox that made him freeze. Candace Harlow. He blinked, then clicked. Subject, Ramon Torres. "I think we need to talk." "Hi, Ned. You don't know me, but I know who you are. I got your name from a friend at the gym, John Green. You helped my cousin 6 years ago when she was being followed by an ex. She said you were a PI then. I'm writing because I saw Ramon Torres' name on a recent gossip site tied to a wellness retreat in the mountains. I was part of his retreats once too, for 3 months. That man is poison, and what he does to women, it doesn't stop at sex. If you want to talk, or if you ever decide to go after him, I'll help. He deserves to be exposed." Candace Harlow. "P.S. I'm sorry for what happened with your wife. I know what it's like to be humiliated by someone you trusted. You're not alone." Ned stared at the screen, his coffee forgotten. Candace. She wasn't just another bitter voice from the past. She was confirmation that his instincts had been right. Ramon wasn't just some sleazy Casanova with a camera. He was a predator who turned women into content and ruined lives in the name of fantasy. Ned thought of Nikki, how she giggled like a teenager while describing how she had let herself be used. Had it really been her idea? Or had she been groomed for it long before the hot tub? He called Nick Parson later that day. "Do we need to file adultery claims?" Ned asked. Nick's voice on the other end was calm, but sharp. "It's a no-fault state, Ned. We won't get more money out of her cheating. But if we prove coercion, manipulation, especially tied to a criminal enterprise, it changes the game." "You mean we go after Ramon?" "Exactly," Nick replied. "We take the fight upstream." Ned exhaled slowly, fingers tapping on the desk. "I have a witness," he said. That evening, Ned met Candace at a small cafe tucked into a corner near downtown. She was early 30s, stylish but subdued, with the kind of quiet fire in her eyes that only came from surviving hell. They sat in a booth. No cameras, no press, just shared pain and matching resolve. "Ramon makes it feel like you asked for it," Candace said. "He uses your curiosity, your insecurities. Makes you feel like you're empowered when really, you're just being recorded, marketed." Ned's jaw tensed. And then he ghosts you, or threatens you with footage, or convinces you to stay in the industry to avoid being exposed. He makes you complicit in your own downfall. Ned sat back. This wasn't just about Nikki anymore. This was bigger. And suddenly, the idea of revenge felt small, petty. What he needed was justice. Later that night, Ned sat on the edge of his bed, flipping through the documents Nick had prepared. Divorce papers were ready. An affidavit had been drafted. Candace would sign her part the next day. A private investigator, Ned's old mentor's contact, was already tailing Ramon, discreetly documenting movements, relationships, transactions. This wasn't just about closure now. This was war. But it wasn't the kind fought with fists or fury. It was the kind fought with strategy, truth, and relentless, unwavering resolve. Ned looked at his reflection in the window. He didn't see a victim anymore, or a cuckold, or a crippled ex-cop holding on to shame. He saw a man sharpening his blade, building something better, stronger. He saw a man who refused to be broken by betrayal because he'd already been through worse. And this time, he wasn't walking away. He was walking through the fire, with armor forged from every wound. The mountain air tasted different this time. Cooler, sharper, clean. Ned stood at the edge of the overlook, hands in the pockets of his weathered leather jacket, boots planted firmly on the overlook platform where the horizon kissed the distant peaks. Below him, the sun was setting behind the very resort where his world had shattered just weeks earlier. The same resort where Nikki had tossed their marriage into a hot tub and watched it sink to the bottom like a dead thing. But now that place was just a dot in his rear view, a memory. And memories don't control men like Ned anymore. He hadn't come back here for closure. He didn't need Nikki's apology. Hell, he didn't even need her regret. He came for perspective. And maybe to quietly bury the man who stood here last. The man who limped through life, dulled by medication and hope, begging for scraps of intimacy while his wife laughed with strangers. That Ned Carson had died the night he threw his ring at Ramon Torres. This Ned? This Ned had been reforged in betrayal's furnace, and he came out steel. After the betrayal, he'd thrown himself into the fire, the gym, the grind, therapy, long nights talking to Rose, unpacking years of quiet suffering masked as devotion. Talking turned into understanding, understanding into action. He changed everything. He quit smoking, cut the weight, started running again, short distances at first. He took back his body, his breath, his discipline. He began sleeping through the night again, not from pills, but from peace. He read books again, cooked, listened to music that once reminded him of her, and let those reminders roll off like rain on armor. He reclaimed his house too, not just physically but spiritually. Gone were the decorative throw pillows she insisted on. Gone were her framed travel prints. Gone was the dead air. In her place, a heavy punching bag, a new espresso machine, a shelf of noir novels, and silence, the good kind. As the wind kissed his face atop the overlook, Ned pulled a folded note from his pocket. It wasn't from Nikki. It was from a woman named Claire, someone he'd met in passing at the gym. She'd slipped it into his locker last week, paper gently perfumed and written in neat, confident script. You don't know me, but I've noticed you. You walk like a man who survived a war, but you carry yourself like someone who's already won. He hadn't called her yet, not because he wasn't interested, but because he was finally okay being alone. He smiled as he tucked it away. His phone buzzed. Blocked number. He didn't need a guess. He answered anyway, just this once. Ned, came Nikki's voice, soft, unsure. Please don't hang up. He didn't say anything. I don't recognize the man you've become, she continued. I saw the pictures online. You look good, happy, strong. I guess I always underestimated you. Still silence. She broke off, her voice faltering. I didn't think you'd actually leave. I thought, you forgive me like always. I was wrong. I know that now. You were wrong about a lot of things, Ned said evenly. There was a long pause. Can I see you? One more time. No, he said simply. This is the last time you'll hear my voice. Let that be your closure. He hung up. And just like that, she was gone. He stood for a moment longer, watching the final sliver of sun dip below the peaks. Then he turned away from the past. Each step back to the trail felt like a small victory, one heel, one toe at a time. The limp was barely noticeable now, but the strength? Unmistakable. He reached his Jeep, opened the door, and tossed his jacket inside. He caught his reflection in the window, broad shoulders, calm eyes, a face lined not by age, but by battle. And he smiled, because sometimes life doesn't give you the ending you wanted. It gives you the one you needed. And for the first time in a long time, Ned Carson didn't feel broken anymore. He felt free. My wife traded our marriage for one night, so I gave her what she deserved. There's something about silk dresses and manicured lawns that makes betrayal taste more expensive. The Vandalin's house was like something out of a glossy magazine. 2 stories of old money charm, with white pillars that screamed Southern grace and a cobblestone driveway that could have been laid by Roman emperors. It was the kind of place where people drank their bourbon neat, smiled with practiced ease, and whispered infidelities behind champagne flutes. I didn't belong here, but Sharon did. She glided up the steps like the marble was made for her heels, her red cocktail dress hugging her body with dangerous precision. Her hair was up, the way I always liked it, but she hadn't asked if I still did. She didn't have to. Not tonight. Try to relax, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. This will be fun. I nodded, but something in my gut turned over. It wasn't nerves. It was instinct. Inside, the party was in full swing. The lights were dimmed just enough to feel sultry without being seedy. Jazz floated through the house like smoke. People moved in loose circles, sipping drinks and laughing like they'd known each other in a former life. I recognized no one. We were greeted by in Vanderlyn, a tall woman with silver blonde hair and eyes that had clearly seen too much and learned to enjoy it. Her husband Hank trailed behind her, a tall, barrel-chested man with the smile of a wolf. Sharon, and purred, kissing both of her cheeks. So glad you made it. I was introduced as Frank, and the conversation quickly passed me by. They weren't interested in husbands. Not really. For the next 2 hours, I played the good man. I smiled when spoken to, made polite conversation about real estate markets and European travel, sipped from a tumbler of whiskey I barely tasted. Sharon, meanwhile, was radiant. She moved through the room like it belonged to her, laughter spilling from her lips with just a little too much effort. When I caught her whispering with and near the patio, I should have known something was off. But I didn't. Not yet. It wasn't until dessert was cleared and the music shifted, slower, darker, almost tribal, that I noticed a shift. A new tension entered the room. The smile sharpened. The drinks got stronger. Then, and stood in the center of the living room, lifted a delicate glass bell and rang at once. The room fell silent. "Ladies," she said, smiling mysteriously. "You know what to do." Chairs scraped the floor as a dozen women stood, Sharon among them. Without a word, they walked to a large crystal bowl placed on the antique side table. One by one, they dropped something inside. Keys. House keys. I blinked. At first, I thought it was symbolic, some grown-up icebreaker. But then I looked at Hank, who was licking his lips like a man about to feast, and suddenly I knew. No, no way. What the hell is going on? I whispered to Sharon as she returned to her seat. Her expression was unreadable, but her voice was calm. Too calm. "It's just a game," she said. "What kind of game?" "A fun one. A little adventure." She touched my arm, but her fingers felt like strangers. "Don't overthink it." My heart started to race. "What did you put in that bowl?" "Our key." I stood, grabbing her wrist tightly. "You knew this was going to happen?" She didn't deny it. "You should have told me. If I had, we wouldn't be here. You never try anything new, Frank." "This isn't a wine tasting, Sharon. This is cheating, dressed up in candlelight." She yanked her arm away and hissed, "Don't make a scene." But it was too late. I stood up straighter, walked to the bowl, and stared into the glittering pile of temptation. Red plastic cover, our key, right near the top. I reached in, pulled it out, and held it up. "I wasn't told about this," I said loudly. "My wife brought me here under false pretenses, and I'm not sharing her with any of you." The room froze. Mouths gaped. Hank raised an eyebrow. Ann's wine glass trembled slightly before she set it down. "This is a private gathering," someone muttered. "Yeah," I said. "And this part of the party? I'm opting out." Permanently. Sharon looked like she could spit fire. Her face turned scarlet. I waited, hoped she would grab my hand and follow me out. Instead, she did what shattered everything. She turned to the group and said, "I apologize for my husband's behavior. Obviously, he wasn't ready for this kind of evening." Her voice was controlled, polite, polished, but I could see the fury in her eyes. "I'll be leaving now," she added, and followed me through the crowd, heels clicking like a metronome of wrath. The damage was done, and the night was far from over. The kitchen was too bright. Frank stood under the glow of recessed lighting that bounced harshly off granite countertops and glassware. The noise of laughter and flirtation still hummed behind them, muffled by the soft jazz pouring from hidden speakers. But in that moment, it felt like the house had fallen dead silent. Sharon leaned against the island, wine glass still in hand, the rim stained with coral lipstick. Her smirk was light, but her eyes held a strange challenge, almost like she was daring him to raise his voice, daring him to say what they both knew was coming. "You knew," Frank said slowly, his voice tight with restraint. "You knew what this party was really about." Sharon didn't flinch. She sipped her wine like it was just another Saturday night. "Yes, I did." Frank blinked. The words weren't surprising, but her casualness was. "And you didn't think that was something I should know?" His voice cracked slightly at the edge, but he held it firm. "If I had told you, we wouldn't have come," she said simply, eyes scanning the rim of her glass. "And if we hadn't come, I wouldn't get to have what I wanted." Frank's hand curled into a fist at his side. "You wanted this? Some stranger pulling your key out of a bowl and taking you upstairs like some door prize?" "It's just one night, Frank." Her voice was cool, too controlled. "It's harmless. Everyone here knows the rules. No strings, no guilt. We go home tomorrow and move on." He took a step toward her, heart pounding against his ribs like war drums. "We don't come back from this, Sharon. We don't move on." Her brows knit in mild irritation, as though she were explaining something to a slow child. "We've been married 10 years. We've done the date nights, the vacations, the safe little routines. I've been a good wife, a good mother. I love you, but I need this." "Need this?" he echoed, disbelief cutting into his tone. "You need to sleep with another man to feel alive." She didn't answer right away. Instead, she placed her glass gently on the counter and folded her arms, not in defense, but in defiance. "I want to feel like more than just your wife and the kids' mom. I want to feel wanted, desired, like a woman again, not just a title." Frank's jaw clenched. "So I'm the villain now? Because I didn't make you feel wanted?" "No," she said, softer this time. "But I want something different. Just once. Something new. Something dangerous." "Then you want a fantasy," he shot back. "And you came here to kill reality." Sharon took a deep breath and looked away, toward the hall where muffled voices and footsteps crept closer. It was almost time. The bowl was waiting, her key already inside. "I already put the key in," she said. "What?" "I dropped our key in the bowl," she repeated. "It's too late now." Frank's chest tightened like a vice. He felt like someone had knocked the air out of his lungs, but he kept his face calm. "It's never too late. Come with me now. We'll leave. Forget this place." She hesitated, just a flicker, but the tension in her posture returned almost instantly. "It would be rude to leave now. Everyone's watching. I've committed, Frank. I can't back out." "Yes," he said, voice rising just slightly. "You can. You just don't want to." Another moment passed, thick with unspoken truths and rotting intimacy. Finally, Frank stepped back, his gaze narrowing. "Fine," he said. "Then let's make this simple." He turned on his heel and marched back into the living room. Sharon followed, her heels clicking sharply on the hardwood, echoing like gunshots. The guests had gathered around the ornate bowl, laughter still floating through the air like smoke. Couples stood side by side, champagne flutes in hand, excited anticipation on their faces. Frank stepped forward, shoulders squared, and plunged his hand into the bowl. Keys clinked together like bones in a grave. He searched with purpose and pulled out the one he knew. Red plastic grip, small nick on the bottom edge. Their house key. Sharon's eyes widened slightly. The chatter faded as guests began to notice the tension, the drama unraveling like a film playing in real time. Frank raised the key into the air. I wasn't told about this little arrangement beforehand, he announced, his voice clear and cutting. And I'm not here to play these games. I don't share my wife. And I sure as hell don't let her throw our marriage into a bowl like it's a party favor. A stunned silence fell over the room. Some stared in awkward confusion. Others whispered. One man muttered, "Buzzkill," under his breath. Frank turned to Sharon. Her face had gone pale, then flushed with hot, furious color. "You have a choice," he said to her, tone steely. "Come home with me now, and we leave this madness behind. Or stay. Stay, and don't ever come home again." The room held its breath. Sharon stared at him, trembling, her pride unraveling in real time. For a moment, Frank thought he saw regret, a flicker of something real. But then she spoke, voice sharp with bitterness. "I'm sorry for my husband's outburst," she told the room. "It's clear he's not open to adventure." She glanced at Frank. "I'll leave with him. For now." She turned, heels slicing the silence, and marched toward the door. As Frank followed, he knew she hadn't chosen him. She had chosen to save face. And the night wasn't over yet. It was just the beginning of the end. The car was dark and silent, a vacuum between us where warmth used to live. I gripped the wheel with white-knuckled tension, the leather straining beneath my grip. Sharon sat next to me in the passenger seat, fuming. The glow of streetlights passed over her like interrogation lamps, casting sharp angles across her face, revealing something new in her expression. Not guilt, but frustration. "You embarrassed me," she finally said, her voice clipped like she was clenching it between her teeth. I kept my eyes on the road. "You mean I ruined your perfect night of infidelity?" "Yeah, I suppose I did." She scoffed, crossing her arms. "It wasn't about cheating. It was about fun. About excitement. For God's sake, Frank, it was just one night." "That's the thing, Sharon. One night can change everything." Her lip twitched. She looked out the window like she wanted to leap out into traffic just to escape the conversation. "You don't get it. I'm a mother, a wife, a homemaker. Day after day, I'm everything to everyone, but nothing to myself. That party was my chance. Just once. To feel like me again." "You don't get to rediscover yourself between another man's sheets," I said. "You find yourself in a book club or a mountain hike, not with Glenn or whoever else had the misfortune of pulling your damn key." That last word, key, hung in the air like the chime of a slow, tolling bell. She'd put our marriage, our home, into a bowl like a party favor. And for what? A few moans in the dark with someone she barely knew? Her voice rose, tinged with desperation now. "Why are you being like this? I knew you'd overreact. That's why I didn't tell you ahead of time." "That's not a defense. That's manipulation." She didn't reply. I pulled the car abruptly to the side of the road, tires kicking gravel. My heart was thudding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "I want you to listen to me very carefully," I said, turning to face her for the first time since we left the Vandalins. "If you really want this night, this so-called freedom, if sleeping with someone else matters that much to you, then fine. Have it, but not with my blessing. Not with the illusion that we'll be okay in the morning." Sharon looked at me, eyes wide, uncertain for the first time. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying this is your fork in the road," I said. "You can come home with me. Right now. We'll figure it out. We'll talk. Maybe we'll fight. But at least we'll still be us. Or you can go back. Walk into that house, into that bed, into that man's arms. But if you do, don't bother coming back. Not ever." Her lips parted. She searched my face like she was trying to find the old Frank in there, the one who might have caved, cracked a joke, and let her off the hook. He wasn't there. She hesitated, hand hovering over the car door handle. "You don't mean that," she whispered. "I mean every word." Her hand trembled, fingers brushing the chrome handle. "Can't we? Talk about this tomorrow? No, this is the talk. She looked down at her lap, then at the house behind us, still glowing with music and laughter, silhouettes moving through curtained windows. A den of sin, disguised as sophistication. She glanced back at me, and for a split second, I saw regret. But it passed. She popped the door. The dome light came on, casting her in pale illumination. Will you pick me up in the morning? She asked softly. Please. I laughed. It wasn't kind. It wasn't cruel. It was the sound of a man watching everything he built burn down in front of him and realizing he'd forgotten to grab a fire extinguisher. Glenn can take you home, I said. He earned it, didn't he? Frank, enjoy your night, Sharon. I didn't wait for her to say another word. The moment the door clicked shut, I slammed the gas pedal, tires squealing, smoke curling behind me as I tore off into the night like a man outrunning a ghost. Through the rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of her, standing on the curb, dress fluttering in the wind, mouth slightly open, like maybe she was about to call out. But she didn't, and neither did I. I just kept driving deeper into the darkness alone. Not just in the car, but in the world. The streetlight flickered above us, casting an eerie orange halo over the roof of the car. It was the kind of suburban street that usually whispered of quiet safety and domestic bliss. But not tonight. Tonight, it was the scene of a marriage unraveling. The silence in the car had become unbearable. I could feel the weight of her hesitation beside me, Sharon's hand resting on the door handle, unmoving, trembling slightly. She wasn't looking at me. Her gaze was fixed somewhere between guilt and desire, caught in the emotional purgatory she had created. I didn't look at her either. My fingers clenched the steering wheel, knuckles pale under the strain. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, eager to leave behind everything I had once thought permanent. My voice, when it came, was calm. Too calm. You wanted one night, I said, eyes still on the dashboard. Here it is. She swallowed audibly, finally turning to face me. Her makeup, carefully applied earlier that evening, was beginning to smudge at the corners of her eyes. Frank, I didn't mean for it to get this far. Didn't you? I asked, still without looking. Her voice cracked. I just wanted something different, something that felt alive. My jaw clenched, a thousand things I wanted to say clawing at my throat. But I didn't say any of them. I reached over, unlocked the door, and leaned slightly toward her. You've got a choice. Right now, go back in there, or come home with me and we pretend this was some sick misunderstanding. She didn't move. You can't be serious, she said softly, like she couldn't quite believe the decision had come down to this. You'd actually throw away our entire marriage over one night? I turned to face her at last, and I saw it, the glint of something selfish behind her watery eyes. She didn't think I'd do it. She thought I was bluffing, that I'd get angry, sure, sulk maybe, but she thought I'd eventually crawl back to her like I always had when we fought. Like a good, faithful husband. You threw it away the moment you put our house key in that bowl. That stunned her. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came. And then she tried one last tactic, the soft voice, the fake sweetness, the illusion of closeness. Frank, could you maybe just come pick me up in the morning? I stared at her, stunned. You're asking me to drop you off at another man's bed like some kind of chauffeur, then come collect you when he's had his fun? She flinched. Don't say it like that. You're making it ugly. It is ugly, Sharon. She looked away, ashamed, but not enough. I'm not in love with anyone else. I still love you. I need something new. Just once. My voice dropped to a whisper, as if saying it softer would make the pain sting less. You want to be a woman for a night, not a wife. That's what you said. She nodded once. Then go, I said, sitting back in my seat. Be that woman, but don't expect to find your husband waiting when the sun comes up. She sat still for a moment, trembling. Then she opened the door. The car interior was suddenly flooded with the cool night air, and for a second, I hoped, prayed, she would change her mind. that she'd slam the door shut and scream at me to take her home, that this whole nightmare would end in reconciliation. But she didn't. Her heels clicked softly against the pavement as she stepped out. She lingered by the door for a beat, looking down the block toward the Vanderlands porch, where laughter still floated out into the night. "See you in the morning, Frank," she said, not even turning around. I didn't respond. She started to close the door. "Sharon." She paused. "I won't be there." She shut the door anyway. I floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed beneath me, screaming down the street as I tore away from the woman I'd spent a decade loving, and who now wanted a stranger more than me. In the rearview mirror, I saw her silhouette standing under the streetlight. Alone. Still. Small. But I didn't slow down. Not for her. Not anymore. The car was silent now. The air inside hung thick with everything unsaid, words too jagged to speak, emotions too volatile to name. The only sound came from the tires as they chewed the asphalt, spinning beneath Frank's knuckles as they gripped the steering wheel tighter than ever before. His heartbeat roared louder than the engine. In the passenger seat, Sharon was gone. Not physically yet, but the woman sitting beside him wasn't his wife anymore. She wasn't the same person he had built a home with, raised children with, whispered secrets to under warm blankets and dim bedside lamps. That version of her had ended the moment she reached in her purse, pulled out their house key, and dropped it in that godforsaken bowl. She had made her choice, and now Frank was making his. When they reached the house, the porch light illuminated the front lawn like a spotlight on a stage. The scene was all wrong. Too calm. Too familiar for something that had just completely crumbled. Frank parked in the driveway without a word and got out. He didn't slam the car door, though he wanted to. He didn't stomp inside or throw his keys or shatter anything. Not yet. Rage, he learned, was better used cold. Controlled. Directed. Sharon followed quietly, trailing behind like a shadow, unsure of where it belonged. Frank unlocked the door, stepped inside, and paused at the threshold. Everything in their living room looked exactly the same as when they'd left for the party. The kids' shoes by the staircase, a stray crayon on the coffee table, the baby monitor still glowing softly in the corner. Ordinary, deceptively normal. The sight made his stomach turn. He turned to Sharon. "You'll be sleeping in the guest room tonight," he said flatly, not looking at her. She didn't respond. She didn't even argue. He climbed the stairs alone. Each step was slower than the last, heavy with the finality of what he was about to do. When he reached the bedroom, he paused for a moment at the foot of their bed, then crossed to the dresser. He opened the top drawer, the one where he kept the things he rarely touched but never let go of. His wedding ring sat there now, warm from the day's wear. He pulled it off slowly. It had once felt like a second skin, a symbol of forever. Now it felt like a chain, cold and wrong and foreign. He stared at it for a moment, silver, simple, engraved inside with 3 words. "Yours. Always. Frank." With a sharp exhale, he closed his fist around the ring, opened the drawer, and took out a hammer from the small toolkit he kept there. He didn't hesitate. The first strike echoed in the quiet room like a gunshot. The second dented it. The third flattened it. By the 5th, it was ruined, just a warped piece of metal. A fitting tribute, he thought, to the marriage it once represented. Next came the drawer where he kept their documents. Tax returns, passports, insurance forms, and nestled between manila folders, their marriage certificate. He stared at the parchment, elegant, official, sealed with the county's stamp. It was meant to be permanent, like love, like vows. He tore it in half, then in half again, and once more. He left the 4 torn pieces folded neatly atop Sharon's pillow. Next to them, the flattened ring. When he was done, he didn't feel powerful. He didn't feel vindicated. He felt hollow, like a man who just buried someone. Because he had. He grabbed a duffel bag from the closet, filled it with enough clothes for a few weeks, tossed in his laptop, toiletries, and charger. He paused at the doorway of the bedroom one last time, scanning the space that had once been sacred. No more. Downstairs, Sharon stood in the foyer, arms crossed, face unreadable. Frank didn't stop, didn't say a word. He opened the front door and stepped into the night. The air was cooler than before, sharper. It bit his skin like punishment. He placed the bag in the trunk of his car, climbed into the driver's seat, and started the engine. But before he backed out, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out his phone. He turned it on. It buzzed to life with missed calls and text messages. He ignored them all. He had only one thing left to do before disappearing for good. He drove past the Van Allen's house, slowly. Lights were still on. Laughter trickled faintly into the street, like smoke through a cracked window. A few couples stood outside, some saying goodbye, others exchanging flirtatious glances. Frank scanned the crowd. No Sharon. She was inside now, and she'd never be his again. The motel was quiet, the kind of silence that didn't soothe but gnawed at the edges of your mind. A dim lamp buzzed in the corner of the room, casting a dull orange glow over the battered furniture. My suitcase sat untouched on the floor. A six-pack of Newcastle rested beside me on the nightstand. 3 bottles in, and my hands still trembled. I stared at the ceiling, waiting for my phone to ring. And then it did. Sharon. My stomach clenched. For a fleeting second, my heart surged with hope. Maybe she'd come to her senses. Maybe she was calling to say she walked away from Glenn, that she was standing outside the party house, needing me to come get her. But I didn't answer. I couldn't. I wasn't ready to hear the truth, or worse, the lies. The phone buzzed again, and again, 5 times in total. Then a voicemail. I took a deep breath and pressed play. Frank, you're acting like a big kid about this. Her voice was syrupy sweet, infuriatingly casual, like she was scolding me for leaving dirty dishes in the sink. It wasn't the voice of a woman who had just detonated 10 years of marriage. It was the voice of someone who thought she'd get away with it. Rick Wilson told me what you said. You didn't have to be so rude. How many times do I have to tell you? It's just one night. One new guy a few times. That doesn't make me a fallen woman. I sat up, the bottle slipping from my fingers and thudding against the carpet. My jaw tightened with every word. Even if it hurts a little now, I'll make it up to you, in ways you can't imagine. When I come home tomorrow, it'll be like none of this ever happened. She said it like she was planning to make me pancakes and kiss my forehead. You probably don't care, but since you took our house key from the bowl, they gave me a new one. Glenn got it. He seems sweet, very respectful. He's married too. Same number of kids. Glenn. A faceless stranger. The man now standing between me and everything I thought was sacred. We're at his house. His wife and her boyfriend are in another room, far enough away that we won't hear them when things get heated. She giggled. Giggled. Like a teenager on her first date. My wife, laughing about sleeping with another man like it was a game. You know how loud I can get when you touch me. That line alone burned like acid. She didn't stop. Don't worry. I won't let him do anything to me that you haven't done. I told him maybe just missionary, since it's my first time with someone else. He was okay with it. I was gripping the phone so hard my knuckles were white. He says he'll take me home when we're done, and I'll shower before I get back to make sure I'm fresh for you. I couldn't breathe. My pulse thundered in my ears. The words were blurring together now, but the damage was done. She thought I'd take her back, that I'd pretend this never happened, that I'd lie next to her, knowing Glenn had been there the night before, and still want her. Sweet dreams, my love. See you in the morning. The message ended. I stared at the phone in disbelief, and then, without thinking, I called her back. She picked up on the 3rd ring. Hey, honey, she said breathlessly. Glenn and I just got into bed. We're getting comfortable with each other, so I can't talk for long. Her voice was light, almost excited. And that's when I snapped. Shut the hell up, Sharon. There was silence on the other end. I imagined Glenn beside her listening. This is the last time you'll ever hear from me. You have no idea what you've done, but you will. You better enjoy Glenn's company tonight, because the price you're about to pay will be more than you can handle. My voice was ice. You sleep with him, we're done. You've broken our vows, our home, our family. I loved you. God, I loved you more than I've ever loved anything. But now, I hate you. And I mean that. I hung up. Immediately, the phone rang again. I let it go to voicemail. Frank, why are you acting like this? You can't just leave me. We have kids, a life together. Glenn's here now. He's kissing my neck and I can't just say no. I promised him, but we're not getting divorced. This isn't the end, okay? I'll be yours again in the morning. Just let me finish tonight. Please try to understand. Then came the line that tore through me like a blade. He's already here. Oh God, please, Glenn. I ended the message before it finished. I didn't need to hear any more. I knew what was happening. I stared into the motel ceiling, cold, silent, lost. My heart, my once proud, loyal heart, felt like it had been ripped from my chest, tossed into the dirt, and stomped into something unrecognizable. There were no tears left, just rage and numbness. That was the moment I knew there was no turning back. She didn't just cheat. She discarded me. And I would never forget that. The motel room was dimly lit. One overhead bulb with a weak yellow glow and a television flickering in the corner, playing reruns I wasn't watching. The air was thick with stillness, broken only by the quiet clink of my beer bottle against the nightstand. I finished my third Newcastle and cracked open a fourth, hoping it would numb what the others couldn't. But nothing dulled the thought of Sharon. She was somewhere else tonight, in someone else's bed. That truth wasn't hypothetical anymore. It was real. It was happening. And every second dragged like the slow scrape of rusted metal across glass. I leaned back against the scratchy motel pillow, phone in hand, resisting the urge to check my messages again. Well, of course I did. Just one more time. As if I'd magically discover a message saying she'd changed her mind, that she was waiting outside, that she was sorry. No such luck. Instead, I had another new voicemail. I stared at the screen for a few moments before hitting play. Hey, honey, Sharon's voice came through in a whisper. Glenn and I just got into bed, and we're getting comfortable with each other, so I can't talk for long. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked. Shut the F asterisk 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 up, Sharon. I muttered to the empty room as the voicemail played on. He's really nice, Frank. He says he won't force me to do anything I don't like. Don't worry. I told him this was my first time with another man. We might just keep it vanilla. Normal stuff. I'm not looking to go wild or anything. She giggled. She giggled. And just like that, I snapped. My fingers clenched around the phone like it was her neck. I felt the blood rush to my ears. I couldn't breathe right. Then she said the words that ripped the soul from my body. He's going to take me home tomorrow. I'll shower and rinse off first. You won't even notice anything, baby. No sloppy seconds. Just clean and fresh for you. We'll be okay. She said it like she was promising to grab milk on the way home. Casual, thoughtless, like I could be scrubbed back into loving her again. My chest burned. My hand was trembling. No, not tonight. Not ever again. I hit call. She answered on the third ring. Hey, babe. Glenn and I are just getting cozy. Can't talk long. Don't say another word. Silence. You've lost me, Sharon. You have no idea what you've done, but you will. Frank, don't be like this. It's just, I'm not your husband anymore. I don't even know who the hell you are. You better really enjoy tonight, because when the sun comes up, you won't have a home to come back to. You'll be nothing but a memory, one I'll spend the rest of my life trying to forget. She was quiet, for once. And Sharon, I added, voice low and steady. I never thought I'd say this to the woman I married, but I hate you. I hate you more right now than I ever loved you. I hung up. Then I waited. I knew she'd call again, and she did, almost instantly. I let it go to voicemail. Her voice was shaky now, full of panic and confusion. Frank, why are you acting like this? We're married. We have kids. I needed this. Glenn's a good guy. I promised him a night, and Frank, you're ruining everything. I can't even enjoy this now. We're not getting divorced. I'm coming home in the morning. We'll talk then. We'll fix it. I love you. You love me. This is just an experience. That's all. Another voicemail came 5 minutes later. I could hear her whispering to someone, probably Glenn, then a soft laugh. Then, be with me, Glenn. This is my night. That was it. That sentence would haunt me forever. I gritted my teeth, swallowing a scream. The beer in my hand suddenly tasted like acid. I threw it against the wall. Glass shattered, spilling foam down the stained motel wallpaper. I stared at the mess but didn't move. It wasn't the beer that broke me. It was her. She made her choice. Over a decade of marriage, 3 beautiful children, thousands of shared memories, and she tossed it all away for a man she just met. Not for love, not even for lust, but for novelty. I picked up my phone again, this time with a strange calmness. I left one final voicemail. You've made your bed, literally. Enjoy him. Look into his eyes while he's inside you and remember that you traded everything we built for those new sensations. But just know, the man who loved you, he's gone. You've buried him tonight. You say you'll come home and act like nothing happened. But I won't be there. You won't get a second chance. I'm not a doormat. I'm not a fallback plan. And I sure as hell am not your safety net. Glenn may have gotten your key tonight, but he also helped me lock the door behind you. I hung up, turned off my phone, and slumped back against the headboard. The room was quiet again. Just me, the broken glass, and the cold realization that my marriage, my life, was no longer what it had been hours ago. She might have seen this as a game, but I just played my final move. And this time, I was done playing nice. The sun was rising over the motel parking lot, casting soft gold on the cracked pavement and mist-covered windshields. Inside room 112, Frank sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor with bloodshot eyes. His wedding ring, the once sacred symbol of unity, was flattened, bruised like his heart, sitting next to an empty bottle of Newcastle on the nightstand. He hadn't slept. Not really. Sleep didn't come easy when the woman you trusted more than anyone in the world had whispered to another man, "This is my night." Sharon's voice still echoed in his head. Cheerful, playful, giddy with anticipation. As if she were a teenager sneaking out for a thrill. Except she wasn't. She was a mother of 3, his wife, and she chose to play mistress to a stranger for one night of adventure. Frank had always believed betrayal would come with guilt, maybe regret. Instead, Sharon had left messages like she was narrating a weekend getaway. "He's married too," she had said brightly. "It's like we're helping each other." Frank's stomach turned. He checked his phone. 5 missed calls, all from Sharon. For voicemails he refused to listen to. He didn't need to. He knew what they'd say. Half begging, half rationalizing. Apologies wrapped in excuses. But this chapter wasn't about her anymore. This one was about him. Frank opened the motel drawer and pulled out a notebook from the nightstand. Inside, hotel staff had left a branded pen and a blank page with things to remember embossed at the top. Irony. He began to write. "I'm not a husband anymore. I am a father. I am a man. I'm not a doormat." The words flowed like blood from an open wound, raw and honest. Every letter a declaration of independence from the woman who had made a mockery of their vows. I will not be manipulated into accepting betrayal. I will not raise my children to believe that love comes with humiliation. I will not forgive what was done just because it's easier than being alone. He signed it simply, Frank. For the first time in 24 hours, he felt something stir. Not peace, not yet, but purpose, a direction. He pulled out his phone again, this time not to read Sharon's messages, but to call someone who actually mattered. His mother. She picked up on the second ring, her voice still laced with sleep. "Frank? Honey, is everything okay?" "No, Ma," he said, trying to steady his voice. "But it will be." He explained everything. Well, not everything, not yet. Just enough to draw the outline of what had happened. Sharon, the party, her decision, his. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "I'm so sorry," she finally said, her voice trembling. I don't know what's happened to her, but you did the right thing, son, and the kids are safe here, for as long as you need. He nodded, a lump forming in his throat. I'll come get them soon. Once I know what I'm doing, he said. You're a good father. You always were, she said. Don't let her rewrite the story. That last line clung to him like armor. Don't let her rewrite the story. An hour later, Frank pulled up to a quiet plaza in a neighboring town. He found a diner with metal chairs and vintage red booths, the kind that smelled like bacon grease and old coffee. He ordered black coffee and eggs over easy, but barely touched them. He wasn't hungry. He was hunting. He scrolled through his phone contacts until he found a name he hadn't dialed in years. Elliot Fain, attorney at law. He remembered the man from a former acquisition deal. Tough as nails, quiet as a church mouse, and absolutely brutal in a courtroom. Divorce wasn't Frank's world, but litigation was. And Elliot was exactly the kind of man who turned betrayal into legal firepower. Frank tapped the number. 2 rings. Fain. Elliot, it's Frank Miller. I need your help. A pause. Sharon. She cheated. I've got proof. Voicemails. Witnesses. Timeline. Are we looking at scorched earth or civil disengagement? Frank stared out the window, watched a couple walk by holding hands. The woman laughed. Innocent. Trusting. Scorched, he said coldly. Salt the ground. Good, Elliot replied. I'll see you at noon. Frank hung up and exhaled. This was it. The moment the marriage officially began to rot on paper the way it already had in spirit. His phone buzzed again. Sharon. Another voicemail. He didn't listen. He didn't care. Because in that moment, Frank was no longer a husband begging for his wife's loyalty. He was a man reclaiming his dignity. And when the dust finally settled, Sharon would learn what one night truly cost. The motel room was dim, washed in the yellow glow of a single lamp that buzzed faintly like a persistent reminder that I wasn't home. Though what even was home anymore? My ring finger felt naked, my chest hollow, and my thoughts were running laps around memories I'd spent a decade building. I sat on the edge of the stiff bed, holding my flattened wedding band in my palm like a dead relic. It still bore the faint inscription, yours forever. I let out a low laugh, dry, cracked, and bitter. Forever had lasted 10 years, 3 kids, and a handful of voicemails I wish I could unhear. Sharon's voice played on repeat in my head, haunting every corner of my mind. Just one night, Frank, just a new experience. I'll make it up to you. But it wasn't just one night. It wasn't just a key in a bowl. It was betrayal, wrapped in the soft velvet of excuses. Her logic was flawless in its delusion. In her mind, she could step outside our vows, dip a toe in the waters of someone else's bed, and come back to me expecting clean sheets and open arms. But that wasn't how loyalty worked. That wasn't how love worked. And that sure as hell wasn't how I worked. I stood and walked to the mirror above the dresser. I didn't recognize the man staring back. His eyes were bloodshot, jaw clenched tight, skin pale under the overhead light. Was this the face of someone who'd been cheated on, or someone who'd failed to see it coming? I thought back to something my father had told me when I was 19, sitting on the porch, watching the rain fall hard on the tin roof of his workshop. If a woman is seriously thinking about sleeping with another man, she's already done it in her mind. Once it's in her head, son, it's only a matter of time before it's in her bed. At the time, I brushed it off as the bitterness of an old man with a wounded past. But now, his words rang through me like thunder. Sharon had already left me long before that party. The key party wasn't her first rebellion. It was her first confession. She had already mentally walked out the door, locked it behind her, and now she wanted to re-enter as if nothing had happened, as if trust could be suspended for a night and then reactivated like a light switch. I thought of the little moments, how she'd been dressing differently lately, a little more perfume, a little less interest in our conversations. She'd been distracted, cold at times, smiling at her phone too often. I had told myself it was stress, work, hormones, anything but what it really was. a slow unraveling of a woman I had given everything to. I remembered the way she used to look at me when we danced in the kitchen, the soft touch on my cheek in the mornings, the long hugs that didn't need words. That woman was gone, and in her place was someone who could plan an entire night of infidelity and call it an adventure. I gritted my teeth and stared back at my reflection. Call it what it is, I muttered. Adultery, infidelity, betrayal, cheating. There, I said it. She cheated. Not just physically, but emotionally. She had abandoned our vows, tossed aside the foundation we'd built, and asked me to understand, to accept it, to be okay. My blood simmered. My love had been sacred. I didn't just marry her, I chose her every day, through bills and sickness, and screaming toddlers and birthdays and anniversaries. I showed up. I stayed faithful. I stayed. And she stepped out. For Glenn. For new sensations. She giggled about being loud when Glenn touched her. She said she'd rinse off before coming home, as if hot water could wash off what she'd done. I opened the drawer beside the bed and found a notepad and pen. I wrote 2 words at the top of the page. She's gone. And then below it, I began listing every reason why I could never go back. Every cruel phrase, every defiant smirk, every voicemail, every time she downplayed my hurt and elevated her needs over our vows. By the time I was done, the page was full. I folded the paper once, twice, and tucked it into my wallet behind a photo of the kids. It would be my armor, something to pull out when the inevitable doubt crept in. When the kids cried and asked why mommy wasn't home. When Sharon sent flowers or begged to talk. When guilt whispered that maybe I could have forgiven her. No, that list would remind me. She was gone long before she stepped out of the car. She made her choice. And now so had I. I wasn't broken. I wasn't weak. I was done. Not just with her, but with pretending that love could excuse anything. Frank hadn't slept. Not really. He'd closed his eyes a few times in the motel room, letting the exhaustion from the night's chaos pull him into brief, dreamless spells. But every time he stirred, the reality came rushing back like a freight train, loud, brutal, and impossible to stop. His wife, Sharon, the woman he had kissed goodnight every day for over a decade, was lying in another man's bed. By her choice, at her invitation, with the key to their home now meaningless, replaced by Glenn's. The emotional wound throbbed deeper than rage could reach. He wasn't just betrayed, he was broken. But the worst part wasn't even about her. It was about the 3 little faces that would wake up tomorrow expecting everything to be the same. Jocelyn 9, bright, curious, a budding artist who liked to leave glitter trails on the kitchen floor and draw unicorns on the windows with dry erase markers. Rebecca, Ann 8, quiet, thoughtful, always asking questions too big for her age, always hugging with purpose. And Frank Jr. 4, the fireball, his mini-me in every way, mischievous, loud, a heart like an open sky. They were his world, and they had no idea that their mother had just torn that world in half. At 7:30 a.m., Frank stepped outside into the cool Mississippi morning, the motel parking lot silent, save for a few crows overhead. He pulled out his phone and called the one person he trusted most, his mother. She picked up on the second ring. Frank. Her voice held the soft rasp of sleep, but it sharpened instantly at the sound of her son's silence. I need to tell you something, he said quietly. It's bad. Are the kids okay? They're fine. Still with you, right? Yes, of course. What's going on? He took a deep breath, then poured it out in a voice stripped of anger, almost mechanical. What Sharon had done, the party, the key, the messages, Glenn, every sort of detail. His mother didn't interrupt once. When he finished, she exhaled slowly. Oh, Frank, my poor boy. I'm not the one I'm worried about, he said. It's the kids. What's this going to do to them? She didn't answer right away. Finally, she said, they'll be confused, hurt, but they'll survive as long as they have you. You've always been their anchor, Frank. Sharon's still their mother. Yes, and she loves them. But that doesn't excuse her selfishness. Actions have consequences, and you're not wrong for wanting to shield them for what she's become. Frank's hand tightened around the phone. I don't want them to hate her, he said, but I can't let them think this is okay. You don't have to, she said gently. Just be honest. Age-appropriate honesty. Tell them you and Sharon are having serious problems and that you're working on keeping them safe and loved. That's all they need right now. Frank swallowed the lump in his throat. He was grateful she was keeping them for the weekend. It gave him time to act, to move. After they hung up, he sat in his car outside the diner, watching the early risers trickle in for breakfast. He didn't have the appetite to eat. His stomach was knotted, churning with fear and fury. Not for Sharon, for the system. She was her mother. In the eyes of the court, that often meant she'd have the upper hand, even if she'd just finished spending the night with a stranger. He thought of Sharon tucking the girls into bed, brushing Jocelyn's hair, while Frank Jr. clung to her hip. And yet, in the same breath, she was the woman who'd giggled into his voicemail about getting loud, while Glenn made love to her. How could someone wear both masks? He couldn't reconcile it, and he wouldn't. His next move was clear. He grabbed his laptop from the back seat and began compiling everything. Every message, every voicemail, every timestamp, the torn certificate, photos of the ring flattened with a hammer. Evidence. He was going to protect his children, not just from public shame, but from the emotional fallout of a mother who decided one night of selfishness was worth more than a lifetime of family. Frank knew what was coming wouldn't be easy. Sharon had always been charming, especially to others. She'd probably cry in court, twist the narrative, say he was controlling, cold, unloving. But he had truth on his side, and 3 children who needed him whole. He wasn't going to let them down. As he packed up to leave the diner parking lot, his phone buzzed again. Voicemail. It was Sharon. Frank, please call me. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I miss the kids. I miss you. I made a mistake. Just please don't do anything drastic. Don't leave me. We're still a family, aren't we? Frank hit delete. No, Sharon. Not anymore. You were a family. Now, you're just the woman who threw her marriage into a bowl at a stranger's party and hoped your husband would pick the wrong key. The glass door swung open with a soft whoosh as Frank stepped into the law office of Ellis and Granger, attorneys at law. The air was crisp and sterile, smelling faintly of printer toner, mahogany, and something metallic, like the scent of quiet, organized vengeance. A receptionist with tight blonde curls and tighter composure looked up from her monitor, offering a polite, practiced smile. Mr. Miller? She asked, already knowing the answer. Yes. Mr. Ellis is expecting you. Please follow me. Frank followed her down a hallway of frosted glass doors, past framed degrees and black and white photographs of judges and courthouse steps. He felt strangely like he was walking toward his own sentencing, and in some ways he was. Not to be punished, but to finally set the terms of justice that had been long denied. The receptionist stopped at the last office. Inside, a man in his early 60s stood from behind a sleek walnut desk, clean-shaven, gray at the temples, and with the posture of a man who rarely lost a case. He offered his hand. Mr. Miller, I'm David Ellis. I understand you've had quite a week. Frank shook his hand with a nod. You could say that. Come in. Close the door. Let's talk. They sat across from each other at a table more suitable for chess than for war, though Frank knew they were here to strategize both. Ellis leaned back, folding his fingers. Tell me everything. No filters. So Frank did. He laid it all out. The party, the bowl of keys, Sharon's smirk, her casual confession, the ride home, the fight, the ultimatum, and her choice. He recounted the voicemails, the one where she giggled about how Glenn had gotten her key, the one where she whispered to her lover with her wedding ring still warm on her finger. Ellis listened without interruption, scribbling notes in a slim leather pad, eyes occasionally narrowing behind his reading glasses. When Frank was done, he exhaled slowly hands clenched on the table like a man who'd just opened a vein. Ellis set his pen down. "Well," he said with a lawyer's composure, "you married a woman with a romantic appetite for chaos." Frank gave a bitter laugh. "You could say that. You've got 3 kids? Jocelyn, 9. Rebecca, Ann, 8. And Frank Jr. just turned 4. Ellis nodded. "That complicates things, but it also gives us leverage, if handled right. You're in Mississippi, and that works in our favor. It's one of the few states where adultery still means something. So what does that mean for me?" "It means you have a legal sword, Mr. Miller, and we're going to wield it carefully. You'll file for divorce under grounds of adultery, based on what you've told me. And if you still have those voicemails, it's more than enough." "I do," Frank said, pulling out his phone. "I haven't deleted a thing." "Good," Ellis said, his eyes flashing with that razor-sharp glint of a man who loved a winnable fight. "She won't be able to deny a thing. The audio is damning. You made it very clear that her decision would have consequences. She still made it." "I wanted her to turn back," Frank admitted, "right up until she didn't." "Of course you did. That makes you human. But now you become tactical." Frank looked down, rubbing the back of his neck. "She's a good mom, you know. Until this, she was always good with the kids. I don't want to destroy her, but I can't let her destroy me either." Ellis's expression softened, but just barely. "You're not here to ruin her, Mr. Miller. You're here to protect yourself and your children. The court will likely lean toward joint custody, unless you can prove instability. That party, the premeditation, and those messages, they paint a picture. A woman who placed a reckless impulse above her family." Frank's jaw tightened. "What about child support? The house? I'll get you set up with a forensic accountant. If you've been the primary earner and she's committed adultery, we'll push for favorable terms. We'll file immediately and request temporary custody with visitation, pending the hearing. Her behavior gives us ground to do that." Frank nodded slowly, absorbing it all. "You're not alone in this," Ellis continued. "You came to me. That was your first smart move. Now let's make more." He slid a stack of forms toward Frank along with a pen. "Let's start the process. Fill out everything you can remember. Names, dates, accounts, anything relevant. I'll file tomorrow morning." Frank picked up the pen. Each stroke of ink on the form felt like a nail in the coffin of his old life. A death certificate for the marriage that had once meant everything. But there was something freeing in it, too, like he was finally reclaiming control. When they were done, Ellis stood. "One more thing," he said. "If she calls you again, and she will, record it. Save everything. Her guilt will work in our favor. But don't argue. Don't threaten. Just document." Frank nodded, gripping the folder tight as he stood. As he stepped back into the sunlit lobby, the receptionist smiled at him again, but this time he noticed something new. There was a quiet respect in her eyes. He was no longer a man broken. He was a man preparing to rise. The motel room smelled faintly of bleach and regret. The kind of place with scratchy linens, a humming mini-fridge, and a remote that had seen better years. But for Frank Miller, it was the birthplace of resurrection. He stood in front of the cracked mirror above the sink, shirtless, toothbrush in hand. The man staring back wasn't unfamiliar, but he was someone Frank hadn't seen in years. Dark circles under his eyes, yes. A new line above his brow, sure. But there was something else in that reflection now. Something that had been buried beneath the weight of compromise and the silent erosion of marriage. Fire. He spat, rinsed, and smirked. "Not dead yet," he muttered. Frank spent the next morning at a corner diner, hunched over a plate of overcooked eggs and burnt toast. His mind wasn't on the food, though. It was on what came next. For 10 years, every decision he made had been tethered to Sharon. Her preferences, her opinions, her needs. It was so ingrained, it had become muscle memory. But now, without her, those reflexes felt alien. What do I want? The question hit him mid-bite like a shot to the ribs. He didn't have an answer. Not yet. That afternoon, Frank found himself wandering a small strip mall, drawn to a storefront gym. The windows were fogged over, and bass-heavy music leaked from within. Inside, the air was thick with sweat and effort, two things he hadn't truly felt in years. The gym manager, a woman half his age but twice his energy, gave him a skeptical look. Looking for the Silver Sneakers program? She asked with a polite, plastic smile. Frank chuckled, then flexed his shoulders slightly. Nope, I'm looking for something that hurts. In a good way. That earned a nod. We've got a 30-day all-access challenge. You game. I just came out of a 10-year marriage, Frank said, signing the waiver. I'm game for anything. The days that followed became ritual. Not routine. He'd had enough of that with Sharon. This was something different. Every morning, Frank woke at 6 a.m., downed black coffee, and dragged his aching body to the gym. He traded his soft middle for sore muscles, and his sadness for sweat. Punches to the heavy bag became therapy. Sprints on the treadmill became purging. And every rep with iron reminded him, you are not broken. You are rebuilding. At night, instead of spiraling through old voicemails or replaying the scene of Sharon stepping out of the car, he read books on resilience, on masculinity, on rebuilding. One passage stuck with him. A man is not defined by what breaks him, but by how he rebuilds after the fall. He highlighted it, taped it above the motel headboard. Read it every night before bed like a prayer. Frank also went quiet, purposefully. No calls to Sharon. No posts on social media. He changed his number, forwarded all correspondence to his lawyer, and gave himself space to breathe. To be. He didn't answer the phone when Sharon called, though she tried. He didn't need to hear her apologies or twisted reasoning anymore. The only thing he needed to hear was his own inner voice. And it was getting louder. One afternoon, he drove to the outskirts of town, where the highway stretched into long, curving horizons. A place where the wind cut through the silence and the sun dipped low like an old memory. He parked, stepped out onto the dusty shoulder, and screamed into the open air. A primal, guttural sound that rattled out from somewhere deep in his ribcage. Then he laughed, like really laughed. The kind of laugh that tears something open and lets light in. I'm still here, damn it, he said to no one, hands on his hips, heart pounding. I'm still ***ing here. He went back to the motel and dug out an old photo from his wallet. One from college. Him on a beat-up motorcycle, grinning like a man who didn't know limits. That guy was still in there beneath the scars. That night, he Googled local motorcycle auctions. He wasn't just rebuilding. He was reviving. And Frank Miller wasn't going to be anyone's second option ever again. The air outside was thick with late summer heat, but inside the Miller home, everything was cold, silent in the way that only a broken house can be. The walls that once echoed with laughter and the little footsteps of 3 children now felt like tombstones of a marriage that had died in one reckless, unforgettable night. It was a week since Sharon's night with Glenn. 7 days since Frank had left the shredded marriage certificate and his flattened wedding ring on the pillow they once shared. 7 days since Sharon chose a stranger's bed over her husband's loyalty. 7 days of silence from Frank. No calls, no messages, no trace. But Sharon returned anyway. Her heels clacked softly on the hardwood as she stepped inside, expecting confrontation, hoping for conversation, dreading judgment. She held her purse tightly, her eyes darting around the home like a criminal revisiting the scene of a crime. There were no signs of her children's toys, no backpacks near the door, no signs of Frank. He was gone. All of them were. Her first instinct was to call out his name. Frank? She tried, her voice uncertain, fragile. No answer. She walked further in and stopped in the hallway where the bedroom door stood slightly ajar. Inside, it looked the same, and yet not. His side of the dresser was empty. The closet door hung open, revealing only her side of clothes. On the pillow, hers now, and only hers, were the remnants of what she had once called forever. The torn marriage certificate, the wedding ring, bent and crushed into a useless circle of metal, and a yellow post-it note. Just 6 words, written in blocky, controlled handwriting. I meant my vows. You didn't. Sharon collapsed onto the bed, clutching the ring, suddenly realizing the weight of what she'd done. It wasn't just a mistake. It wasn't just one night. It was a decision, a defining line in the sand, and she had crossed it without looking back. She sobbed then, not the elegant kind of crying that garners sympathy. No, this was ugly, raw grief, the sound of a woman unraveling. She clutched the remnants of their life like a ghost clutching its old skin. It was just past noon when the doorbell rang. Sharon, still in a daze, shuffled to the door, mascara streaking her cheeks, ring clutched in her palm like a lifeline. A man in a sharp gray suit stood on the porch, holding a slim envelope. "Mrs. Miller?" he asked. She nodded, mouth slightly open, heart thudding like a trapped animal. "I'm here on behalf of Franklin Miller's attorney. You've been served." She reached out numbly and took the envelope. As he turned and left without another word, she closed the door slowly and backed into the kitchen like someone navigating a crime scene. With shaking fingers, she opened the envelope. Inside, divorce papers. Official. Cold. Unforgiving. Frank wasn't bluffing. There was in stark black ink irreconcilable differences due to adultery. Attached was a detailed custody petition. He wanted full custody. He had evidence. Voicemails. Her own words recorded. Her admissions. Her giggling confessions. She realized in horror that Frank had probably saved everything. And why wouldn't he? He was a man watching his world burn at the hands of the person who swore to protect it with him. A surge of panic gripped her. No, this couldn't be happening. Not like this. She called him. It rang once and went straight to voicemail. She called again and again. Nothing. On the fifth try, she left a message, her voice breaking before she even began. "Frank, I'm home. I saw the papers. Please don't do this. I know what I did was stupid and selfish and unforgivable, but I'm still your wife. We have a family. We have children. I made a mistake one night. One stupid night. But you can't throw away everything we've built, please." The phone didn't ring back. No text. No call. No mercy. Hours later, Sharon stood in front of the hallway mirror, staring at the reflection of a woman she no longer recognized. The same hazel eyes, the same glossy brown hair, but none of the confidence, none of the spark. She touched her lips, remembering the giggles, the thrill, the electricity of being with someone new. And then she saw her eyes again. Empty, alone, punished. Glenn hadn't called. Of course not. It wasn't love, it was novelty. It wasn't passion, it was escapism. He got what he wanted and left her with the aftermath. Sharon turned her head and saw the framed photo by the door, Frank and the kids on the beach last summer. Frank, grinning as he held Frank Jr. on his shoulders. Rebecca and Jocelyn splashing at his sides. Her family, the life she had chosen to gamble for the thrill of one night. One night. One man. And now she had nothing. She slid down the wall and sat on the cold floor, knees tucked to her chest, staring at her broken ring. And for the first time, she didn't cry. She just whispered, hollowly, to no one at all, "I thought he'd forgive me." But Frank Miller was done. And Sharon had finally realized she hadn't just lost her husband. She had lost the only man who ever truly loved her. The morning sunlight streamed through the window of the modest motel room, painting long, golden bars across the floor. Frank sat at the small table near the window, a half-drunk cup of lukewarm coffee in his hand, untouched toast on the plate before him. His eyes were distant, lost in a horizon no one else could see. He'd been awake for hours, since long before the sun dared to rise. Sleep had come briefly, more out of emotional exhaustion than peace, and even then, it had been haunted by images he couldn't erase. Sharon's laughter, her soft moans, her whispered, "Be with me, Glenn." That voicemail had burned itself into his memory like a brand. He took another slow sip, staring into the bitter swirl of coffee. The sting in his chest was no longer sharp. It was dull now, numb, exhausted. But underneath that numbness, something else had taken root, a sense of finality, of clarity. Sharon had made her choice. And now, so had he? Just one night. That's all she said she wanted. But it was never just one night. That night was a door, a line, a declaration. That night said, "My pleasure matters more than our vows. My curiosity is greater than your devotion. My excitement is worth the cost of your heart." She had crossed it willingly. She had stood at the threshold of their 10 years of shared dreams, held hands with another man, and walked into a stranger's bedroom like their life meant nothing. Frank hadn't simply lost a wife that night. He'd lost his teammate, his partner, the woman who once swore forever while sliding a ring onto his finger. And the ring? Flattened, crushed beneath the weight of her choices. He turned on his phone, already prepared for the swarm of missed calls and messages. But there were none. Not a single one. A bitter chuckle escaped him. I guess Glenn kept her occupied. For a brief moment, he considered calling her, just to hear her voice again, to see if there was even a flicker of remorse in her tone. But he knew better. Sharon wasn't built for remorse. She was built for justification. She tried to twist it into some emotional need, or blame it on routine, boredom, the pressures of motherhood. She'd beg him to see it as a spark, an awakening. But Frank wasn't asleep anymore. He was wide awake now, painfully so. His thoughts drifted to their children. Jocelyn, Rebecca, Anne, and little Frankie Jr.'s real heartbreak wasn't Sharon. It was them. They would suffer the most. Not because of what he did, but because their mother decided to gamble their family for one night of self-indulgence. He would fight for them, not out of vengeance, but because they deserved stability, safety, and a role model who didn't confuse excitement with betrayal. He'd already made the call to the lawyer. The paperwork was in motion. Adultery, ground for full custody, and every legal right to protect his children from her spiraling decisions. By 9 a.m., Frank had showered, dressed, and checked out of the motel. He drove in silence, past the Vanderlyn Street without so much as a glance. He didn't need to see Sharon walk of shame her way back to reality. He drove straight to his mother's house. She met him at the door, eyes swollen from crying. Hers for him, not Sharon. She pulled him into a long, silent hug. "They don't know yet," she whispered. "They will," Frank said quietly, "but not everything. Just enough." Inside, the kids were watching cartoons. Rebecca was braiding Jocelyn's hair. Frankie Jr. was building towers of Legos and knocking them down with an action figure. When they saw their father, they ran to him, arms wide, hearts pure, innocent. "Daddy." He knelt, arms open, gathering them in. "I missed you," Jocelyn said. "I missed you more." And he had. God, he had. That night, he lay in the guest room, listening to the quiet rhythm of his children breathing down the hall. He stared at the ceiling, remembering Sharon's words. "It's just one night, Frank. It's not that much." But it was everything. One night had changed how he saw her. One night had destroyed trust, obliterated respect, and gutted love. One night had transformed him from husband to stranger, from loyal to lost. But in that destruction, something had also awakened. Clarity, strength, freedom. He would rise from this. He would build a new life, one where loyalty was never mistaken for weakness, where he could teach his daughters what love truly looks like, and his son what a man never tolerates. As he turned off the bedside lamp, Frank whispered to the darkness, "You gave up our forever for one night, and that one night was all I needed to be done. My wife cheated after 25 years and called me boring, so I took my life back. 25 years of marriage came crashing down over the quiet clink of silverware and the hum of the dishwasher. It was a Tuesday evening, ordinary like most of our days lately, too ordinary, apparently. The house was warm with the scent of lemon sage cleaner and the soft echo of evening news playing in the next room. I just set down 2 plates of salmon and wild rice. a recipe Karen once claimed I made better than any five-star chef. She looked beautiful as always, aging like fine wine, they say. Her hair was pinned up neatly, her makeup subtle, but refined. Her phone sat face down beside her plate, an unusual act of consideration that, in retrospect, should have tipped me off. We'd barely made it past the first bite when she cleared her throat. "I need to talk to you about something," she said, folding her hands in front of her like a schoolteacher preparing to deliver bad news. I wiped my mouth with my napkin and nodded. "Sure, what's up?" She hesitated, not nervously, but methodically. Calculated. Karen always chose her words carefully, like a surgeon selecting the sharpest scalpel. "I've been thinking a lot lately," she began, about life. I leaned back slightly in my chair, letting her have the floor. I figured this would be about one of the kids, or maybe her growing restlessness with retirement looming on the horizon. "I think I want to start seeing someone else." The words didn't register at first. My brain clutched at them like a fistful of sand, trying to find shape in something so absurd it couldn't be real. "Come again?" I asked, half laughing. She didn't smile, didn't flinch. "I want a date. Just casually. I'm not leaving you. I just need something different." Silence opened up between us, wide and merciless. And then came the follow-up, her justification, the excuse she had practiced in the mirror for who knows how long. "It's not you, Dale. You've just become boring." That was it. No yelling, no accusations, no affair, at least not openly. Just that single, cutting word, dropped like a guillotine onto the neck of everything we'd built together. Boring. I looked down at my plate, then back at her, stunned. "I gave up everything exciting in my life for you." She tilted her head, sympathetic in that patronizing way that always made my blood pressure tick upward. "You chose to settle down. I didn't ask you to stop living, Dale. You did that to yourself." I blinked slowly, like someone pulling out of anesthesia. Her tone was calm, too calm, as if she were announcing a change in our cable subscription. I stood up without a word, walked into the kitchen, and poured myself a glass of water. Not because I was thirsty, but because I didn't trust myself to speak without doing something first. I took a long sip, set the glass down with deliberate care. "You're not leaving me?" I asked. "You just want to date someone else while I wait around like a backup plan?" She rolled her eyes, rolled her eyes. "Don't be dramatic. I still love you, but you don't challenge me anymore. There's no spark." I let out a laugh that felt hollow and foreign. "Karen, the spark died when I traded my Triumph for a minivan and started going to PDA meetings instead of motocross weekends." "I didn't ask you to do that," she said again. "No," I snapped. "You just expected me to." That was when I saw it. Just a flicker, a flash of guilt in her eyes, like a candle flickering before it's blown out. And then gone. She steeled herself again, like the decision had already been made, and now it was just a matter of executing the plan. "So," I said slowly, deliberately, "you want me to sit here and wait for you while you go find someone more exciting?" "Temporarily," she said, as if that made it better. I stepped back from the counter, nodded once. "Right. Where are you going?" she asked. "To put on my boots." She frowned. "What for?" I turned toward the hallway, toward the closet where the version of me she forgot still lived. Because if I'm going to be boring, I might as well do it on my own terms. She didn't follow me. Not then. But I knew she was watching. The closet door creaked open, and I reached past my gym shoes and dad sneakers for the scuffed, half-forgotten leather riding boots that once defined who I was. I hadn't worn them in years, but they still felt like home. As I laced them up, something inside me clicked. A door I didn't know had been locked creaked open, and behind it, the man I used to be was pacing, restless, impatient to breathe again. Karen didn't know it yet, but she had just set me free. And boring? Boring was about to become a hell of a lot more interesting. The bar was dim, the kind of place where stories go to age, not die. It smelled faintly of oak, spilled beer, and ghosts of old regrets. I sat alone at a table near the back, my fingers wrapped around a sweating pint glass of dark ale. The foam had long since settled, but I hadn't touched it again. I was too busy chewing on one word. Bored. That's what she said to me. Not angry. Not unhappy. Not disconnected. No, she said she was bored, like I was the beige wallpaper of her life. After 25 years of marriage, after 3 children, 2 homes, 1 dog, and thousands of quiet dinners and whispered goodnights, I'd apparently become uninspiring. I ran my finger along the condensation ring on the table and smirked bitterly. Boring, I said under my breath. The word sounded foreign coming from my mouth. It felt like a label slapped on me by someone who had forgotten who I really was. Funny thing is, I wasn't always the quiet guy in khakis and comfortable shoes. I used to be the one who kept his boots by the door because I never knew where I might go. I lived out of duffel bags in my 20s, not because I had nowhere to be, but because I wanted to be everywhere. I once took a solo kayak out 12 miles off the coast of Long Island just to circumnavigate an uninhabited island. Everyone told me it was too dangerous, too far, too reckless. But I went anyway. The sea was rough that day, wind tearing across the waves like it had something to prove, but I paddled through it. I slept under the stars on the beach, and in the morning, I paddled back with salt in my hair and fire in my veins. I used to ride a Triumph Spitfire, a little red beast that sounded like a lion when it purred. Took her on mountain roads, no destination in mind. Just music, a gas tank, and the rush of leaning into a curve like I was dancing with death and loving every second of it. Skiing? Not the family-friendly kind. I'd helicopter into the Rockies with a pack on my back and no trail markers in sight. I chased powder like it was oxygen. Rock climbing, dirt biking, scuba diving. If it had danger and freedom stitched into its soul, I was drawn to it. And Karen? She used to love that. Love me for it. She used to sit shotgun in the Spitfire with her feet on the dash, laughing as the wind tore through her hair. She kissed me after every climb like I'd just returned from war. She didn't just accept the risk, she reveled in it. Back then, she used to brag about me. My guy, she'd tell her friends, he's wild, but he's alive. But somewhere along the way, the wild became reckless and alive became immature. I traded powder runs for bunny slopes when the kids were born, put the Triumph in storage, gave up the dirt bike after she said it made her nervous, traded the climbing gym for cardio at the community center, traded the roar of engines for the hush of minivans with fake wood panels. All for her. Every sacrifice came with the unspoken promise that it was for our family. And I made those sacrifices willingly, gladly, because I thought I was trading adventure for something more important: love, stability, legacy. But what I didn't realize was that as I chipped away at the things that made me me, Karen was also falling out of love with that version of me. The very man she asked me to become, the safe one, the reliable one, was now suddenly too bland to hold her interest. So now she's bored, and she's going to date other men. Just like that. As if 25 years of building a life together was some long mistake she had just woken up from. I finally took a sip of the beer. It tasted sour now, but maybe that was just me. I glanced around the bar, seeing couples leaning in close, laughing, sharing bites of fries and sips of cocktails. I wondered if any of them would end up here like me one day, blindsided, branded boring after a lifetime of compromise. Was it me? Had I made myself so safe, so accommodating, that she forgot I once roared? No, that's too easy. The truth is, she stopped seeing me. Somewhere between PDA meetings and mortgage payments, she stopped looking at me the way she used to. And I, being the ever-faithful husband, didn't notice because I was too busy playing the part she asked for. That stops now. I pulled my phone out and stared at it. No text from Karen. Of course not. She was probably getting ready for her date. Probably spritzing perfume while I sat here, reminiscing about who I used to be. That man? He's not gone. He's just been sleeping. And tonight? He wakes up. I drained the rest of my beer, dropped some cash on the table, and walked out into the night. The air hit my face like a dare. I hadn't felt this alive in years. She wanted excitement? Fine. But the next time she sees me, she better hold on to something. because boring's about to burn rubber. It started with a sound, soft, distant, and buried beneath the white noise of my everyday life. The snap of a climbing rope, the whir of a motorcycle engine revving to life, the rush of wind past my ears as I descended a snowy slope at full tilt. They were echoes, faint at first, but they grew louder the moment Karen called me boring. That single word was a match dropped in a forest of dry memory. It didn't just sting, it ignited something. I found myself leaning back in my chair, beer forgotten in my hand, as the reel of my youth began to play in full color. I used to be someone, not the dependable guy with the perfectly folded sweaters and minivan insurance, but the man who made movement an identity. I used to ride my Triumph Spitfire down coastal roads at midnight just to chase the moonlight on the water. I remember packing a duffel bag on Friday, pointing to a random spot on a map, and saying, "There, that's where I'll wake up tomorrow." And I always did. There was that trip when I hadn't thought about in years. I paddled solo 12 miles offshore to circle an island everyone told me was too far, too dangerous. I did it anyway because danger thrilled me. The stillness of the water, the way it mirrored the sky until I couldn't tell where the world ended and heaven began. I lived for that kind of isolation, that kind of freedom. I remember kayaking back under a bleeding orange sunset with nothing but salt on my lips, sore arms, and a soul that felt invincible. Karen never understood that part of me. She said those trips were reckless, that I had responsibilities now. I was someone's husband, someone's father, someone expected to be available when the boiler broke or when a kid needed a ride to soccer. She never said it directly, but I could see in her eyes when I talked about motocross weekends or heli skiing in Banff. The quiet disappointment, the underlying fear, and slowly, without even realizing it, I gave it all up. The Triumph got stored away in my mother's barn. The kayak collected dust in the garage rafters. My boots were retired, not worn down but shelved, not because I was tired of them, but because I thought she was. And yet, the adventure didn't die. It simply slept, like a lion pacing behind the bars of a zoo, dulled but never domesticated. I wasn't boring. I had been domesticated into safety, and that's what broke me when she said it. After all the sacrifices, after trading cliffs for carpool lanes and danger for diaper changes, she still looked at me like I'd somehow failed her. But now, the lion was stirring. I got up from the chair and walked into the garage. I didn't know why. Maybe out of instinct. Maybe because my body knew what my heart hadn't yet processed. The air smelled like gasoline and wood shavings. Boxes lined the walls, forgotten memories and cardboard. I pulled out a dusty plastic container, popped the lid, and there they were. My riding gloves, still scuffed, still carrying the faint scent of exhaust and open air. I slid one on. It still fit. And just like that, so did the memories. I remembered the wind stinging my eyes as I sped down a dirt path, the laughter of strangers in ski lodges after a day of reckless descent, the deep satisfaction of waking up in a tent somewhere off-grid with no idea what time it was. The best version of me didn't need a calendar, a chore list, or permission. He just moved. I had traded all of it for what? Stability? Predictability? A wife who traded fidelity for excitement with someone else? Karen wanted excitement? So did I. And for the first time in years, I was going to go find it. Not in spite of her, but because of her. She had set the fire. She had opened the cage. The ghost of who I used to be wasn't a ghost at all. He had just been waiting for me to remember him. And now I did. The house was quiet, deceptively so. Karen was upstairs in the shower, steam curling beneath the bathroom door, filling the hallway with the scent of eucalyptus and lavender. I stood in our bedroom, staring into the closet like a soldier returning to an armory after a long ceasefire. This wasn't a moment of anger. It wasn't even revenge. It was resurrection. I pulled open the bottom drawer. It hadn't been touched in years. A pair of worn leather riding boots stared back at me, scuffed, dusty, and glorious. These boots had once gripped the pedals of my Triumph Spitfire, pounded the trails of Colorado, and stepped through the fire pits of weekend motocross chaos. These boots had stories, and I had buried them under years of compromise. I pulled them out gently, brushing away the dust like I was waking up an old friend from a long sleep. Next came the jeans. Real jeans, not the soft, pre-faded ones Karen liked me to wear on family outings. These were thick denim, stained with oil and adventure. I tugged them on and felt the familiar tug around the thighs. My body had changed, broader now, more powerful, but they still fit, tightly but proudly. I moved to the mirror and stared at myself. The reflection didn't match the man who drove a minivan with fake wood paneling. This was someone else, or rather, someone I used to be, and someone I hadn't realized I desperately missed. From the back of the closet, I found it, my dark charcoal sport coat. The one Karen said made me look like trouble. It had been relegated to the back row after our youngest was born. Tonight, it made a comeback. I splashed on some aftershave, nothing too heavy, just enough for me to remember the man beneath the cologne. The shower cut off upstairs. The silence after was loud. I could hear the slight creak of the tile as Karen stepped out, the rustle of towel. I didn't wait. Boots on, coat buttoned, heart steady, I walked down the stairs and into the kitchen. She emerged 5 minutes later, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders, wrapped in a white robe. She stopped mid-step when she saw me. "What are you doing tonight?" she asked. I looked up from my keys. My smile was calm, controlled. "Nothing special," I said, "just stepping out." "In that outfit?" she asked, eyes narrowing. I ran my hand across the lapel of my sport coat. What can I say? Even boors can have class. She stared at me, confused and suddenly unsure of herself. But I was already out the door. The minivan coughed awake, Karen's least favorite sound. She once called it the wheeze of suburban mediocrity. I used to laugh, but tonight it felt like a challenge. I let it idle for a moment as I watched the porch light flicker on. She opened the door, standing in her robe, her hair still dripping. "Dale," she called. I didn't answer. I rolled down the window, just enough to hear her. "Where are you going?" she asked, voice edged with something new. Not anger, not concern. Uncertainty. I leaned an elbow on the window frame. "Out," I said simply, "to find something interesting." And with that, I rolled the window up, turned the wheel, and eased down the driveway. My phone buzzed in the passenger seat. I glanced at the screen. Karen. I let go to voicemail. I'd been preparing for this moment. I even updated my message. "Hi, this is Dale. I can't answer the phone because I'm either driving or being boring. If you're looking for a thrill, call my wife, Karen. Otherwise, leave a message. I'll get back to you sometime, maybe Monday. Ciao." I laughed as the van rattled over a pothole. The sound wasn't bitter. It wasn't triumphant either. It was the sound of someone who had just woken up from a 25-year nap. I wasn't a spare tire anymore. I was back in the driver's seat, and I had a full tank of gas. The shower was still running as I stood in front of the mirror, boots laced, jacket zipped, and a smirk curling at the corners of my mouth. For the first time in years, I didn't feel invisible. I didn't feel like a ghost pacing the halls of my own life. I felt dangerous again, unpredictable, and free. I could hear Karen humming in the bathroom, completely unaware that something had shifted. The version of Dale she thought she had caged, the safe, stable, boring man, had slipped out between the bars while she was rehearsing her lines for a night out with someone new. A date. After 25 years of marriage, she had the audacity to call it a date, like we were two teenagers at the end of a high school fling instead of a man and woman who had built an entire damn life together. I stepped into the foyer, grabbed my keys, and glanced at the family photo on the table. Our smiles looked forced now. The image was heavy with irony, like it knew something none of us did at the time, that one day, one of us would trade trust for novelty. My phone buzzed on the console. I picked it up, unlocked the screen, and tapped voicemail settings. If she wanted excitement, I'd give her a damn show. I recorded slowly, every word deliberate, every syllable dipped in a poison cocktail of humor and resentment. "Hey, this is Dale. I can't answer the phone right now. I'm either driving or I'm just too boring to pick up. But if you're looking for a thrill, call my wife Karen. She's clearly better at handling excitement. Her number's 555-4269. Otherwise, leave a message. Or don't. I might call back eventually. Maybe Monday. Ciao. I hit save. No hesitation. This wasn't petty. This was clarity dressed in sarcasm. As I opened the front door, the hiss of the old minivan's engine greeted me like an old friend with arthritis. The wood paneling on the sides looked especially pathetic under the porch light, like a forgotten relic from a time when I thought pleasing her meant giving up pieces of myself. Still, it started on the first try. The engine wheezed like it was surprised to be asked to perform again. I chuckled. "One last ride, old man," I said under my breath. The driveway curved like a slow goodbye, and I was halfway to the street when the front door burst open. Karen stood there in her robe, dripping from the shower, hair tangled and wet, a towel gripped in one hand like a makeshift flag of surrender. But this wasn't a surrender. Not really. It was panic. "Dale, where are you going?" she called out, voice sharp and urgent. I didn't answer. I just grinned, rolled down the window, and gave her a casual salute. Her voice grew louder, echoing into the night. "Dale." The sound of my tires on the gravel drowned her out. The gate closed behind me like the end of a chapter one didn't know I'd been reading for years. Not 5 minutes later, my phone buzzed again. Karen, of course. Straight to voicemail. Then again, and again. By the sixth call, I switched it to silent and laughed harder than I had in months. I drove aimlessly for a while, windows down, night air washing over me like a baptism. The wind didn't smell like laundry detergent or lemon-scented floor cleaner. It smelled like pine, like gas fumes, like freedom. It wasn't until I stopped at a red light outside the dealership that I finally exhaled. Ahead of me, behind the showroom glass, was a gleaming black Mercedes convertible, low-slung, fast, unapologetic. Parked beside it was a Jeep Wrangler, jacked up, thick-tired, rugged like a mountain lion. For a moment, I just stared. Two sides of the man I used to be, elegance and grit. And just like that, I knew what I was doing tomorrow. But tonight? Tonight, I drove with no destination. The minivan, God bless it, rattled and moaned like it knew this was our farewell tour. But it kept moving, and so did I. Farther away from the man who waited for his wife to come home from dates. Farther from a version of myself who thought being steady meant being small. Somewhere, Karen's phone was probably ringing too. Maybe her date was calling. Maybe she was still standing in the doorway, dripping and confused, wondering when I'd come back to fill the space she'd taken for granted. But I wouldn't be home. Not tonight. Not boring Dale. Not ever again. The dealership lot shimmered under the midday sun, a mirage of polished chrome and promises of reinvention. Dale stepped out of the minivan, that minivan with a slow, deliberate stretch like shedding a worn-out skin. The beige beast sat behind him, its fake wood paneling dull and dusty. A vehicle that had once symbolized fatherhood, family, safety, now looked more like a rolling tombstone, a eulogy to everything he'd sacrificed. He slammed the door shut, harder than necessary, and left it unlocked. He didn't care if someone stole it. Hell, he hoped they did. The dealership entrance loomed ahead like a portal into another dimension, one where Dale no longer had to ask permission to be who he really was. As he stepped inside, the showroom floor gleamed, shiny, sterile, seductive. He scanned the rows of cars like a man browsing personalities he could try on: sleek black coupes, fire-red convertibles, matte gray beasts with growling engines and zero patience. A sharply dressed salesman with slicked-back hair and the fake confidence of a casino dealer approached with a plastic smile. "Looking for anything in particular, sir?" "Yes," Dale replied, eyes scanning past him. "A resurrection." The salesman blinked. "Excuse me?" "A car," Dale clarified. "Fast, loud, something that says I'm not dead yet, and not a single damn thing with wood paneling." The man hesitated, sensing this wasn't a typical midlife crisis customer looking for a weekend toy. This was someone standing on the edge of reinvention, and he was ready to leap. They started with the showroom floor. A navy blue Mercedes-Benz SL convertible caught Dale's attention almost immediately. Sleek, refined, impossibly smooth. He approached it like it was a woman he hadn't seen in 25 years and never stopped loving. V8 twin turbo, the salesman said, eager now. Goes 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. Massage seats, Burmester audio, the works. This isn't just a car, it's a statement. Dale ran his hand along the leather interior and smirked. Exactly. I can get the keys for test drive. No need, Dale interrupted. I'll take it. The salesman stumbled. You don't want to drive it first? Dale looked him dead in the eye. Nope, just need to know if it comes in black. Of course, the man said, stunned but thrilled. We can have it delivered by tomorrow. Good, Dale said, turning to walk toward the back lot. Because I'm not done yet. Behind the dealership was where they kept the wild ones, trucks and off-road monsters that didn't belong on polished tile. That's where Dale found her. A second-hand Jeep Wrangler with a suspension lift that made it look like it could crawl up the side of Everest. Massive tires, floodlights, a roof rack, a winch that looked like it could pull a semi out of a ditch. But what really sold him was the air horn. Train horn? Dale asked, grinning. Oh yeah, the salesman said, now following in Dale's wake like an eager pup. Scares the hell out of people. Dale gave a low whistle and nodded. I want it delivered with the top off, and leave the mud on the tires. I want her looking lived in. Name? The salesman asked as they headed back inside. Dale, he replied. Dale Prescott. The salesman wrote it down. And how would you like to pay for both? Dale pulled out the hidden checkbook from the personal account Karen had forgotten they even had. The one he'd quietly maintained since his first bonus check, back when he was still himself. Check. Today. Full price. No financing. No phone calls to my better half. The salesman laughed nervously. Understood. By the time the paperwork was signed and the keys were in hand, Dale felt lighter than he had in years. Not younger, wiser. Wiser and no longer tethered to the minivan version of himself. The sun was setting as he walked back toward the minivan for one final ride. The beige eyesore hadn't moved, still squatting there like a bad memory. He started it. The engine wheezed, then caught, humming with as much enthusiasm as an aging accountant at a rock concert. He drove it straight to a donation lot 2 towns over, handed them the title, and didn't even look back as he walked away. Back at the house, he arrived just in time to see the delivery team unloading the Jeep. Karen stood in the doorway, barefoot, wrapped in a silk robe, confusion all over her face. You bought that? She asked, gesturing to the Jeep like it was a live animal on the front lawn. No, Dale said with a smirk. That bought me. She didn't laugh, but he didn't care. As she stepped onto the porch to say something more, his phone rang. He let it go to voicemail, then checked the screen, a dozen missed calls. He opened his voicemail inbox and played back the greeting he'd customized just hours ago. Hey, this is Dale. I can't answer right now. I might be driving or I might be bored. If you're looking for a thrill, try Karen at 555-4269. She's got room on her calendar. Otherwise, leave a message and I'll call you back sometime next week. Or not. Depends how boring you are. He shut off the phone. Karen was still standing there, arms crossed now, watching him from the porch. Where are you going? Dale stepped into the Jeep, gave it a satisfying rev, and looked at her over the steering wheel. Anywhere but here. And with that, he peeled out of the driveway, gravel spitting behind him like a trail of burned-out expectations. The man she'd called boring? He was just getting started. The sky over my mother's farmhouse was painted with the deep blue hues of late evening, dusted with a wash of golden light as the sun dipped behind the tree line. It had been years since I'd driven this road, and even longer since I'd done alone. The tires of the Jeep crunched over the gravel driveway like a herald announcing my return, not as a son with his family, but as a man seeking refuge from a war he never expected to fight. Mom greeted me with a knowing smile, a dish towel still in hand and flour dusted on her apron. She didn't ask why I'd shown up unannounced. She didn't need to. Mothers have that sixth sense, and mine had always been unervingly accurate. She opened the door wider and said only 3 words. Lasagna's still warm. I stepped into the scent of baked cheese, garlic, and familiarity. For the first time in days, something in me unclenched. We didn't speak much over dinner, just soft clinks of forks on porcelain and the occasional sigh of satisfaction. She didn't pry. She didn't push. She only offered the one thing I truly needed: silence without judgment. Afterward, I sat on the porch with a steaming cup of coffee. The night had crept in fully now, the stars gleaming like a silent crowd overhead. My phone vibrated against the wooden table. Karen. Again. I flipped it over and let it buzz out. I wasn't ready. Not for her. Not for apologies that meant nothing anymore. The next morning, I rose early like a man on mission. Something inside me stirred. A familiar restlessness, the need for motion. For speed. For something real. I made my way out to the barn. The creaking doors groaned open, revealing a cavern of dust, shadows, and forgotten adrenaline. There she sat beneath a weathered canvas tarp, dormant and waiting, my 1979 Triumph Spitfire. The same car I'd driven across the country during my college days. The car I'd kissed Karen beside for the first time under a canopy of fireworks. I gripped the edge of the tarp and peeled it back slowly, revealing the faded British racing green body, dulled with time, but still proud. My breath caught in my chest. "Hello, old friend," I murmured. The Spitfire wasn't alone. My dirt bike leaned beside it, the same Kawasaki I'd raced up canyon trails like a man possessed. I hadn't laid eyes on it since the kids were in diapers. I smiled as I ran a hand over the seat, remembering the way the engine used to growl beneath me like a loyal beast. Most men collect regrets as they age. I had collected storage units full of dreams, abandoned not because I stopped wanting them, but because I thought sacrificing them was part of being a good husband, a good father. Now, I was taking them back. By noon, I had both the bike and the Spitfire loaded onto the trailer. My mother watched from the porch, arms folded, a small smirk on her face. "So," she said finally, "when do I get the story?" I hesitated, then chuckled softly. "You always know when something's wrong." "You're my boy," she said, voice strong. "And for 25 years, you've lived like Karen. Raised the kids, drove the van, were the loafers. But now you show up alone, driving a monster truck, loading up your Spitfire and a motorcycle like a man possessed, and wearing boots that haven't seen daylight since Clinton was president." I couldn't help but laugh. "You make me sound like a crisis case." "You're not in crisis," she said, stepping down the porch stairs. "You're coming back to life." I sighed and leaned against the trailer. "Karen says I'm boring. Said she wants to date other people." My mother blinked. Once. Slowly. Then she nodded, more to herself than to me. "She's lost her damn mind," she muttered. "But maybe you should thank her." I raised a brow. "Thank her? She'll let you go," Mom said. "Most women would hang on and drain the life out of a man before they ever let him remember who he used to be. She cut the rope. Now you get to run." I stood in stunned silence. Leave it to my mother to take a punch and turn it into permission to fly. That night, I turned my phone back on. Karen had texted dozens of times. So had the kids. I crafted a simple message for all 3. "I'm fine. I'm at Grandma's. Your mom and I disagree on some things." I needed space to think. Asked her what changed. "Almost immediately," Daniel responded. "Mom says you ghosted her and left without warning." I replied, "All I'll say is she called me boring, and I'm doing something about it." The line went silent. A few minutes later, Jenny texted, "Mom's dating someone else? Is this real?" "I wish it wasn't," I responded. "But it is. So I'm remembering who I used to be." "What are you going to do?" she asked. "Live," I answered. "And Dad, bring the Spitfire next time. I want to ride." As the evening wind stirred through the trees, I stood in my mother's kitchen, sipping a cold beer while she folded laundry beside me. You know, she said softly, not looking up, I always wondered how long you'd stay quiet. I thought I was doing the right thing, I said. You were, she replied. But now it's your turn. I looked out the window at the Jeep, the trailer, the Spitfire. For the first time in years, I felt something return, something small but electric. A pulse, a spark. The man Karen called boring was long gone. And the man she forgot she married? He was just getting warmed up. The first text came in just after noon. A simple, "Where are you?" from Daniel. I stared at it for a long moment, the soft hum of my Jeep idling beside me in the parking lot of an old roadside diner. I just polished off a late breakfast of black coffee and bacon and eggs. My fingers hovered over the screen as I debated how much to say. A second text chimed in seconds later. This one from Jenny, our youngest. Mom says he just left. What's going on? Are you okay? I sighed and slid my phone into the pocket of my jacket. Not yet. I wasn't ready to explain. Not because I was hiding, but because I wanted to be sure that when I said something, it was real, honest, and mine. Not a filtered version. Not a dramatization. Just truth. Truth, the very thing Karen had forgotten how to speak. Back at my mother's place, the smell of fresh-baked bread drifted from the kitchen, wrapping the air in something warm and forgiving. She was humming some old Neil Diamond song as she folded towels and kept sneaking glances at me over her reading glasses. You're twitchy, she said finally, setting a loaf to cool. You gonna answer them? I don't know what to say, I admitted. How about the truth? She said with a shrug. They're your kids, Dale, not strangers. I nodded slowly. She was right, as usual. So I sat down with my phone, leaned back against the worn plaid sofa, and did what I had been putting off. I started a group chat with all three of them, Daniel, Eli, and Jenny. My thumbs hovered over the screen for a beat before typing. Hey kids, I'm fine. I'm at Grandma's. Your mom and I don't see eye to eye right now, and I needed space to think. That's all I can say for now. If you want answers, I suggest you ask her why I left. Read receipts popped up almost instantly. I could imagine them sitting there, eyes scanning, jaws slowly tightening. The first reply came from Eli. Mom said you just disappeared. She's freaking out. I responded. I didn't disappear. I just chose not to be her backup plan anymore. There was a pause, and then Daniel chimed in. Dad, what happened? I stared at his message, heart thudding. Daniel, my oldest, the calmest of the three, rarely let emotion slip into his words. But I could hear the strain now, the quiet edge of worry in every syllable. Your mom called me boring, said she was going to start dating someone else. I decided to take her up on the freedom she clearly wanted. The phone went quiet for a while. I imagined the three of them sitting in separate places, phones in hand, digesting the weight of it. Then Jenny texted direct and fast. She what? Another pause, then another message from her. Are you serious? She's dating someone else? She told me she was bored, I wrote. So I decided to stop being what she thought I was. Jenny's next message was filled with pure, white-hot disbelief. I can't believe this. I literally can't. I'm so sorry, Dad. I don't know what she's thinking. Neither do I replied. But I'm not waiting around for her to figure it out. Later that night, I sat by the fireplace in the living room while my mother quietly stitched something in her lap. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. The logs cracked and popped, and the wind rustled through the maple trees outside. For the first time in what felt like years, the silence wasn't heavy. It was peaceful. Until the phone buzzed again. Jenny. Dad, I confronted her. She didn't deny it. Said she was trying something new, that it didn't mean she didn't love you. I exhaled, not in surprise, but in weariness. Karen always did have a way of framing betrayal as exploration. She's making her choices. Now I'm making mine. I typed. Are you coming back home? Jenny asked. Eventually, but not to the same life. I put the phone down and stared into the fire. The kids knew now. The truth was out. No more hiding behind the well-manicured facade of our picture-perfect family. And strangely, I didn't feel broken. I felt seen, not by Karen, but by the only ones who really mattered now. My kids. They knew the truth. And for the first time in decades, so did I. The sun peeked over the rooftops, warming the quiet suburban street. In the driveway of what used to be our home, my new Jeep sat like a beast unleashed, lifted, wide-tired, unapologetically obnoxious, and blocking the garage door on Karen's side. My old Triumph Spitfire and Kawasaki dirt bike were strapped to the trailer behind it, like war trophies from a life she tried to erase. I imagined the scene as Karen patted down the stairs in her robe, coffee in hand, expecting her usual orderly driveway, the reliable beige minivan, and the boring man she could take for granted. But instead, she found chaos, beautiful, liberated chaos, and no sign of the man who once used to wait for her. She called. Of course she did. My phone buzzed relentlessly from the passenger seat of my new Mercedes convertible as I cruised through town, top down, wind in my hair, and zero intention of answering. Her first 10 calls went to voicemail. The 11th? Same result. My message had been updated the night I left. Hi, you've reached Dale. I can't take your call right now because I'm either driving or rediscovering how not to be boring. If you're looking for excitement, try Karen. She's apparently got it all figured out. Leave a message, but don't hold your breath. It wasn't petty. It was earned. I stopped at a cafe by the lake and ordered a black coffee and a croissant, choosing a table outside. My phone buzzed again, this time a message from Daniel, our middle child. Dad, Mom says you've disappeared. What's going on? I took a slow sip of coffee and wrote back. Ask your mom. I won't speak for her. All I'll say is, she thought I was boring. I'm just responding accordingly. Then came Jenny. Mom's freaking out. I overheard her yelling about some Jeep and a trailer. Are you okay? I paused, tapping the screen lightly before replying. I'm more than okay. I'm free. And for the record, that Jeep roars louder than she ever let me. I smiled, a little bitter, a little proud. Then came the group text. I didn't start it. Daniel did. Daniel. Can someone explain to me why Dad just ghosted and why Mom is acting like a lunatic? Jenny. Wait, did she really say she was bored with Dad? That can't be real. Eli. She told me he went through a midlife crisis. Bought a Jeep. Took off. No explanation. Me. I gave up everything she asked. Became exactly what she wanted. And when I wasn't exciting enough, she said she wanted to date again. After 25 years. I'm not angry. Just done. Silence. Then, one by one, the responses came. Jenny, I feel sick. Daniel, this doesn't sound like Mom. What the hell is going on? Eli, Dad, whatever happens, we love you. I leaned back, letting the morning sun hit my face. The pain that had sat in my chest like a coiled spring the past few days finally began to loosen. My kids, our kids, were smart. They could see the truth without me needing to twist it for them. Back home, I imagined Karen staring at that Jeep, trying to piece together a plan. She'd never liked being out of control. It must have driven her mad to realize I'd not only walked out, but that I was smiling when I did. She sent one last message that day. Why are you doing this? I didn't answer. I just forwarded her a photo. It was the Jeep, parked on a cliff overlooking the valley near Mom's house. The Spitfire perched proudly on the trailer behind it. Me in my boots, arms crossed, wind in my hair, grinning like a kid again. The caption read, because this is who I was before I traded it all to be someone else. You can keep your boredom. I'm keeping me. She didn't respond, but the read receipt told me everything I needed to know. By nightfall, the stars stretched wide across the sky. I sat by the fire pit at my mother's, sipping whiskey, listening to the crackle of the logs. She came out and handed me a blanket. You okay, baby? Yeah, Mom, I said, watching a spark drift upward. I think I'm finally waking up. She kissed my head like I was a kid again, and I let her. Good. It's about damn time. And under that quiet sky, with my boots by the fire and the Spitfire gleaming in the moonlight, I finally felt something I hadn't in years. Peace. Not the quiet kind you fake to survive marriage. The kind you earn after walking away from someone who never truly saw you. The kind you find when you stop being what they wanted and remember who you really were all along. The penthouse suite overlooked the city like a silent guardian. Glass walls, skyline views, and a private balcony where the wind could whisper secrets only the brave had time to hear. Dale stood with his coffee in hand, suit pressed, boots polished, hair still damp from the shower, and something more important than all of that, clarity. The man who had walked into this hotel 2 nights ago had been wounded deeply, a man unraveling. But this morning, Dale was someone else entirely. Not the safe version Karen sculpted over the years, with his travel schedules tailored to her comfort and his hobbies dulled into family-friendly activities. No, this Dale remembered how to move. He took a long sip, the dark roast biting his tongue like an old friend. The city buzzed below. Meetings, coffee shops, cars inching through Monday traffic. But Dale? He was about to set things in motion that would shake continents. He walked into his office like a general returning from exile. Nods, greetings, double takes. Some of the younger execs were in awe. He hadn't just returned, he'd reappeared, different, alive, hungry. "Morning, Dale," said Carter Douglas, his heir apparent, eyes widening at Dale's sharp navy suit and Mercedes' key fob he tossed onto the table like a badge of rebellion. "We ready for the Hong Kong trip?" Dale asked, cutting straight to it. Carter blinked. The trip? I thought. Weren't you taking some time off?" "I took the right time off," Dale said. "Now I'm taking the reins." Dale motioned for the team to gather in the boardroom. Within 10 minutes, the room buzzed with chatter, slides flickering on the projection screen. Carter brought up the Hong Kong acquisition file, a sluggish deal on 160 acres of prime industrial land. Stalled for 3 months. Delicate politics, uncooperative sellers. Dale leaned forward. "I'm going. Personally." The room froze. Sir, Kim, their senior numbers analyst, spoke up cautiously. "Are you sure? It's been deadlocked, borderline hostile." Dale grinned. "Exactly. That means there's still blood in the water. And sharks eat." He stood up, circling the room like a wolf in a suit. "While we're there, we'll look at 3 more properties. I've already reviewed the financials you sent last night, Kim. Good work. But I want more. Sydney, Buenos Aires. Hell, throw them by if you can." Someone whistled under their breath. Dale ignored it. "Here's the deal. We're going in hot. We're not going to explore options. We're closing. I want our legal teams briefed, contracts drafted. If we like what we see, we don't leave with ideas. We leave with assets." Then he did something that left every executive in the room wide-eyed. "I want everyone who's married to bring their spouse. Company paid. Bring the kids too if you want. If we're working this hard, no one's going home to find their marriage in ashes. And if you do, well, at least it won't be on me." A few nervous laughs broke out, but there was admiration behind the smiles. Carter, sitting nearest, leaned in with a smirk. "Sir, this energy, it's like the old days." Dale leaned back in his chair. "Correction. It's like the real days. The ones I've buried under a mountain of minivan road trips and compromise." After the meeting, Dale retreated to his office, shut the door, and stared out the window. The skyline stared back, unaware that the man behind the glass was preparing to claim it. His phone vibrated. A message from Karen. "We need to talk. I think I made a mistake." Dale let it sit, a ghost in a device. Instead, he opened his flight schedule, confirmed departure for Wednesday. Hong Kong first, then Sydney, then wherever the hell he pleased. He hadn't felt this alive since he was 30 years old and leading his first international acquisition on his own, back when risk thrilled him and success tasted sharp and electric. A knock on his door. "Come in," Dale called. Kim entered, holding a printed spreadsheet. "Sir, just confirming your directive. If we like the properties, we're green lighting on the spot." Dale nodded, with one caveat. "If it feels like a maybe, it's a no. I'm only chasing hell yes now." Kim nodded and started to leave, but paused. "Boss, just between us, you look different. Like something shifted." Dale smiled. "I stopped asking for permission to live my own life." That evening, back at the Hyatt, Dale stood again on the balcony, shirt sleeves rolled, tie loosened, sipping a glass of whiskey as the skyline glittered. He thought of Karen, her bathrobe in the doorway, her robe fluttering like a flag of defeat. The years he gave up parts of himself piece by piece for what? She called him boring. But boring men don't lead takeovers across hemispheres. Boring men don't load motorcycles onto trailers and buy cars that snarl. Boring men don't write checks on the spot and dare the world to blink. He lifted his glass toward the city. To the man she thought she broke, he said quietly, voice hard with the echo of fire. And then he smiled. Let's go see what the rest of the world thinks of boring. The first thing Karen noticed when she came home from her date, the one she swore wouldn't change a thing, was silence. The second was the absence of Dale's boots by the door. The air inside the house was too still, too settled, as if it had exhaled with his departure. The usual clutter, his keys, his coffee mug on the counter, his laptop bag slumped against the wall, was gone. What remained was a sterile version of their home, as if Dale had been nothing more than a dream that had politely cleaned up after itself before leaving. At first, she told herself he was blowing off steam. Dale didn't get angry. He sulked. He'd probably gone for a drive. Maybe he was staying at a friend's place for the night. Maybe he was waiting for her to realize how serious this had become. But when the sun rose the next morning and the house was still empty, when she opened the garage and saw a Jeep parked in her space, blocking her car in, when she realized the minivan, the one she'd mocked for years, was nowhere to be seen. That's when panic crept in. Her fingers trembled as she called him again, straight to voicemail. Hi, this is Dale. I can't answer the phone tonight because I'm either driving or boring. If you're looking for a thrill, call Karen. She's much more exciting than me. She froze. The sarcasm in his voice wasn't cold. It was surgical, a quiet fury beneath every word. He hadn't left to sulk. He was done. Karen paced the kitchen, replaying every word from the night before. Had she gone too far? She hadn't meant to hurt him, at least not like this. She just wanted something different, something new, something that made her feel alive again. And Dale had become so routine. He was responsible, dependable, predictable. God, how she used to love that about him. Back when their lives were chaos, kids crying, bills stacking, career stress bubbling, Dale had been her constant. The one who always showed up, the one who kept it all together. But somewhere along the way, that stability had turned into background noise. White noise. Boring. She stared at the text thread between Dale and the kids. Daniel had forwarded it to her with a simple question. Is this true? I'm fine. I'm at Grandma's. Your mom and I don't see eye to eye on something, and I needed to think. Ask her what she said. All I'll say is, she thought I was boring, so I'm doing something about it. Her hands clenched around the phone. You thought I was boring. His words weren't cruel, they were honest. And that hurt more than if he'd screamed. She tried texting him again. Karen, where are you? Can we talk? Karen, this isn't what I meant. Karen, I didn't think you'd actually leave. No reply. Instead, she heard the distant bark of an engine outside. She ran to the front window, just in time to see a sleek black Mercedes convertible pulling away from the curb. Dale was behind the wheel, sunglasses on, hair tousled by the wind, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He looked happy. He didn't see her. Or maybe he did and just didn't care. The house felt too big now. Each room echoed with memory. The laughter in the kitchen when Jenny was a baby and Dale used to burn pancakes on purpose just to make her giggle. The hallway where Dale taught Daniel how to tie a tie. The living room where he fell asleep with a book on his chest, content and peaceful. Had she really given all that up for a dinner with some loser from her yoga class who wore too much cologne and laughed at his own jokes? The realization hit hard. She had mistaken stability for stagnation. Worse, she'd weaponized his loyalty, turned his dependability into a flaw. And now he was gone, no longer waiting for her to realize her mistake. The kids had stopped calling her Mom. Now it was, I'll talk to you when I'm ready. The silence wasn't just from Dale, It had spread through the whole family like a quiet revolt. She poured a glass of wine and sat on the back patio, the one Dale had spent a summer building with his bare hands. She remembered the way his shirt clung to his back while he worked in the sun, how he never complained, how he whistled while laying stone after stone. Why hadn't she said thank you? Why had she stopped seeing him? She opened her messages again. One last attempt. Karen, I miss you. She stared at the screen for a long time, then put the phone down. There was no reply. Not that day. Not the next. And for the first time in 25 years, Karen understood what Dale had meant when he walked out in those boots. The ones she used to love before she told him to put them away. He wasn't being dramatic. He was just done. And she was just beginning to realize what she'd lost. The Jeep growled beneath me like a beast freshly awakened, its thick tires tearing through gravel as I left my mother's driveway behind. The morning sun broke through the clouds in golden slashes, warming the air and casting long shadows on the twisting mountain road ahead. It had been a long time since I'd taken this route. Not since I traded adventure for alarm clocks and PTO calendars. The wind whistled through the cracked windows, pulling at my sleeves like a familiar hand urging me forward. I reached over, rolled the window down fully, and let it in. The scent of pine, damp earth, and old memories filled my lungs. I felt 17 again, foot heavy on the gas, heart light in my chest. The mountain trails were waiting. By the time I reached the base of the ridge, the sun had climbed high and the clouds had all but vanished. I parked the Jeep and stepped out, gravel crunching under my boots. Before me lay a dusty, rugged trail that wound its way up through the trees, steep and unrelenting. The same trail I used to tear through with my Kawasaki on weekends long before I'd even met Karen. Now it was just me, the bike, and the mountain. Unloading the Kawasaki from the trailer, I ran my hand over its frame. It was older now, like me, but still solid, still capable. I topped off the gas, checked the tires, and fired it up. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life with a vibration I felt in my spine. My pulse quickened. I swung a leg over, gripped the handlebars, and hit the throttle. The bike lurched forward, and I shot up the trail like a bullet breaking out of the chamber. I remembered every twist, every bend. The trail hadn't changed, but I had. I wasn't the cautious father anymore, measuring every move for safety. I was the man I had once been, or at least someone very close to him. I kicked up dirt behind me as the tires gripped and skidded across loose rock. The incline steepened. Trees whipped past me in a blur. My jacket flared behind me like wings. The higher I climbed, the clearer everything became. Not just the path in front of me, but the one behind too. I remembered the sacrifices. The toys traded for appliances, the wild nights swapped for safe ones. The dull ache in my gut when I shelved my Spitfire in favor of a minivan. The guilt every time I left for a work trip, and the resentment in Karen's voice when I returned. I remembered shrinking, piece by piece, to fit into the version of me she wanted. And for what? To be told I was boring. I reached the summit in under 10 minutes. The bike idled beneath me as I stared out over the valley below. The view was breathtaking, an endless stretch of trees, rivers, and hills. It was raw and untamed, just like the parts of myself I had buried for far too long. I killed the engine and let silence surround me. My breath came in short bursts. My chest heaved, not from exhaustion, but from release. This was what had been missing. Not Karen, not the marriage. Me. I was what was missing. I pulled off my helmet and sat down on a flat boulder overlooking the edge. The breeze danced through my hair, cooling the sweat on my neck. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the peace of the place settle into my bones. The world was quiet here, uncomplicated. Eventually, I made my way back down, slower this time, savoring each bump and turn. When I reached the base again, I loaded the bike, hopped back in the Jeep, and peeled away with the tires singing against the asphalt. But I wasn't ready to go home. Not yet. I kept driving, letting the road decide where I'd go next. A dusty roadside diner appeared on the horizon. I pulled in, wiped the dirt from my face in the side mirror, and stepped inside. The waitress gave me a once-over and grinned. "You look like you just outran the devil." I smiled, for real this time. "Nope, just found out he wasn't chasing me anymore." Over lunch, a greasy cheeseburger and a cold root beer, I sat at the window booth and watched life unfold outside. People passed by, unaware of the epiphany I'd just had. I wasn't running anymore. I was reclaiming. By sunset, I was back at the lake house, boots muddy, heart full. I poured a glass of scotch and sat on the porch as the sky turned orange and purple. For the first time in years, I felt like a man who had nothing to prove and everything to look forward to. And the best part? Not a single part of me felt boring. Not anymore. It was nearly midnight. The soft glow of city lights flickered across the windows of the Hyatt penthouse, casting long, fractured shadows on the floor. I sat alone on the balcony, a whiskey glass sweating in my hand, the scent of leather and night air surrounding me. Below, the city murmured with life, unaware of the quiet war I was fighting inside. My phone buzzed, breaking the silence. "Jenny." I stared at the screen for a moment. My thumb hovered over the answer button, reluctant. Jenny had always been my peacemaker. She inherited Karen's eyes, but not her temperament. Where Karen grew cold under pressure, Jenny burned warm, emotional, intense. I finally answered. "Hey, sweetheart," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Dad," she said, her voice already shaking, "Mom wants to talk." My stomach tightened, but I leaned back in the chair, eyes still on the skyline. "Does she?" "She says she made a mistake, that she didn't mean what she said, that she misses you." I let the silence hang. I'd learned by now that silence, when used right, reveals more than words ever could. "She says she was confused, that she didn't realize how much she hurt you," Jenny continued, as if trying to convince herself, too. "She told me I was boring, Jen," I said quietly, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. She looked me in the eye and decided I was no longer enough. That's not confusion. That's clarity. But people say things they don't mean when they're, I don't know, scared. I nodded to myself, appreciating my daughter's compassion. "That's true. But here's the thing, honey. After 25 years, you'd hope your wife comes to you when she's scared. Not to a stranger who smells like expensive cologne and broken promises." Jenny was quiet. "She wants to fix it," she finally said. "She's willing to do counseling," she said. "She wants to come to the Hyatt. She'll stay in another room, just to talk." I sighed deeply, the kind of sigh that's been waiting for years to come out. Jen, she broke something that took me a lifetime to build. Piece by piece, brick by brick, I gave up who I was for her. I turned off the engine and traded in my boots for house shoes. I gave her everything, and when she got bored, she didn't ask to go on a hike or try something new together. She asked for a hall pass. She regrets it, Dad. I can tell. She's miserable. "I'm sure she is," I said. "But misery isn't the same as remorse. Regret doesn't mean restoration." My voice stayed calm, but my heart was pounding. "I'm not angry anymore," I continued. "At least, not the way I was. But I can't unsee what she did. I can't unhear the word boring. I'm not a spare tire she can grab when the shiny new one blows out." Jenny's breath caught. "I told her that," she whispered. "Not in those words, but I told her you weren't just going to come back like nothing happened." I looked out at the city, remembering the first time I'd flown into this skyline. Young, hungry, fearless. Somewhere along the line, I'd swapped that version of me for someone else's idea of a good man. I'd become safe, predictable, stable, she used to call it. But I hadn't been stable. I'd been parked. She might have woken something up in me, I said slowly. But what she woke up isn't coming back to sit quietly on the couch while she goes out on dates. I don't know if I'm angry at her anymore, but I sure as hell can't trust her. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Jenny didn't respond right away. I could hear her breathing on the line, could feel the weight of her thoughts. "What should I tell her?" she asked finally. "Tell her I hope she finds peace. But don't tell her where I am. Don't tell her what I'm doing. She made her choice. Now I'm making mine." There was a long pause. "I love you, Dad." I love you too, Jenny. More than you know. And no matter what happens between me and your mom, that won't ever change. After we hung up, I sat for a while longer, staring into the night. There was no sense of triumph, no victory dance, just a bittersweet ache. She want to talk? Fine. She could talk to the version of me she let walk out the door. But that man was gone now, buried beneath 25 years of compromise. And the man who sat here now, he wasn't boring. He was free. The chopper blades thundered above the snow-capped ridgeline, slicing the sky as easily as Dale had cut himself free from the life he no longer recognized. He stood at the edge of the slope, skis strapped, helmet secure, adrenaline crackling through his veins like static before a storm. The air was so crisp it practically hummed in his lungs, laced with pine, ice, and freedom. He wasn't supposed to be here, not by the old rules, anyway. According to Karen's definition of a husband and father, he should have been back home loading groceries into a wood-paneled minivan, checking his phone for her texts, and wondering if the guy she was just meeting for coffee had a stronger jawline. But this Dale? This Dale had a different altitude. Literally. Beside him, Daniel and Ginny adjusted their gear, grinning like kids on Christmas morning. They'd flown in from school just 2 days ago to join him in Banff. The plan had started as a spring break vacation, but Dale didn't do vacation anymore. He did experiences. I can't believe you booked a heli-skiing trip, Ginny said, voice muffled behind her face covering. I thought Mom said you gave this up because it was too risky. Dale chuckled, planting a ski pole in the snow with finality. I gave up me, Jen. Not the slopes, not the thrill. I buried the man I used to be under practicality and partnership. But he's back now, and he's not going anywhere. Daniel clapped a gloved hand on his dad's back. We missed this version of you. Dale smiled. The chopper lifted off, leaving them in a surreal silence. Nothing but the vast canvas of untouched snow stretched before them, glittering beneath a sky so blue it looked unreal. He thought briefly of Karen. He wondered what she was doing now, still trying to reframe her betrayal as a phase, still calling herself restless instead of selfish. Maybe she was still telling the kids she didn't mean it, that Dale was overreacting, that she only went on one date. What she never understood, and probably never would, was that it wasn't the date. It was the dismissal, the slow erosion of respect. The way she shrugged him off after 25 years, as if he were a piece of worn-out furniture that no longer matched the aesthetic of her life. Boring, she'd called him. But boring men didn't stand at the top of frozen cliffs with their children, one push away from flight. Boring men didn't blaze trails through fresh powder, didn't drive sports cars and monster jeeps with their vintage motorcycles trailing behind them like war flags. Boring men didn't wake up one morning after a lifetime of loyalty, brush the dust off their shoulders, and say enough. Boring men didn't turn pain into power. Dale adjusted his goggles, looked at his kids one more time, and then, without waiting, he pushed forward. The slope accepted him like an old friend. Wind roared past his ears, his body slicing through the air as snow exploded beneath his skis. It wasn't just adrenaline. It was exorcism. With every curve, every leap over a snowdrift, he shed the last vestiges of who he had been for her. Not for love, not for duty, not anymore. He was reclaiming the man she forgot how to love, or maybe never loved to begin with. When he reached the bottom, he skidded to a stop, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Ginny arrived seconds later, followed by Daniel, both breathless and beaming. That was insane, Ginny laughed. We have to do that again. Oh, we will, Dale said, yanking off his helmet and lifting his face to the sky. We're just getting started. His phone buzzed in his jacket. He pulled out slowly. Karen. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a photo, himself and the kids, snow-covered and wild-eyed, the mountains towering behind them. Then he opened the group chat with his children and typed, "This is who I am. The man who flies, climbs, falls, and gets back up. If anyone forgets that again, remind them." He hit send, turned off the phone, and tucked it away. Let the past call back all it wanted. He was too busy living. No longer boring. Never again. She wanted an open marriage. My reaction changed our lives forever. The house looked the same as always. Warm lamplight spilling from the living room window, the familiar hum of the air conditioning unit in the background, and Colin's silver SUV, parked neatly in the driveway. Barnes pulled into his usual spot and switched off the engine. Something fell off, a quiet whisper of unease he couldn't quite place. He sat for a moment, fingers gripping the steering wheel, wondering at the hesitation he felt to walk into his own home. The evening air outside was cool but stifling somehow, holding an eerie calmness, as though bracing for a storm. With a sigh, Barnes pushed the door open and stepped onto the driveway. Inside, soft jazz played quietly, Colin's favorite. The aroma of lavender candles lingered in the hallway. She only lit candles for special occasions, he thought, a confused frown tugging at his mouth. What was tonight? He checked his memory, but no anniversary, birthday, or family event stood out. Collins, he called, voice echoing softly through the house. In here, Barnes. Her voice was cheerful, overly so, almost forced. His heart quickened, anxiety prickling at the edge of his awareness. He followed the sound into the living room, his eyes narrowing at the scene before him. Colin stood in front of the mirror above the fireplace, smoothing out the soft blue dress that hugged her slim figure perfectly. She looked radiant, her blonde hair styled in loose waves cascading over one shoulder, eyes accentuated with subtle makeup. It was the effort one put forth for a first date, not a quiet evening at home. He paused, throat tightening. Are we going somewhere? Collins smiled brightly, turning toward him. No, you aren't, but I am. Barnes' breath caught in his chest. Where? Her smile faltered slightly, but she recovered quickly. I have a dinner date. He stared blankly, waiting for the punchline. None came. His ears filled with a ringing silence. A date? With who? Collins shifted uneasily, her heels clicking gently against the hardwood floor as she moved to stand directly in front of him. Her perfume was stronger, sweeter, unfamiliar. It's complicated, Barnes. I wanted to talk about it earlier, but I didn't know how you'd react. Barnes' heart hammered painfully. You didn't know how I'd react? How exactly did you expect me to react, Collins? She placed a gentle hand on his arm, trying to soothe him, but her touch burned. People change, Barnes. Relationships evolve. We've been together over 20 years. Isn't it natural to want some excitement? His jaw tightened, hurt boiling up inside him. Excitement? Is that what you're calling this now? You're openly telling me you're dating someone else, someone you won't even name, and expecting me to just accept it? Not accept, exactly, she countered carefully, her tone measured, like someone rehearsing lines. I was hoping you'd understand, maybe even see the opportunity here. The opportunity? Barnes echoed incredulously, anger seeping into his disbelief. The opportunity to what? Lose all self-respect. Colin stepped back slightly, her expression growing defensive. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not leaving you. This is something new, something we could both explore. Together, yet independently. Barnes' stomach twisted painfully, her words striking like physical blows. Together, yet independently. Do you hear yourself, Collins? That makes no sense. She exhaled sharply, frustration creeping into her voice. Why can't you at least hear me out? Because I don't recognize who's speaking right now, he snapped, eyes locked onto hers, searching for any sign of the woman he had loved so deeply. The Collins I married wouldn't stand here in a dress meant for another man, talking about dates and excitement. She flinched, wounded. Barnes, please. He held up his hand, cutting her off. His voice trembled slightly, betraying the depth of his hurt. No, Collins. I won't stand here and listen to you rationalize betrayal. Not now. Not ever. It isn't betrayal, she insisted weakly, eyes pleading. I love you. Barnes shook his head slowly, pain etched deep in the lines of his face. Maybe you did once. Maybe you even believe you still do. But love isn't this. He turned abruptly, grabbing his jacket and keys from the entry table, his movements mechanical, fueled by shock. Colin's desperate voice trailed behind him, distant as though underwater. Barnes, wait. He didn't wait. Every step toward the door felt heavy, but necessary, as though distancing himself from her was a matter of survival. Her heels clicked urgently behind him, chasing, pleading, but he refused to look back. His heart pounded in his ears, drowning out everything but the desperate need to escape this nightmare. He climbed into his truck, locked the doors, and started the engine. Collins appeared at the front door, eyes wide with panic, calling his name, but her voice was silenced behind the glass. He accelerated out of the driveway, leaving their home, and everything he believed in, far behind. Barnes drove aimlessly, his mind replaying Colin's words. Was his marriage truly over? Could he ever trust again? A mix of grief and anger welled up in him, choking him. He realized with bitter clarity that his world had irrevocably shifted. Nothing would ever be the same again. He pulled over to the side of the road, trembling fingers reaching for his phone. He needed anyone to ground him. His thumb hovered over Beck's name, his youngest daughter, always steady and clear-headed. He typed a message, Netflix and chill. Her reply was immediate and comforting, a simple heart emoji and a single sentence. I'll make popcorn. Barnes closed his eyes briefly, taking a deep, steadying breath. At least he wasn't entirely alone. Not yet. Putting the truck back into drive, he navigated the darkening roads, each mile between himself and Collins easing the tightness in his chest ever so slightly. He didn't know what would happen next, but at least for tonight, he had somewhere safe to land. The tires crunched over loose gravel as I slowed to a halt outside Beck's cozy little house. I turned off the engine, the sudden silence amplifying my racing thoughts. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles whitening as Colin's final words echoed bitterly in my mind. It's just a date, Barnes. Her voice had been casual, flippant almost, as if our marriage vows had somehow lost their meaning overnight. Anger bubbled in my chest, tinged with confusion and sadness. Was I really that naive, believing our life together was immune from betrayal? Exhaling deeply, I forced myself from the truck, the evening air crisp against my face. Approaching the front door, I hesitated briefly, guilt prickling at the thought of burdening my youngest daughter with this heavy revelation. But Beck had always possessed a strength far beyond her years. If anyone could steady my spiraling mind, it would be her. Before my knuckles even grazed the wood, the door swung open, releasing an enthusiastic blur of golden fur. Davy, Beck's ever-cheerful Labrador, greeted me in a whirlwind of joy, paws pressing hard against my chest, eyes bright with unconditional affection. Easy, Davy, I laughed softly, scratching behind his ears as he wriggled in delight. His carefree spirit momentarily distracted me from my turmoil. Beck stood in the doorway, wrapped in a loose sweater, her blonde hair tousled as if she'd just woken from a nap. Her eyes studied me closely, deep green, wise beyond her 24 years. The concern in her gaze was unmistakable, a reflection of the bond we'd always shared. Hey, Dad, she greeted warmly, but her voice carried the slightest note of unease. Come on in. As I stepped inside, she immediately sensed something wasn't right. Beck had always been perceptive, quick to detect even the faintest change in my mood. Without asking, she led me into her living room, the soft glow of fairy lights strung across the ceiling lending the space a comforting warmth. On the coffee table sat 2 steaming cups of tea and a generous bowl of popcorn. I had a feeling, she said softly, pushing one cup toward me. I took a seat, the cushions enveloping me like an embrace, offering brief relief from my tension. Beck sat close, curling her feet beneath her. Davy settled at our feet, contentedly chewing on his favorite toy. Tell me what's wrong, Dad, she coaxed gently. Her tone was firm, yet reassuring, as though bracing herself for a storm. Taking a deep breath, I tried to speak, but words caught painfully in my throat. Beck placed her hand gently on my arm, steadying me. I cleared my throat, and with each word spoken, reality became more undeniable. Your mom. I hesitated, glancing down at the floor, ashamed and unsure. She told me she planned to go on a date tonight with another man. The silence that followed was deafening. Beck's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape as the words sank in. For a moment, disbelief shadowed her features, then swiftly hardened into anger. What? Her voice trembled slightly, reflecting my own internal chaos. Mom said that to you? I nodded slowly, absorbing the fresh sting of betrayal. She claimed it's just about excitement, something she says we need. She expected me to understand, to be okay with it. That's insane, Beck whispered fiercely, anger flushing her cheeks. She reached abruptly for her phone, fingers trembling as she tapped her mother's contact. Beck, I began, attempting to soothe her, but she shook her head defiantly. No, Dad. She doesn't get to do this to us, Beck said fiercely, holding the phone up as Collins answered. I sat frozen, heart thundering as I listened to Beck confront her mother with unwavering strength. Where are you right now, Mom? She demanded, voice steely with controlled rage. A pause, then her face twisted in disgust. With Dad? Really? Because he's sitting right here with me. You're lying to me, to both of us. Colin's muffled voice was audible, attempting excuses, but Beck was having none of it. Don't call me. Don't come here. I'll talk to you when, and if, I'm ready. She hung up, tossing the phone roughly onto the couch. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, breath shaky with suppressed fury. She stared into the distance, eyes glassy with tears she stubbornly refused to shed. I opened my arms silently, and Beck fell against me, burying her face into my shoulder. The fierce daughter-eyed raised, always so strong, now shook with quiet sobs, devastated by her mother's betrayal. She lied, Dad, Beck whispered brokenly, voice muffled against my chest. My own mother just lied straight to my face. I know, sweetheart, I murmured, stroking her hair gently. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of this mess. She pulled back slowly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, sadness shifting into a protective determination. What happens now? What are you going to do? I exhaled deeply, shoulders heavy with responsibility. Honestly, Beck, I don't know. I hope talking to you would help me make sense of it. She leaned forward again, resting her head against my shoulder. Maybe Sylvia should be here too. We should face this as a family. She reached for her phone once more, dialing her older sister. When Sylvia finally arrived, her carefree attitude quickly evaporated upon hearing the truth, though her initial reaction was markedly different from Beck's. Mom's going through something, Sylvia said cautiously, her eyes flicking nervously between Beck and me. This isn't normal behavior for her. Beck stared at Sylvia in disbelief. Are you seriously making excuses for her? Dad deserves better than this. The tension escalated quickly, Sylvia's insistence on neutrality clashing with Beck's unwavering loyalty to me. Their words grew sharper, bitter accusations slicing through the air. Finally, unable to reconcile their opposing viewpoints, Sylvia left abruptly, leaving Beck trembling with anger and hurt. Why is she taking Mom's side? Beck whispered bitterly, fighting tears of frustration. She's not. I sighed, exhausted. Sylvia just handles things differently. Give her time. The emotional weight of the evening had drained us both. Beck curled up beside me again, Davy gently nudging her hand in comfort. Silence settled around us, punctuated only by Davy's gentle breathing. I trust you, Dad, Beck finally whispered, her voice barely audible. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. Warmth flooded my chest, momentarily easing my heartache. Despite the chaos Collins had introduced, this bond, the one between my daughter and me, remained unbroken. In Beck's quiet living room, amid the wreckage of the night's revelations, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. My marriage might be falling apart, but the love and trust one shared with Beck would sustain me through whatever lay ahead. Sylvia's arrival at Beck's apartment was heralded by the slamming of a car door and a clatter of hurried footsteps. She burst through the door without knocking, bringing a gust of cool night air and the faint scent of margaritas along with her. Her flushed cheeks and glittering eyes showed remnants of a carefree night now abruptly shattered. "What happened?" she demanded, sensing the heavy tension immediately. Her gaze flickered between Beck and me, searching for clues in our silence. "Seriously, what's the emergency? I was at a party." Beck looked at her incredulously, suspicion sharpening her tone. "Are you drunk, Sylvia?" Sylvia laughed softly, brushing away Beck's pointed accusation. "Relax, Beck. 2 margaritas and a cocktail hardly count as drunk." She glanced at me, sheepishly adjusting her demeanor, recognizing the seriousness etched into my face. "Okay, what is it?" Beck turned sharply toward me, eyes wide and desperate, silently pleading with me to explain the inexplicable. I cleared my throat, feeling a heaviness that made speaking difficult. "It's your mother. She told me tonight she's seeing someone else, or wants to. She called it a date." Sylvia stared at me blankly, frozen by disbelief. Her expression morphed from confusion to startled realization. Her voice trembled slightly, a childlike vulnerability slipping through her practiced composure. "Dad, are you serious? Is this some kind of misunderstanding? Mom wouldn't do that." "I wish it was," I replied softly, meeting her troubled eyes. She was very clear. Sylvia sank onto the edge of Beck's small couch, her hands gripping her knees tightly, knuckles white against denim. Her usually expressive face had become a fragile mask, revealing how deeply the revelation had shaken her. After a brief, tense silence, she raised her gaze, meeting Beck's accusatory stare head-on. "I don't believe it," Sylvia whispered defiantly. "Mom loves Dad. She wouldn't jeopardize everything for some stupid fling. There has to be more to it." Beck exploded instantly, her frustration bubbling over into raw anger. "Are you serious, Sylvia?" She flat out admitted it. "You weren't there. You didn't hear how casually she said it, like she was talking about going shopping or something. It's like she didn't even care." Sylvia bristled, her protective instinct for their mother kicking in. "Beck, calm down. I'm just trying to make sense of this. Mom's probably confused, going through some midlife crisis or something." "Confused?" Beck laughed harshly, her voice shaking with disbelief. "She lied to Dad, lied to me when I called her earlier. There's nothing confused about that. She's betraying all of us." "She made a mistake," Sylvia countered stubbornly. "You're acting like Mom's a monster. People make mistakes. Maybe she's just feeling lost. Dad, you must see that." I watched my daughters spar with words, their bond fracturing before my eyes. My heart twisted painfully, realizing the cost of Colin's revelation. I raised my hand gently, trying to mediate. "Girls, please, this isn't your fight." "But it is," Beck argued passionately. "Mom did this to all of us, Dad. She brought someone else into our lives, someone we never asked for." Sylvia shook her head vehemently, eyes glistening with emotion. "You're talking about her like she's evil, Beck. You're not even giving her a chance to explain." "There's nothing to explain." Beck snapped fiercely, standing abruptly, her body trembling with suppressed rage. "She betrayed Dad. Period. I can't believe you're trying to defend her." Sylvia rose, equally fierce, facing her younger sister. "I'm not defending what she did. I'm just saying we don't know everything yet. She's still our mom." The room fell into a painful silence, heavy with accusation and sorrow. Sylvia glanced back at me, searching desperately for guidance, her usually confident demeanor now stripped away. Her voice broke slightly. "Dad, say something." I exhaled slowly, my shoulders weighed down by invisible burdens. "Your mother made a choice tonight, girls. I don't understand it either. But attacking each other won't solve anything. You two need each other, now more than ever." The words lingered in the air, seeming inadequate against the wall of pain between them. Sylvia's gaze softened, regret flickering briefly across her face. Beck's anger cooled slightly, leaving behind only sadness and exhaustion. For a moment, it seemed we might find common ground. Yet Beck's pain flared again, eyes hardening. Dad's right, Sylvia, but I won't pretend everything's okay. She hurt Dad, hurt all of us, and if you want to stay neutral, fine, but I can't. Sylvia recoiled slightly, hurt and frustration warring across her features. I'm not neutral, Beck. I'm just trying to understand. It doesn't mean I'm on her side. Sure sounds like it, Beck muttered bitterly. Sylvia grabbed her purse roughly, her movements sharp and angry. Fine. I can see I'm not wanted here right now. Talk to me when you're ready to be reasonable. She turned swiftly toward the door, hurt radiating from every stiff step. Sylvia, wait, I called, standing quickly, but she was already halfway outside, the night swallowing her retreating figure. Her car door slammed, the headlights flickered uncertainly, hesitating briefly as if she might return, before the vehicle lurched away, disappearing into the darkness. I stood frozen, feeling the sharp sting of failure. Beck leaned against me quietly, her anger draining away, replaced by a profound weariness. Her voice trembled slightly as she whispered, I didn't want to hurt her, Dad, but she doesn't get it. I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her close, breathing in the familiar comfort of her presence. She's hurting too, Beck. Your mom put us all in a terrible position. Beck sighed deeply, sinking into my embrace, her voice barely audible. What do we do now? I stared out into the darkness where Sylvia had vanished, my mind racing with uncertainty. Our family was suddenly foreign to me, fractured by betrayal, anger, and misunderstandings. I don't know yet, I whispered honestly, but whatever happens, I won't let this destroy you girls. The night settled around us, heavy with unanswered questions and a future uncertain. We stayed silent, holding on to each other, trying desperately to hold on to what was left of our shattered family. The drive to the lake house had always held a sense of calm, a familiar journey winding through wooded lanes, past small farmhouses, and over bridges that crossed serene streams. Yet this time, every mile felt heavier, weighed down by questions that neither Beck nor I could answer. The silence in the car was both comforting and unsettling. She stared out of the window, one hand gently stroking Davy, whose rhythmic breathing filled the gaps in our conversation. As twilight descended, painting the horizon in shades of purple and amber, we pulled onto the gravel driveway. The lake house stood quiet, wrapped in shadows, yet somehow inviting, as though it had been waiting patiently for us to return. Beck stepped out slowly, breathing deeply as if cleansing herself from the chaos we had left behind. Inside, the familiar scent of pine wood, dust, and lingering summer memories embraced us. Davy bounded through the rooms, exploring every corner, reclaiming his temporary kingdom. Beck immediately set to lighting the fireplace, her movements deliberate and comforting, each step an effort to restore some semblance of normality to the chaos that had engulfed our lives. I walked to the kitchen, scanning the shelf for something to distract myself, finally settling on the makings for 2 mojitos. Fresh mint, lime, rum, routine tasks that occupied my hands while my mind wandered to darker places. As I mixed the drinks, my thoughts drifted helplessly back to Collins. How we reached this point. Our life had felt sturdy, built on the quiet understanding and trust we cultivated over decades. How could that trust fracture so suddenly and so completely? Returning to the living room, drinks in hand, I found Beck seated cross-legged near the fireplace, her thoughtful gaze lost in the flames. I handed her a mojito, and she offered a small, grateful smile. Thanks, Dad, she whispered, taking a gentle sip. Anything to ease the pain, I replied softly, settling beside her. She shifted, placing her head on my shoulder, something she'd done since childhood, whenever the world felt too big, too cruel. The closeness was comforting, a reminder that while some bonds frayed, others remained strong. We sat quietly, sipping our drinks, watching flames dance hypnotically. Eventually, Beck broke the silence. Her voice, gentle yet insistent, carried the careful tone of someone treading on fragile ground. Dad, what do you really think happened with Mom? I sighed deeply, leaning back against the couch. I wish I knew, Beck. Maybe it was boredom or loneliness or both. Do you think she fell out of love with you? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing the vulnerability she tried to mask. The question pierced me, raw and sharp. Maybe. Or maybe she's just trying to feel something, anything again. People do irrational things when they feel numb. Beck stared thoughtfully into the fire, absorbing my words. But why didn't she tell you sooner? Fear, probably, I mused quietly. Fear of hurting me, fear of facing reality, fear of losing everything we'd built. Beck looked up at me, eyes reflecting the firelight with intense sincerity. She should have known better. She should have known this would break you. I think she did, I replied sadly, but I guess she was desperate. Sometimes desperation blinds you, makes you selfish. Beck leaned deeper into my side, thoughtful silence filling the room once more. After a few moments, I lit a cigarette, an old habit that resurfaced only under extreme stress. Beck raised an eyebrow, a silent judgment tempered by compassion. Don't lecture me. I smiled weakly, exhaling slowly. Just tonight. She nodded quietly, resting her hand gently on my arm. I won't, but you need to take care of yourself too, Dad. I chuckled bitterly, smoke curling gently from my lips. That's always been your mother's job. She squeezed my arm tenderly. Maybe it's time you learn how to do it for yourself. We continued talking softly, sharing fragments of memories, stories about the lake house, lazy summer evenings spent stargazing on the dock, Collins laughing freely in better times. Each recollection was bittersweet, punctuated by the painful recognition of what we'd lost. After a while, Beck stood, stretched, and headed into the bedroom to gather a blanket for Davy, who was already softly snoring near the fireplace. I stepped onto the porch, inhaling the crisp night air. The lake stretched out before me, moonlit ripples shimmering like liquid silver. The quiet beauty of the night seemed incongruous with the turmoil inside me, yet strangely comforting at the same time. Beck joined me moments later, wrapping her arms around herself against the chill. It's beautiful, she whispered, gazing out toward the lake. Hard to believe life can feel so messed up while everything else stays so perfect. I nodded silently. Life has always been that way, cruel and beautiful all at once. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. You think we can fix this? Honestly, I sighed, shaking my head softly. I don't know. Some wounds heal, others leave permanent scars. It depends on how deep the wound really goes. Beck turned toward me, determination firm in her eyes. Whatever happens, we'll get through it together. Sylvia too, even though she's confused right now. She'll come around. I smiled gently, proud of the strength she'd grown into. You're wise beyond your years, kiddo. She smiled softly back. I had a good teacher. We lingered there, father and daughter, side by side beneath an endless tapestry of stars. The night was quiet, heavy with uncertainty, yet somehow filled with hope. Though the future felt painfully unclear in that moment, surrounded by darkness yet warmed by Beck's unwavering love, I knew one thing was certain. We were stronger than any tragedy life could throw at us. Finally, as exhaustion set in, we retreated indoors, leaving the lake bathed in moonlight. Beck drifted off quickly, nestled comfortably beneath blankets, Davy curled protectively at her feet. But sleep evaded me. Alone, awake long after midnight, I found myself staring into the dying embers of the fire, pondering the countless unknowns ahead. I knew morning would come, bringing inevitable confrontation, but for now, I embraced the solitude. As my eyes finally grew heavy, my thoughts returned to Collins. Anger and sadness mingled into a quiet acceptance. Perhaps we couldn't regain what we lost, but maybe, just maybe, we could learn from it. Maybe tomorrow would offer answers, redemption, or at least clarity. Tonight, though, I allowed myself a brief respite from pain, comforted by the steady breathing of my daughter nearby, the peaceful snores of her dog, and the soft whispers of the lake gently lapping against the shore. Tomorrow was uncertain, but tonight at least, we had this moment of fragile peace. Sylvia parked her car slowly in the driveway of her childhood home, staring blankly through the windshield at the softly glowing porch light. She hesitated, fingers drumming anxiously on the steering wheel. For the first time she could remember, the familiar comfort of home felt alien, even hostile, as though she were walking willingly into unknown territory. Taking a deep breath to steel herself, she climbed out of the car, adjusting her coat against the chill of the evening air. The house loomed silently before her, a shadowy silhouette of happier times, now shrouded in uncertainty. Sylvia stepped onto the porch, pausing briefly before knocking lightly on the front door. It opened almost immediately, as if her mother had been waiting just beyond, anxious for company or confrontation, or perhaps both. "Sylvia, honey," Collins began, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her tired eyes. She opened her arms tentatively, waiting for Sylvia's reaction. Sylvia stepped inside, accepting her mother's hesitant embrace, feeling a pang of sadness at the stiffness in their hug. The scent of jasmine perfume, a fragrance Sylvia always associated with warmth and comfort, now stirred unsettling feelings of betrayal. "Come inside," Collins murmured, closing the door gently. "I made tea. Your favorite." Sylvia silently followed her mother into the kitchen, noting the awkward way Collins moved, as if every step carried an invisible burden. The table was set neatly with cups, a teapot steaming gently, and a plate of biscuits, attempts at normalcy that felt profoundly out of place. They sat facing each other, separated by a table barely 3 feet wide, yet seemingly miles apart emotionally. Sylvia poured tea into her cup, studying the swirling amber liquid instead of looking at her mother. She wanted answers, clarity, something to ease the burning confusion. Colin spoke first, softly and tentatively. "I'm glad you came over, Sylvia. Your father, he left quickly last night. I'm sure he told you." Sylvia nodded cautiously, choosing her words carefully. "He told us you were going on a date with another man." "Mom, what's going on?" Collins took a slow breath, looking into her daughter's searching eyes. "I know it must sound awful to you, but there's a lot you don't understand yet." "Then make me understand," Sylvia urged quietly. "Dad's devastated. Beck is furious. I feel like our whole family is splintering apart, and I don't even know why." Collins glanced away, staring toward the window. Her eyes softened, shimmering with unshed tears. "Sylvia, it's complicated. Your dad and I, we've been married for over 2 decades. I love him dearly, but something changed within me. I can't even explain exactly when it happened or why. Maybe I've lost sight of myself." Sylvia shifted uncomfortably, grappling with her mother's vague words. "So you're bored? Is that it?" Collins winced slightly at her daughter's bluntness. "Not bored exactly, just restless. Life has become predictable, routine. I thought by meeting someone else, feeling desired again." She hesitated, embarrassed by her own confession, "that I might feel alive again." Sylvia felt her face flush, frustration boiling beneath her controlled demeanor. "And you didn't think about Dad at all? Didn't you realize how hurt he would be? Or how Beck and I might feel?" "Of course I thought about you, about all of you." Colin's voice rose defensively. "I know it sounds selfish, but I've spent so long taking care of everyone else. I've forgotten what it means to care for myself. I never intended to hurt anyone." Sylvia sighed heavily, rubbing her forehead. "What do you even expect from Dad now? He won't accept this arrangement, Mom. He won't share you with anyone." "I realize that now," Collins admitted, her voice softening. "I just thought maybe if he tried it, he might understand. If he experienced the same freedom." Sylvia cut her off sharply. "Dad isn't like that. You know him. He's loyal, faithful. You can't just rewrite your vows because you're feeling unfulfilled." Colin stared silently at her daughter, her eyes wounded yet understanding. The ticking of the old kitchen clock seemed suddenly deafening, each tick echoing like a painful reminder of irreversible decisions. Sylvia, Collins whispered finally, reaching out tentatively, do you hate me? Sylvia's heart ached at her mother's vulnerability. She hesitated, then shook her head slowly. No, Mom, I don't hate you. I'm just disappointed, hurt, confused. Collins nodded, a single tear finally escaping down her cheek. I'm sorry, Sylvia. Truly, for everything. Sylvia stood, feeling suffocated by sadness and confusion. Beck won't talk to you. You shattered her trust completely. I know, Collins said, her voice barely audible. Can you help me talk to her? I want to fix this. I don't know if you can fix it, Mom. Some things, once broken, never fully heal. Sylvia's voice trembled slightly. I'll try, but Beck needs time. And Dad might never forgive you. Collins lowered her head in quiet defeat. Will you forgive me, Sylvia? Sylvia moved toward the door, pausing briefly. I don't know yet, Mom, but I'm trying. Collins watched her daughter leave, hearing the door close softly, leaving her alone in the oppressive silence. She sat quietly at the kitchen table, tea untouched, her earlier illusions of excitement and adventure now replaced by a profound, heavy sorrow. She had expected change, excitement, freedom, but never imagined it would feel like losing everything she held dear. Sylvia walked back to her car, breathing heavily, her mind overwhelmed. She leaned against the car door for a moment, gathering strength. She was torn between compassion and resentment, understanding and confusion. As Sylvia pulled away from the house, the dim porch light disappearing into the distance, she knew that nothing would ever be the same. Her family, once a sanctuary, was now unsteady, fragile, and crumbling beneath secrets and revelations she could barely fathom. One thing was certain, there was no going back. The late afternoon sunlight filtered softly through the half-open blinds, casting fragmented shadows across the familiar hardwood floor of our living room. The gentle hum of traffic outside did little to ease the heavy silence inside. A silence so thick I could almost hear my own heartbeat echoing in the space between Collins and me. She stood quietly by the window, staring out with vacant eyes, clutching a cup of juice tightly enough for her knuckles to whiten. She seemed lost, more vulnerable than I'd ever seen her. I sat on the edge of the sofa, my fingers interlaced tightly, tension radiating from every muscle in my body. Finally, she turned, slowly drawing in a deep, hesitant breath. Her voice emerged softly, fragile and uncertain. Barnes, please say something. What exactly do you want me to say? My voice was quiet but steady, colder than I'd intended. She took a careful step forward, setting her glass down with deliberate care on the coffee table between us. I need you to understand. I'm listening, I replied flatly. But understanding and acceptance are two very different things. Collins nodded, visibly gathering her courage. Look around us, she began softly. Do you remember when we first got married? Everything was so new. Every day felt exciting. We had dreams and ambitions. We never settled, never got comfortable. I remember vividly, I said, my gaze unwavering. But it seems like our memories of it differ. I remember promising fidelity. I remember us agreeing to build something together, just us. She looked wounded by my words, but pressed on. Barnes, we're almost 50. We've done everything society expected. We had the career milestones, raised 2 wonderful daughters, built this home. But somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. Don't you feel it? The monotony? I felt peace, I countered bitterly. Stability, contentment. She shook her head, frustration glinting in her eyes. Peace or stagnation? Barnes, I felt trapped. And it wasn't your fault. I know it sounds cliché, but it truly was me. I just needed. Needed what? I interrupted, sharper than I'd intended. To go behind my back? To lie to our daughters? What did you need that you couldn't discuss with me openly? Collins took a shaky breath, her voice trembling with a mixture of guilt and defiance. Excitement. Freedom. Just a taste of life beyond our walls. I thought, hoped, that if I could experience something new, just temporarily, it might reignite us. By dating another man? My voice tightened dangerously. You thought betrayal could fix us? I didn't see it that way, she burst out, finally letting her composure slip. Her voice trembled, a desperate, wounded tone creeping in. I saw it as freedom, Barnes, not betrayal. You could have done the same. I wouldn't have minded. I looked at her incredulously. Listen to yourself, Collins. You're rationalizing infidelity as a cure for boredom. You're proposing we casually shatter our vows because you're bored. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. I didn't intend to hurt you. My chest tightened painfully. Intention doesn't change reality. A heavy silence settled again, punctuated only by the faint tick of the clock in the kitchen. Collins lowered herself slowly into the armchair opposite me, as if her strength was draining away. Her shoulders slumped, the fight leaving her posture. Barnes, she whispered, defeated, I'm sorry. It was stupid. I made a terrible mistake. But we can still fix this. I watched her closely, sadness and anger warring within me. You keep saying we, but we didn't do this. You did. She reached out, her hand trembling. Please, give us a chance. Therapy. Something. We can rebuild what we had. I stood up slowly, pacing toward the window where she'd been standing moments before. I gazed out, not really seeing anything, my mind clouded with emotion. My voice grew soft again, introspective. I believed you, Collins. Trusted you more than anyone in the world. I trusted our marriage. But now, how can I rebuild trust when I see only lies? Barnes, she began, voice thick with desperation. I turned sharply, my voice firm yet weary. Tell me one thing. Did you even think about Beck and Sylvia before you did this? Our daughters are broken because their mother lied to their faces. Did their pain ever cross your mind? Colin's face crumbled, her silent tears finally spilling over. I was selfish. I admit it. You were, I agreed quietly. But it's deeper than selfishness. You didn't just hurt me. You fractured the trust of our entire family. She covered her face, shoulders shaking as sobs broke through her facade. I wanted, deep down, to comfort her as I'd done countless times before. But something held me back, something deep and damaged, something that had been irreversibly altered by her betrayal. I can't erase what I've done, she whispered brokenly. I can only ask for your forgiveness. I stared at her, torn between empathy and profound disappointment. Maybe one day I'll forgive you, I said slowly. But forgiveness doesn't equal reconciliation. It doesn't mean we can restore what's been lost. She met my gaze, eyes filled with hopelessness. What are you saying, Barnes? I hesitated, searching within myself. I think you know. She nodded slowly, the finality in my words settling upon her. So this is it? You're leaving me? I swallowed hard, my voice raw with pain. You left me first. I'm just catching up. She remained seated, motionless, as I walked past her. The quiet thud of my steps echoed softly through the empty hallway. When I reached the bedroom, I pulled out a suitcase, mechanically gathering the basics I'd need. As I packed, her muffled sobs carried faintly down the hallway. I zipped my suitcase shut, realizing I was taking not just clothes, but fragments of a broken life, pieces I'd have to someday put back together without her. Minutes later, as I stood in the driveway, keys in hand, Collins appeared at the doorway. Her face was pale and tear-streaked, silhouetted against the warmth of our home. Barnes, she whispered one last time, her voice desperate yet resigned. Is there no hope? I looked back at her, the woman I'd loved more than life itself, and felt an unbearable sorrow. There was hope, I replied quietly, but you traded it away. Without another word, I turned, climbed into the truck, and drove into the twilight, leaving behind the shattered pieces of the only life I'd ever known. The late afternoon sunlight filtered gently through the curtains, filling the living room with soft amber light. Collins sat quietly, nervously smoothing out imaginary wrinkles from her blouse. The ticking of the antique wall clock, a wedding gift from her parents, punctuated the uncomfortable silence like a metronome counting down their dwindling seconds of peace. Barnes stood by the window, gazing outside but seeing nothing. His mind was elsewhere, trapped between memories of happier times and the bitter taste of recent betrayal. He had agreed to meet Collins here today, at their home, his once sanctuary, only after she had pleaded repeatedly, claiming she had something important to say. He owed it to their history, he reasoned, yet a part of him dreaded what would come next. Finally, Collins broke the heavy silence. Her voice was soft, almost timid, a far cry from her usual confidence. Barnes, I know I've hurt you. I've made a terrible mistake, but I need to fix this. He turned slowly to face her, studying her expression with a scrutiny he'd reserved for strangers, not the woman he'd spent decades loving. Her eyes were red-rimmed, swollen from sleepless nights, yet he felt little compassion. Fix what exactly, Collins? You made your choice clear. Her shoulders sagged slightly. It was stupid, impulsive. I was bored, restless. I felt trapped, Barnes. You have to understand. I never wanted to hurt you. Yet you did, he responded, his voice colder than he'd intended. You made your choice, fully knowing what it meant to me. She stood, taking a hesitant step toward him, her hands shaking slightly. I was wrong, she whispered. I know it now. Please, Barnes, give us another chance. I'll do anything. Counseling, therapy. I'll quit my job. I'll cut contact completely. Just don't give up on us. He searched her face, looking for sincerity. There was regret, certainly, but underneath he saw something else, a deep-seated restlessness, still smoldering beneath the surface. Counseling might uncover more truths than either of us can handle, he said softly. Are you sure you're ready for that? She looked away, troubled by his implication. I'm ready to try. I'm ready to face whatever comes up. Our family means everything to me. Barnes took a slow breath, gathering his thoughts. Collins, our family was built on trust and loyalty. You broke that. Even if we patch things up now, how can I ever trust you again? How can I be sure this won't happen again the moment boredom sets in? Tears brimmed in her eyes, trickling slowly down her cheeks. Because losing you scares me more than anything. Because this pain, right here and now, is something I never want to feel again. His heart twisted painfully. He wanted desperately to believe her. He yearned to reach out and wipe away those tears. Yet something held him back, a barrier of betrayal he couldn't easily scale. Collins, he began carefully, you know me better than anyone. You know I'd never intentionally hurt you. But I can't live every day doubting your faithfulness, wondering if another moment of weakness is just around the corner. I can't be that person. She took another step closer, visibly trembling. Just one chance, Barnes. Please, one more chance to prove I've changed. He sighed deeply, his chest heavy with uncertainty. I'll think about counseling, he finally conceded. But understand this isn't forgiveness yet. It's merely a willingness to listen. She nodded eagerly, relief washing briefly across her face. That's all I'm asking. As she reached out tentatively, touching his hand gently, Barnes felt a jarring mix of warmth and cold suspicion flow through him. Her touch was familiar, comforting even, but now tainted by the shadows of her betrayal. There's something else, Barnes added quietly, almost to himself. He looked directly into her eyes, challenging her to be truthful. You told Beck lies. You didn't just betray me, you betrayed our daughters. How do you plan to fix that? Collins froze, the relief quickly fading from her face, replaced by a painful recognition of the broader consequences of her actions. I'll talk to them. I'll explain. I'll apologize, do whatever it takes. Words won't undo what you've done, Barnes said sternly. You broke something precious, not just our marriage, but the family we built together. Repairing that trust won't be easy. She lowered her head, visibly defeated. I know, she admitted, but I'll try. He stood there in silence, feeling the weight of their shared pain. The sunlight had begun to fade, bathing the room in a soft, mournful twilight. Barnes felt an urge to reach out, to comfort her, but restrained himself, still wary. Finally, he stepped back, gently but firmly pulling his hand away from hers. I'll set up the counseling, but don't expect miracles. This might just show us how broken things really are. Collins nodded solemnly. Whatever it takes. I'm ready. Barnes turned to leave, pausing only briefly at the door. His eyes lingered on her for a moment longer, as though memorizing her face, one that was now marred by regret and sorrow. I sincerely hope you are, he whispered, because I don't think either of us could survive another disappointment. And with that, he left her standing alone in their darkening living room, a ghostly shadow of the woman he had once loved more than life itself. The atmosphere at home had become stifling. Each room felt smaller, as though the walls had closed in to capture every whispered grievance and frustrated sigh. Dinner, once the heart of our family, had devolved into an agonizing daily ritual of silence and tension. Where there had been laughter and easy conversation, now only the scraping of silverware and awkward glances remained. Tonight, I watched my daughters from the kitchen doorway as they quietly set the table. Beck placed silverware with mechanical precision, her usually bright face shadowed with resentment. Sylvia moved stiffly, her shoulders rigid, tension radiating from her like static electricity. Collins, standing by the stove, stirred a pot mechanically, glancing nervously at our daughters as if gauging how close she dared approach. I saw regret etched deeply into her features, but her pride kept apologies trapped in her throat. When she noticed me watching, she quickly looked away, masking vulnerability with an uneasy composure. I sighed, stepping slowly into the room. My presence seemed to amplify the silence, drawing it tighter like a net around us all. Dinner began wordlessly, forks clinking softly against plates. Beck poked at her food, eyes downcast, lips pressed into a thin line. Sylvia ate methodically, her gaze darting between her mother and sister, bracing herself for the inevitable eruption. Collins cleared her throat, attempting to break the silence. Sylvia, how's your job at the gallery? Her voice was cautious, artificially cheerful. Sylvia hesitated, clearly torn between civility and lingering anger. It's fine, she replied tersely. Her tone held a brittle politeness that concealed simmering emotions. Beck raised her head sharply, eyes narrowed in disbelief. Really, Mom? She spat bitterly. We're pretending everything's normal now. Beck, Collins started gently. No, Beck cut her off, voice trembling. You lost the right to act like we're some happy little family. Collins flinched visibly, her eyes filling with pain, but she managed to steady herself. I was just trying. You tried already, Beck interrupted again, her voice rising dangerously. And you failed. Stop pretending like you didn't break this family apart. Sylvia dropped her fork loudly, frustration flashing across her face. Beck, please. Can we have just one meal without this? Without what, Sylvia? Beck retorted harshly. Without honesty? Without acknowledging what Mom did? I'm sorry that's so inconvenient for you. I'm not ignoring it, Sylvia snapped back, visibly hurt. But fighting like this won't fix anything. Neither will pretending everything's fine, Beck countered. Mom needs to face reality. Collins raised a shaking hand to quiet them. Girls, please stop. I know I hurt you. I know I did something unforgivable, but this fighting, you think saying sorry just fixes it? Beck's voice cracked with bitterness. Sorry doesn't erase betrayal, Mom. It doesn't erase lies. Sylvia's eyes brimmed with angry tears. She's our mother, Beck. Are you really planning to punish her forever? Are you really planning to forgive her this easily? Beck demanded. Because that's what you're doing. It's like it doesn't even matter. Sylvia pushed her chair back abruptly, the screech echoing through the dining room. Stop trying to put me in the middle. You put yourself there. Beck snapped. Enough. I finally spoke, quietly but firmly. Both girls turned, startled, as if they'd forgotten I was even present. This isn't helping anyone. Beck lowered her eyes, biting back further words. Sylvia looked away, shoulders trembling. Colin stood up slowly, voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry for everything," she said, her voice quivering. "I never wanted this." Beck looked at her, anger dissolving momentarily into grief. "But you did it anyway," she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks. "You chose yourself over us." With that, Beck abruptly left the table, rushing upstairs as sobs broke free, echoing in her wake. Sylvia hesitated a moment, shooting a confused, wounded look at her mother before following her sister upstairs, leaving Collins and me in the agonizing silence. The room felt hollow now, the echoes of anger and sorrow hanging heavily around us. Collins sank back in her chair, shoulders slumped in defeat. "Barnes," she murmured weakly, eyes pleading, "I don't know how to fix this." I looked at her, my own emotions too tangled to unravel. "I'm not sure you can," I admitted softly. "Not right now." We sat quietly, the distance between us growing wider, a chasm of unspoken regrets. Upstairs, we could hear muffled voices, our daughters comforting one another, their bond strained yet unbroken. Eventually, I rose from the table, leaving Collins alone with her remorse. I moved silently up the stairs, stopping outside Beck's door. Softly knocking, I stepped inside. Beck sat curled tightly on her bed, Sylvia next to her, gently stroking her sister's hair. Both turned toward me, their eyes red and exhausted. I sat beside them, wrapping my arms protectively around my daughters. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the inadequacy of the words clear to all of us. "You don't deserve this pain." Sylvia leaned against me, exhausted. "What happens next, Dad?" I hesitated, holding them tighter, searching within myself for honesty. "I don't know," I admitted finally. "But no matter what happens, we'll get through it. Together." Beck buried her face into my shoulder, her body shuddering quietly. "I miss how we used to be," she whispered. "I know, sweetheart," I answered softly, my heart breaking alongside theirs. "I do too." In that moment, as we held each other, the warmth between us contrasted starkly with the cold uncertainty we faced. Yet, I felt a strength rising beneath our shared grief, a determination that whatever the future held, we would endure. Downstairs, Collins remained alone in the shadowed dining room, facing the stark reality she'd created. Upstairs, I held on to the only certainty left, my daughter's love, a fragile yet powerful anchor in this storm we were all forced to weather. The counseling office was small and warmly decorated, filled with tasteful furniture and carefully curated art designed to instill calm and trust. Yet for Barnes, stepping through its threshold felt akin to entering enemy territory. Beside him, Collins walked stiffly, eyes averted, her silence heavy with anticipation. They hadn't spoken during the entire drive, the tense silence broken only by the rhythmic hum of tires on pavement and an occasional heavy sigh. Dr. Emily Walsh, their therapist, greeted them with practiced kindness, her face neutral but attentive. "Welcome back, Barnes, Collins. Please take a seat." Barnes sank into the leather armchair, his body taut, alert, fingers subconsciously gripping the edges of the chair as if bracing himself. Collins sat on the adjacent couch, carefully choosing a cushion at the far end, creating distance between them, a physical symbol of their emotional divide. Dr. Walsh glanced between the two, sensing the thick tension immediately. Her voice was gentle, non-accusatory. "Let's begin where we left off last session. Collins, you were expressing feelings of stagnation and a desire for more excitement in your marriage. Barnes, you seemed taken aback by the revelation. How are you both feeling now?" Barnes swallowed, weighing his words carefully. Betrayed, he finally admitted, his voice quiet but firm. He looked directly at Collins for the first time that afternoon. "I thought we were partners, equal, loyal partners. The idea that you were planning dates behind my back. It's more than excitement, Collins. It's deception. Collins flinched slightly, but she met his gaze head-on, her eyes reflecting both regret and defiance. It wasn't about betrayal, Barnes, she said. Her voice was calm, too composed, as if she'd rehearsed this conversation countless times in her head. I felt trapped. Everything became predictable. I just wanted to feel alive again. I thought, wrongly, that opening things up might save us, not destroy us. Yet you never thought to discuss it honestly with me first. Barnes countered sharply. Instead, you presented it as a done deal, expecting my acceptance. I was afraid of your reaction, Collins admitted quietly, her voice now wavering slightly. Her hands nervously twisted in her lap. I knew you'd never agree. I was desperate, Barnes. Desperate for something, anything, to make me feel like myself again. Dr. Walsh interjected gently, sensing the brewing storm. Collins, feeling trapped, can indicate deeper, unaddressed emotional issues. Can you elaborate more on what you mean by trapped? What specifically felt restrictive? Collins hesitated, gathering her courage. She took a shaky breath, finally speaking with surprising candor. Our routine, Dr. Walsh. We've had the same life for nearly 25 years, same patterns, same dinner conversations, same weekends at the lake. It felt as if I was living someone else's life. The worst part is that I love Barnes deeply, but I no longer recognize myself in our marriage. Barnes recoiled slightly, visibly stung by her words. He had never imagined that the comfort he cherished so deeply could be suffocating for her. I thought stability was what we both wanted, he murmured, voice tinged with sadness. Is predictability truly so terrible? It's not about predictability alone, Barnes, Collins explained, her voice suddenly passionate. It's about feeling invisible, unheard. I felt lost inside myself, desperate to reclaim who I am. Not as your wife, not as the girl's mother, but as Collins. Just me. A heavy silence settled over the room as Dr. Walsh allowed them to absorb the emotional weight of what had just been shared. Barnes' eyes grew distant, reflecting deeply on the implications of his wife's confession. For the first time, he understood clearly. This wasn't a whim or a midlife crisis. It was the result of years of unspoken resentment, of slowly eroding individuality beneath layers of roles and expectations. Barnes looked down at his wedding ring, turning it absently, lost in thought. Finally, he spoke, his voice painfully subdued. Collins, if you felt so unhappy, why not come to me sooner? Why allow resentment to build to this breaking point? Collins' eyes filled with tears. Because I didn't want to hurt you, she whispered. I tried to ignore it, try to pretend that happiness was something I could will myself into feeling again. I thought opening our marriage would be less painful than admitting to you and myself that something fundamental was missing. It was cowardice, Barnes. Pure cowardice. Barnes' jaw clenched. Cowardice would have been easier to forgive if it hadn't come hand in hand with dishonesty. Dr. Walsh leaned forward slightly, redirecting the escalating tension with practiced skill. Barnes, Collins, we're uncovering critical emotional truths here. You're both confronting uncomfortable realities about yourselves and your marriage. Barnes, how do you feel now, knowing Collins wasn't malicious but deeply unhappy? Barnes took a long moment before replying, his voice raw with emotion. I feel blindsided. I've spent years thinking everything was fine, maybe even perfect. Now, hearing that my happiness was a prison, it's devastating. I feel guilt for not seeing it, anger for her secrecy, and fear about what comes next. Collins listened intently, her eyes pleading for understanding, though she remained silent. Dr. Walsh turned to her gently. Collins, is there anything you'd like Barnes to understand right now, clearly and unequivocally? Yes, Collins said quietly, her voice trembling but resolute. Barnes, my feelings of stagnation never erase my love for you. The truth is, I still love you profoundly. I don't want to lose us, but we can't stay as we were. Something has to change fundamentally. Barnes exhaled slowly, staring at the floor, absorbing the gravity of her words. He recognized the crossroads before him, his marriage hanging delicately by a thread. Dr. Walsh allowed the silence to extend, acknowledging the heavy weight of their revelations. When she spoke again, her voice was careful, gentle, yet direct. You're both standing on very uncertain ground. What matters now is whether you're both willing to create a new foundation together, or if this is where your paths diverge. Barnes lifted his eyes toward Collins once more, studying her face, so familiar yet strangely distant. He finally spoke, a new vulnerability in his voice. Collins, I can't promise I'll ever fully trust you again, but I'm here today because I believe in what we had and maybe in what we could rebuild. If we're going to survive this, the honesty you've shown today must continue. I deserve at least that. Collins nodded slowly, tears spilling over as she accepted the fragile opportunity Barnes offered. You have my promise. No more secrets. Dr. Walsh noted the exchange carefully, aware that real healing had only just begun. Then let's begin there, she said softly. One honest step at a time. They left the office together in strained silence, each absorbed in thought, both knowing their next steps would define everything. Yet, amid the heavy uncertainty, something small but powerful had been reignited. Hope. Fragile, tentative, and overshadowed by pain, but hope nonetheless. Outside, under an uncertain sky, they faced one another again, cautiously regarding the stranger each now saw in the other's eyes, unsure if love alone would be enough to bridge the chasm their marriage had become. The counselor's office was a carefully crafted illusion. Soft lighting, strategically placed paintings of calming landscapes, and plush furnishings all combined to suggest peace. But the space felt stifling, as if the air itself were saturated with the unspoken truths that Collins and I carried within us. This was our third session, but the silence we shared still felt louder than any argument we'd ever had. Dr. Amelia Hart, a thoughtful, silver-haired therapist with eyes that pierced gently into the heart of every conversation, observed us with practiced patience. Her pen hovered above a notebook, silently urging us toward honesty. Barnes, she finally spoke, breaking the heavy quiet. Last week, you expressed feeling blindsided by Collins's decisions. Has that perspective shifted at all? I sighed deeply, feeling the weight of Collins's eyes on me as I searched for the right words. It hasn't. If anything, it's deepened. I don't just feel blindsided. I feel betrayed, almost as if our entire marriage was a facade. Collins shifted uneasily beside me. Her normally poised demeanor showed signs of vulnerability today, her shoulders slightly hunched, hands trembling subtly in her lap. Dr. Hart's gaze moved to Collins. And you, Collins? Have you reflected on Barnes's feelings of betrayal? Collins hesitated. Her eyes, once confident and unyielding, were filled with an emotion I rarely saw: uncertainty. Yes, I have. But Barnes doesn't understand. It's not just boredom or restlessness. It's deeper. I feel like I lost myself in our marriage. And the more I tried to tell him, the less he seemed to hear. Her voice was delicate, strained with the effort of honesty. Hearing it made my heart ache, but I fought the urge to comfort her. I'd done that for decades, and now my own heart needed tending. Barnes, Dr. Hart gently nudged. What do you hear Collins saying? My jaw tightened as I turned toward Collins. I hear that she's blaming me for her unhappiness. But why now? Why let it build to this? Collins straightened slightly, desperation creeping into her voice. Because you never noticed. You were so focused on work, on routines, on maintaining this perfect picture of us, that you never realized how empty I felt. All those nights we watched TV silently on the sofa. I wasn't comfortable. I was suffocating. You thought it was peace. I saw it as stagnation. The revelation struck me like a physical blow. The memories I'd cherished, quiet evenings side by side, now shattered like porcelain, leaving only sharp edges of misunderstanding. So, all those moments meant nothing. I asked quietly, a tremor in my voice, because they meant everything to me. No, Barnes, they meant something, Collins whispered, her voice thickening with tears. But they weren't enough. I needed adventure, passion, something to remind me I was still alive. Dr. Hart interjected softly. Did you communicate that clearly to Barnes? Collins shook her head sadly. Not clearly enough. I hinted, I withdrew, hoping he'd notice. But he just carried on, believing we were both content. The regret in her voice hurt more than her previous anger had. I struggled to process this new reality, that beneath our seemingly peaceful existence had been a silent turmoil, churning unnoticed for years. And this date, this other man, Dr. Hart asked gently, her voice neutral yet probing, did you choose that to force a change? Collins's eyes met mine, swimming with sadness. Yes, partly. I wanted Barnes to wake up, to notice me again, to fight for me. Maybe it was cruel, but I was desperate. But Collins, I said, my voice breaking, you never gave me a chance to fight. You invited someone else into our marriage without giving me a choice. Collins stared at the floor, her shoulders shaking softly as tears fell. I know, she whispered. I made the biggest mistake of my life. I should have spoken up years ago. We sat quietly for a moment, the heavy reality settling around us. Dr. Hart allowed us the space, waiting patiently before continuing. So, Barnes, knowing now that Collins acted out of desperation, does it change anything for you? I closed my eyes briefly, breathing deeply as I absorbed the gravity of our revelations. It explains things, I admitted slowly, but it doesn't erase the hurt. How can I trust her again, knowing how easily she gave up on us? Collins winced visibly at my words, each syllable causing fresh wounds. Dr. Hart's eyes softened. Trust isn't restored overnight. It's rebuilt slowly, piece by piece. But first, you must both decide if the relationship is worth the difficult journey. Collins looked up, eyes pleading. Barnes, please, I want to rebuild. I've learned how deeply I've hurt you. Let me make this right. Her plea echoed painfully in my chest. Part of me wanted desperately to believe her, to restore what we'd lost, but another part, a deeper, wounded part, warned of the risks in trusting her again. I don't know if I can, I whispered honestly. Too much damage has already been done. Dr. Hart leaned forward slightly. Healing is possible, but only if both parties truly want it. Barnes, take some time. Reflect deeply. Collins, continue to be honest. Healing begins with openness. The session ended in muted silence. We exited separately, barely able to look at one another. Outside, the fading afternoon sun felt too bright, too harsh against the darkness now exposed between us. As I watched Collins walk slowly to her car, shoulders slumped and burdened, I realized something profound. Even amid the deepest betrayal, love was stubbornly persistent. It didn't simply vanish, even when wounded. Yet love alone wasn't enough. Driving home, my thoughts spiraled. The image of Collins sitting on our couch, quietly suffocating beside me, filled me with regret and shame. How'd I miss so much? Had my love blinded me so thoroughly? That evening, alone in our home, once full of warmth, now haunted by painful memories, I faced the hardest truth of all. Perhaps our marriage hadn't failed because of a single betrayal, but because of countless small, silent ones we'd committed against each other over years. In that quiet revelation, regret took root, deeper and stronger than I had ever imagined possible. The late afternoon sun slipped through the half-open blinds of our bedroom, painting thin, golden lines across the hardwood floor, a quiet, deceptive beauty that mocked the turmoil in my chest. The house felt eerily still, the familiar creaks and whispers of life, somehow silenced by the gravity of my decision. It was strange, I thought, how easily an entire life could collapse into mere silence. Colin stood in the doorway, watching me carefully as I methodically pulled clothes from the drawers and placed them into my suitcase. Each neatly folded shirt felt like another brick added to a wall steadily rising between us. You can't just walk away, Barnes. Her voice wavered between pleading and frustration, as though she wasn't quite sure herself whether she wanted to fight or beg. I'm not walking, I corrected gently, my voice firm yet distant. I'm leaving. There's a difference. She moved toward me slowly, cautiously, as if approaching a frightened animal. Barnes, look at me. We can work through this. I made mistakes, I admit it, but we've faced worse. I paused, holding an old sweater I'd worn countless times on family trips. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and happier days. We've never faced this, Collins. We've never faced betrayal so deep it feels like a stranger looking back at me. Her eyes flashed briefly with anger, pride wrestling with regret. I didn't betray you. You betrayed us. I cut her off sharply, surprising even myself with the forcefulness of my words. Our trust, our family, our daughters. It wasn't just me you let down, Collins. You turned our whole world upside down, all because you wanted to chase some fantasy. Her shoulders sank, resignation softening the fight in her eyes. It wasn't just a fantasy. I felt trapped, Barnes. I still want, something new, something that makes me feel alive again. And you thought finding it with someone else was the solution? I said bitterly that stepping outside our vows was the answer to boredom. She hesitated, biting her lip before replying. Maybe it was selfish. Maybe I didn't fully think it through. But Barnes, I never stopped loving you. Love, I echoed incredulously, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. Love is about respect and honesty. Love doesn't sneak around. Love doesn't lie to your daughters. Collins flinched, pain crossing her face, as though my words had physically struck her. I closed my suitcase, the sharp click echoing like a gunshot in the silence. So that's it? She whispered, her voice trembling. You just giving up? I turned to her, taking a slow, deep breath, willing my heartbeat to steady. I'm not giving up, Collins. You already gave up on us the moment you chose to look elsewhere for excitement. She reached for my arm, her fingers barely touching my sleeve, but the connection felt hollow, meaningless. I stepped away gently, severing the last fragile link between us. I'll fix this, she said, a note of desperate conviction in her voice. I promise, Barnes. I'll fix this. I paused at the doorway, suitcase in hand, studying her one last time. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of hope and denial, searched mine frantically for reassurance. Collins, I said softly, my voice heavy with grief, you can't fix something you've already shattered. Sometimes you just have to sweep up the pieces and start over. As I descended the staircase, I felt the weight of our shared life pressing down on me. Each photograph on the wall, every trinket collected from our journeys together whispering memories I'd soon be forced to leave behind. Outside, the evening air was cool and sharp, a stark contrast to the warmth I'd imagined in the home we once built. I loaded my suitcase into the back of my truck and slid into the driver's seat, gripping the wheel tightly as reality set in. Glancing toward the house, I saw Collins standing by the window, a silhouette blurred by distance and regret. She was watching, perhaps hoping I'd change my mind, perhaps understanding that I wouldn't. As I pulled out of the driveway, the quiet street seemed to hold its breath, witnessing the departure of one man from the only life he'd known, the only life he'd wanted. A sense of profound loss washed over me, mingling with relief and sorrow. I had reached my breaking point, and now, as darkness gathered on the horizon, the road ahead remained uncertain. Yet, despite the pain, I felt a strange freedom growing within me, a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, there was life waiting beyond this bitter farewell. The lake house had always been a place of refuge, a sanctuary that Barnes and his family had filled with laughter, warmth, and memories. But now, it was transformed into something foreign, quiet, and hollow. Its silence echoed his solitude, whispering gently yet insistently of all that had been lost. Barnes arrived late in the evening, pulling up in his truck as twilight cloaked the world in shades of violet and gray. The tires crunched softly against gravel, and he shut off the engine, sitting for a moment in quiet reflection. His breathing slowed, syncing with the gentle rhythm of the wind through the pines, and he tried to steady the ache in his chest that had settled permanently into his bones. Entering the cabin felt strange, like stepping into someone else's life. It still held the scent of past summers, barbecue smoke, pine sap, faint echoes of sunscreen. But now there was a chill in the air, unfamiliar and unsettling. Barnes switched on a lamp near the doorway, casting pale yellow shadows across the room, their familiar shapes somehow harsh against the loneliness. He unpacked his bag slowly, deliberately. Each item placed was an acknowledgement of permanence. Every folded shirt, each book carefully shelved, silently confirmed his decision to stay. Yet, with every item unpacked, memories resurfaced. Quiet mornings sipping coffee on the porch with Collins, late nights with his daughters laughing around the fire, Davy bounding joyously through wet grass. And each one left him painfully aware of their absence. Barnes busied himself by making a small fire in the hearth. The crackle of the flames became a companion, a soft presence to push back against the stillness. He sat in an old armchair, watching embers spark and drift, mesmerized by the dance of the flames. His mind wandered unwillingly back to Collins, wondering if she too felt this emptiness. He imagined her alone at their house, wandering rooms that once held warmth, now silent and accusing. He sighed deeply, rising to grab a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, something reserved for special occasions. Though he bitterly mused this wasn't exactly what he'd had in mind. He poured a generous amount into a glass, swirling the amber liquid absently. Each sip tasted of melancholy, the smoky burn a stark reminder of the harsh reality of solitude. As darkness fully enveloped the lake house, Barnes moved onto the porch, the cool air sharp against his skin. He stared out across the lake, the moon casting silver highlights upon the water. It was beautiful, but he felt no comfort in it. Instead, the silence pressed against him, vast and unyielding. The nights were the hardest. Alone with his thoughts, he found himself replaying conversations with Collins, analyzing words that once seemed innocuous but now felt charged with hidden meanings. Sleep became elusive, disturbed by dreams that brought false reconciliation only to end abruptly with the sting of betrayal. Days turned to weeks. Barnes began creating small rituals, grounding himself in routine to stave off loneliness. Each morning, he would rise early, make coffee, and sit on the porch, watching the mist roll over the lake. He spent afternoons fixing things around the property, repairing loose boards on the dock, repainting faded shutters, tasks that kept his mind occupied, even if briefly. Evenings were reserved for reading, yet often the words blurred, overshadowed by intrusive thoughts of what might have been. Despite his intentional isolation, Beck visited frequently. She'd arrive with Davy, whose presence immediately lifted Barnes' spirits, the dog joyfully bounding from the car, sprinting straight to the lake, barking at birds and chasing butterflies. Beck's visits became lifelines, reconnecting him briefly with joy and normalcy. They would sit together on the porch, talking softly about life, about her studies, upcoming internships, and the quirks of daily routines. Barnes cherished these moments, the comfort of Beck's hand on his shoulder, her laughter filling the empty spaces within him. "You seem better today, Dad," Beck observed one crisp afternoon, her voice gentle as they shared hot tea, blankets draped over their shoulders. "I'm trying," he admitted, looking out at the distant trees. "It's strange how quickly something familiar can turn into something you hardly recognize." Beck nodded slowly. "Mom called again. She asked about you." Barnes felt his jaw tighten involuntarily. "And I didn't know what to say." Beck hesitated. "Do you want me to pass any message along?" Barnes sighed deeply, the ache in his chest momentarily intensifying. "Just tell her I'm okay, but nothing more." "Dad, are you really okay?" Beck's eyes held concern, reflecting the weight of the question. "I'm adjusting," he said quietly, truthfully. "I'm not okay yet, but maybe one day I will be." After Beck left, Barnes lingered outside, wrapped in a thick wool coat, watching the fading sun paint the sky with streaks of gold and crimson. As darkness slowly reclaimed the lake, a sense of calm unexpectedly settled within him. It wasn't happiness, not yet, but it was acceptance. Barnes realized that solitude, though painful, had begun teaching him things about himself. He discovered resilience beneath layers of vulnerability, strength within sorrow. He knew loneliness would come and go in waves, but he also knew he could endure it. Somewhere inside him, a fragile determination took root, promising eventual healing. That night, Barnes slept without the usual haunting dreams. His sleep was deep, dreamless, restorative, a simple mercy he desperately needed. The following morning, as he brewed his coffee, Barnes stood by the kitchen window, feeling a shift within himself. The lake outside sparkled brightly in morning sun, a gentle wind rippling its surface. It was the same lake he'd seen 1,000 times before, but today it felt different, more hopeful, less overwhelming. Barnes picked up his coffee cup and stepped onto the porch, breathing deeply, embracing the crisp morning air. He knew the journey ahead would be long, filled with setbacks and painful memories. But at least for today, beneath a clear sky and golden sunlight, he felt something resembling peace. He understood now that adjusting to separation wasn't simply about enduring absence. It was learning to be present with himself, finding solace in quiet spaces, rebuilding a life from shattered pieces. And for the first time since he left home, Barnes felt ready to begin. Winter had given way to a hesitant spring, and Barnes stood alone on the porch of the lake house, overlooking the serene waters shimmering gently beneath the early evening sky. Time had worn on slowly since his separation from Collins, each passing day leaving faint but unmistakable imprints on his heart, reminders of the life they'd built together, now dissolved by choices he never thought he'd face. He sipped his coffee slowly, the warmth of the cup barely piercing the chill that lingered in his chest. It had been months, yet some wounds remained raw, stubbornly refusing to heal completely. Still, Barnes had reached a point of acceptance, a quiet acknowledgement that some things, once broken, could never be fully restored. In solitude, he found time for reflection, long, quiet evenings filled with introspection. Initially, he'd replayed every painful conversation, every subtle signal he'd missed over the years. Gradually, those memories shifted from agonizing replays of regret to deeper, more constructive contemplation. He recognized now the moments he should have spoken, acted, or perhaps simply listened more closely. Collins's betrayal still stung, but he was learning that the dissolution of their marriage had been a process, not a singular event. A soft wind rustled the trees near the water's edge, gently disturbing the mirror-like surface of the lake. Barnes stepped off the porch and walked slowly along the shoreline, gravel crunching beneath his boots, the air thick with the scent of pine. Nature, he found, had a way of quietly healing his pain, providing a calm certainty that life moved forward regardless of personal tragedies. He sat upon a weathered bench, gazing thoughtfully into the fading twilight. His mind wandered to his daughters, Sylvia and Beck, both profoundly impacted by their parents' unraveling marriage. Barnes had always prided himself on being a devoted father, yet these past few months had shown him new depths of vulnerability. The role of protector had shifted into something more complex. He was now a confidant, friend, and ally, navigating emotional currents he never imagined he'd face with his children. Sylvia had initially distanced herself, uncertain of whom to support or blame. Yet over time, she'd cautiously reopened communication with Collins, seeking closure. Barnes admired Sylvia's quiet strength, her ability to love despite betrayal, her desire to heal rather than remain bitter. Even now, remembering her mature resolve filled him with pride tinged with sorrow. She was more like her mother than she knew, sharing Collins's innate stubbornness and strength, yet tempered by Barnes's calm rationality. Beck, fiercely protective and openly wounded, had been his constant companion through the darkest moments. Her visits were frequent and comforting, marked by long conversations over coffee or quiet afternoons watching Davy chase squirrels near the lake. Her anger toward Collins lingered stubbornly, and Barnes saw clearly how deeply the fracture had affected her. He often found himself reminding her gently, "Beck, your mother is still your mother. Hurt doesn't erase love." Beck would simply look at him, eyes shimmering with a mixture of sadness and resentment. "I know, Daddy," she would reply quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "But forgiveness feels impossible right now." Barnes understood her struggle. Forgiveness was something he himself grappled with daily. Yet the clarity born from solitude had taught him the value of releasing bitterness, not for Collins's sake, but for his own. He knew Beck would learn this in time, as he was slowly learning. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with broad strokes of orange and violet, Barnes's phone vibrated softly. It was Sylvia. "Hey, Dad," she began cautiously, her voice measured yet warm. "I've talked to Mom again. She's different." Barnes felt a familiar tightness in his chest, anxiety tempered with cautious curiosity. "Different how?" Sylvia paused thoughtfully. "She's remorseful, really remorseful, not just for what happened, but for the pain it caused everyone, especially you." Barnes exhaled slowly, watching his breath turn to mist in the cool evening air. "That's good, Sylvia, but remorse is just the first step." "I know," Sylvia replied gently, "but it's genuine." She mentioned therapy, self-reflection, real changes, Dad. "She's not the same woman." Barnes nodded quietly, realizing Sylvia couldn't see him. "I'm glad, sweetheart. She needs this for herself, and maybe someday for you and Beck." Sylvia hesitated, then spoke more softly. "Maybe even for you, Dad." Barnes smiled gently at her innocence, her hopefulness, a precious quality he'd always cherished. "Maybe," he said, his voice quiet yet resolute. "But sometimes healing means accepting that some relationships, while repaired, can never go back to what they were." "I understand," she said quietly. "I just want everyone to be okay again." "We will be," Barnes promised sincerely. "Not the same, but better, stronger in our own ways. Healing is slow, Sylvia, but it comes." When their call ended, Barnes sat quietly in the growing darkness, listening to the gentle lapping of the lake against the shoreline. Sylvia's words lingered. "She's not the same woman." The sentiment echoed gently in his heart, a bittersweet melody reminding him that everyone, even Collins, deserved space to grow and change. In the quiet solitude of the lakeside evening, Barnes acknowledged something he'd avoided for months. He missed Collins deeply, not just as his wife, but as a friend and partner. He missed her laughter, her insights, her warmth. Yet he knew clearly now that he missed a version of Collins that no longer existed, a woman from his memories rather than the woman she had become. Accepting that reality brought a measure of peace. Barnes realized, with a quiet certainty, that true renewal lay not in clinging desperately to the past, but in embracing a different future, whatever form it might take. Rising slowly from the bench, Barnes walked back toward the house, the air crisp around him, each breath deep and restorative. Stars began emerging overhead, sparkling quietly, hinting at possibilities yet unseen. His heart still carried scars, tender reminders of what had once been. But Barnes felt something else, something fragile yet unmistakably real, the first glimmers of hope. The future stretched before him, uncertain yet inviting. Life had changed irrevocably, but Barnes finally accepted that change itself wasn't the end. It was the pathway to genuine renewal. The soft amber hues of dawn spilled gently across the lake, casting rippling gold reflections that danced silently on the tranquil water. Barnes stood quietly on the weathered dock, his breath visible in the cool morning air. He watched the horizon, feeling the heavy calm that only early morning solitude could offer. Months had passed since he'd left Collins, months filled with sleepless nights, painful introspection, and gradual healing. Yet here, standing at the water's edge, he finally felt something different, clarity. For the first time since their painful separation, Barnes could acknowledge without bitterness that life had carried him forward, despite the weight of his broken heart. Behind him, Davy barked joyfully, splashing through shallow water, chasing a stubborn frog. Beck laughed from the porch, wrapped in an oversized sweater, coffee steaming gently in her hand. "Careful, Davy. Dad won't be happy drying you off again," Beck called out. Barnes chuckled softly. Let him have his fun. Life's too short. She joined him, barefoot, curling her toes against the cool planks of the dock. "You're sounding philosophical this morning, Dad." He smiled, glancing at her, noting how gracefully she'd matured, shaped by the turbulence they'd both endured. "Maybe I'm just getting old." Beck nudged him playfully, her smile fading to thoughtful seriousness. "Have you spoken to Mom?" Barnes nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed upon the water. "We talk. Short calls, mostly practical stuff. Bills, paperwork, nothing deep." Beck hesitated, biting her lower lip, an old habit resurfacing whenever something troubled her deeply. "She misses you, Dad. She won't say it directly, but it's obvious. Sylvia says she's changed." Barnes exhaled deeply, eyes distant. "I believe she's changed, Beck. But so have I. What we had, it was wonderful for a long time. But it's gone, replaced by something neither of us fully understands yet." Beck watched her father closely, sensing both the finality and hope in his words. "Do you ever regret leaving?" Barnes shook his head slowly. "I regret that things ended this way. But no, I don't regret choosing myself. Trust is fragile. Once broken, it's never the same." They stood quietly, listening to the faint rustling of leaves, feeling the morning sun warming their skin. Eventually, Beck's gentle voice broke their silence. "I never imagined our family this way." "Neither did I," Barnes admitted softly. "But I've realized something important these past few months." "What's that?" He looked deeply into his daughter's eyes, seeing echoes of himself, strength forged from hardship. "Sometimes the most profound growth comes from painful endings. We're all wiser, maybe a bit sadder, but stronger in ways we never anticipated." Beck leaned into his shoulder. "I suppose you're right. It doesn't make it easier, though." "No, it doesn't," Barnes agreed gently. "But it makes the next chapter possible." At that moment, Sylvia's car pulled into the gravel driveway. She stepped out, carrying a brown bag filled with pastries, her hair tied back loosely, her confident energy instantly recognizable. Barnes felt relief seeing the bond between sisters restored, their previous tensions softened by time and understanding. Sylvia approached them warmly. "Morning," she greeted softly, setting the bag down. "I brought breakfast." Davy rushed towards Sylvia, greeting her with happy barking and tail wagging. The sisters laughed, their shared joy healing Barnes further. "I talked to Mom last night," Sylvia confessed, eyeing Barnes carefully. "She's taking a new job, starting fresh, too. I think she's trying to move forward." Barnes considered this, nodding thoughtfully. "That's good. We all deserve to move forward." Sylvia stepped closer, studying her father's expression carefully. "Dad, will you ever forgive her completely?" Barnes sighed, looking thoughtfully into the lake. "I already have in many ways. But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It means releasing the burden of anger, accepting that we can't rewrite the past." Both daughters nodded, reflecting silently on their father's wisdom. Barnes reached out, pulling them into a comforting embrace. They stood quietly, wrapped together, each silently accepting that life had changed irreversibly, but maybe that wasn't entirely bad. After breakfast, Barnes sat alone again by the lakeside, listening to his daughters laughing inside the cabin. He recognized their resilience, grateful they'd survived the storm as a family, even if redefined. In this quiet solitude, he felt something shift within him, a tentative, hopeful willingness to embrace whatever came next. He would always carry scars from this experience, hidden yet shaping him profoundly. But those scars, he now knew, held powerful lessons, truths about love, trust, and self-worth that he'd never forget. As Barnes watched the water ripple gently in the breeze, he understood clearly that his story wasn't over. It was simply beginning anew, filled with uncertainties, but also rich in promise. The sound of laughter pulled him from his contemplation. He rose slowly, stretching before walking back to the cabin, guided by familiar voices, voices of the people he loved most. They would always be his center, his purpose, no matter how the chapters ahead unfolded. In embracing the uncertainty ahead, Barnes finally felt truly free. Free from the burden of broken promises, from anger, from betrayal. He was ready now for whatever awaited him. Life, after all, was always about new beginnings.